everyone, welcome to our Six Sigma full course by Simplilearn. In this course, you will learn how to enhance processes, minimize errors, and improve quality in any business. Six Sigma is a proven, powerful method used worldwide to optimize operations and achieve excellent results. 2025 is the perfect time for you to dive into Six Sigma as these skills are in high demand. Companies are looking for professionals who can streamline workflows, cut costs, and elevate overall quality. We will cover everything from lean fundamentals to advanced Six Sigma techniques. We will explain each concept in easy, practical way so you can start applying them right away. So whether you're just starting fresh or aiming for certification, we will guide you through every step to become a confident Six Sigma expert. Let's jump right in. Before we move on, if you're interested in mastering the advanced process optimization and becoming a Lean Six Sigma expert, this program is for you. Join Simplilearn's Lean Six Sigma Expert course to earn globally recognized green and black belt certifications accredited by IASSC. You will gain hands-on experience with 13 projects, 12 simulations, and 18 Harvard case studies, plus master powerful tools like Minitab and generative AI for quality management. You'll be fully equipped to drive operational excellence and boost your career in just 10 weeks. So hurry up and enroll now and find the course link in the description box below and in the pinned comments.
Six Sigma is a set of tools and techniques that have helped several companies around the world achieve business success. Hi guys, I'm Rahul from Simplilearn, and let's get started with our introduction to Six Sigma. Now let's understand this better with an example. Here let's talk about how things were before Six Sigma was introduced. Here, Jenny and James are having a conversation with each other. Jenny is James's manager and she's not happy at all. She says James is in a lot of trouble. This is because she found out that the customers weren't happy with the organization's service and the operational costs were way too high. And as manager, James had to make sure that this did not happen. Now let's have a look at the same scenario in present day. Here we have Jenny congratulating James. She's very impressed with his work, but James says it's all thanks to Six Sigma methodology. So Jenny asks, she wants to know more about Six Sigma. So to understand Six Sigma, here's what you need to know. Firstly, we'll have to understand what is Six Sigma, what its advantages are, some of its methodologies, what are the different roles in a Six Sigma team, what is lean, what is a lean process, and what is Lean Six Sigma. So now let's get started with understanding what exactly is Six Sigma. The Six Sigma methodology makes sure to find as well as eliminate any sort of defect or variation that could be affecting your product, service, or process. Now this methodology is statistics based, is data driven, and focused on continuous improvement. Now this means that there's no end goal in the horizon. There's always another goal to reach. There are three core ideologies behind Six Sigma. The first one states that for any business to be successful, there's continuous efforts that are required so that you can achieve stable as well as predictable process results. The second ideology states that in any business or manufacturing process, there are certain characteristics that can be defined, measured, analyzed, and controlled. The final ideology says that along with the rest of the organization, the top level management plays a very important role to making sure that there's sustained quality. Now let's talk about the advantages of Six Sigma. Six Sigma can help produce a roadmap or a path through which you can easily find and reduce any sort of organizational risk and reduce the operational costs. Another advantage is that it helps improve the efficiency of the process and making sure that it works in a timely manner. It decreases defects, improves the overall tracking and monitoring process, and ensures that the products are aligned with the company's policies. It is also reported that it greatly helps improve customer as well as vendor satisfaction. It helps improve the cash flow and ensures that the products are complying with the regulations of the organization. Now let me tell you about the process of Six Sigma. Now Six Sigma projects are of basically two methodologies, the DMAIC and the DMADV. Now let's talk about DMAIC in detail. That's short for define, measure, analyze, improve, and control. This is one of the most commonly used methodologies in the world. This is commonly used by companies when they have to fix or improve an already existing product or process that does not meet the company's standards. Now let's have a look at the process. First phase is the define phase. In this phase, you define the problem that the customers are facing, you find out where you can improve, and you clearly understand what the customers require of you. The second phase is the measure phase. Now in this phase, you actually identify how well the process is doing in its current unaltered state. In the analyze phase, you process the data that you get from the measure phase and determine what exactly is the cause of the delay or variation. In the improve phase, you start by making small changes to the business process and make sure that the problem you identified earlier is being taken care of. And finally, in the control phase, you control the new process so that it doesn't go wrong and use the same knowledge for future processes. Now, let's have a look at DMADV. This is short for define, measure, analyze, design, and verify. Now, this is also commonly known as DFSS or the design for Six Sigma. Now, this is commonly used by companies around the world when they have a new product that needs to be created all the way from scratch. In the first phase, which is the define phase, you define what the goal of the project is and what the customers require of you. In the measure phase, you measure as well as determine what the customer needs and how they respond to your products. In the analyze phase, you perform analyses to determine how you can improve your product or service so they can better serve your customers. In the design phase, you set up process details and make optimizations to the design to make sure your customer is satisfied. And finally, in the verify phase, you check how well the design is working out and how well it meets the customer's needs. Now, before we go on, let's talk about how Six Sigma was used in reference to the earlier example, the situation that James was facing. A survey conducted by the organization James was working for indicated that the customers weren't very happy with the organization. So they decided to fix that with the help of Six Sigma. So they decided that the DMAIC methodology would be best suited to solve their problem. So let's have a look at what they did. Firstly, in the define phase, they used a tool called the voice of the customer. This tool represented the needs as well as requirements of the customer. This showed that the customers expected prompt delivery, the correct product selection, and a knowledgeable distribution team from the company. And now onto the measure phase. The company wanted to know why the customers didn't like them, so they performed some data collection. From there, they found out that they took 56% longer than other companies to deliver their product. So they decided to reduce the amount of time it takes between order entry and the delivery of the product. And now in the analyze phase. Here they knew what the issue was, but they wanted to know what exactly made their product's delivery so slow. Why were the customers receiving the product so late? Then they performed some analysis. Their analysis showed the possible causes. It could have been inaccurate sales plans, issues with their safety stock, issues with their vendors' delivery performance, and falling behind on the manufacturing schedule. Further analysis also indicated that most of their sales, almost 80%, came from 30% of their products. The issue was that they didn't have enough safety stock to satisfy the customers who required that 30% of products. And now onto the improve phase. So now that they knew what was causing their problem, they wanted to solve it. They began to have monthly reviews and tried to make sure that their in-demand products stayed in demand. Another thing that they wanted to focus on was to make sure that they could order and provide the customer with the products that they wanted. And finally, onto the control phase. They began to set up plans so that they could monitor the sales of that 30% of products that were selling the most. Each year, they would review how well a product was selling and replace it if it had fallen out of favor. Now, let me tell you what a Six Sigma team consists of. Let's talk about the roles in a Six Sigma team. First up is level 7. Now, these are individuals who are at the novice level. Now, these individuals don't know in great detail about what the project is, but they have a basic understanding of the principles and the methodology behind the program. Now, they usually support with smaller projects and with smaller issues, but these individuals found the foundation for the people who decide where the program is going. And now we're at level 6. Now, these are individuals who have a yellow belt certification. Now, they are core members of the Six Sigma team who have an understanding of how the basic metrics work and how they can perform some sort of improvement. Now, they have their own areas of expertise and they're required to determine certain processes that need to improve. At the same time, they're also in charge of smaller improvement projects. Now, level 5. These are people who have a green belt certification. Now, these individuals are usually part-time professionals who have a number of different duties to fulfill. They focus on smaller Six Sigma projects. They're usually involved with gathering data, performing some sort of experiment, and analyzing information. They also assist with black belt projects. And now we're at level 4. These are individuals who have a black belt certification. They're usually team leaders of a Six Sigma project. They complete 4 to 6 projects a year and are experts in the principles, methodologies, and lean concepts. Thanks to their understanding of statistical experimental design, they can also understand the hidden reasons behind why a particular product failed. And now we're at level 3. These are individuals who have a master black belt certification. Now these are individuals who are experts when it comes to resources, the practices and the methodologies that are employed in Six Sigma. Their main emphasis is to coach, train and certify black belts. They also are involved with other Six Sigma leaders to ensure a company's goals are met. Now level 2. These individuals are called champions. So they work really closely with the executives and usually have a role like a senior or a middle executive level role. They also have a clear understanding of what exactly is the company's vision and mission. They also understand metrics so that they can set up a Six Sigma project that lines up with the company's goals. They're responsible for removing any sort of roadblock that could hamper the success of a project. And finally, we're at level 1. These are the executives. Now these individuals represent the highest level when it comes to a Six Sigma team. Now they have training as well as experience through which they can set up Six Sigma projects that clearly line up with the company's goals. Their main emphasis is to ensure that the project is able to add value to the organization and at the end of the day is successful. Now this is when Jenny interjects. She wants to know about Lean. John tells her that Lean, just like Six Sigma, is another methodology. So what exactly is Lean? Now Lean is a methodology that has a very important ideology to make sure that there's continuous optimization of the processes and there's an elimination of waste. So what's waste? So waste is basically any part of the process that the customer doesn't want to pay for. It is a process that does not add any value to the customer. Now coming back to Lean, here are some of its characteristics. Whenever decisions are being made in a Lean team, the main emphasis is to understand how it exactly adds value to the customer. Every member in a Lean team has a clear understanding of what exactly are the goals of the organization. It also encourages employees to push for further success even if the organization is in a good place or is already doing well. There's also an emphasis on cross-functional collaboration and communication. Lean focuses on answering the difficult question or the complex ones rather than employing short-term fixes. And with Lean, you can easily prepare for issues that can come up in the future or improvise in unexpected circumstances. So let's talk about how Lean and Six Sigma are different from one another. The Lean methodology aims to reduce waste. It does so by analyzing the workflow. It also emphasizes on minimizing resource usage and improving customer value. Now let's talk about Six Sigma. The aim of Six Sigma is to provide near perfect results. It wants to reduce costs and improve customer satisfaction. Basically, both of them are moving towards the same goal, to reduce the amount of waste and to create efficient processes. Now let's talk about the process of Lean. Now there are 5 different steps. Let's start with the first one, identifying value. You need to identify value by determining what exactly is the problem you're trying to solve for the customer. The second step is to map your value stream. You need to map the workflow of your company. You need to focus on the different actions and the people that are involved with the process. You need to be able to identify which parts of the process are able to add value and the ones that don't. The third step is to create a flow. You need to break up your work into smaller silos and visualize the workflow so that you can easily identify problems that might show up later. The next step is to establish pull. You need to set up a system through which products are created only when there is a demand or a requirement for it. Through this, you can optimize resource capacity. And finally, we're at the 5th step, which is continuous improvement. You need to ensure all your employees at all levels are involved in the continuous improvement of the process. So what exactly is Lean Six Sigma? What if you could combine the best of both worlds? The combination of Six Sigma and Lean methodology led to the creation of Lean Six Sigma. Lean Six Sigma is a methodology that aims to solve problems, removes any form of waste or inefficiency, and improving the working conditions of employees to make sure that they can serve the customers better. Now, this is a combination of the tools, methods, and principles that are employed in Lean and Six Sigma. Let's talk about some of its advantages. It aims to provide customers with a better experience by streamlining the process. With efficient power flows, it aims to drive higher results. It can reduce cost, remove waste, and prevent defects. It can help the organization handle day-to-day problems. The decreased lead times help increase capacity and profitability. And finally, it helps with people development and improving the morale of the organization. So here we have Jim carrying a stack of sheets in his very messy cubicle. Suddenly, Jim realizes a few things. He's lost a really important file. But that's not all. The bad news just keeps on coming. He remembers that his messy desk and area are the talk of the entire office. And thanks to this, he doesn't even want to get any work done. A little angry and annoyed with himself, Jim sits down in resignation. That's when John walks in. John asks him what's wrong. Jim tells him that he's in a mess and doesn't know what to do. That's when John tells him about his solution, the 5S methodology. Now, let me tell you everything I'm going to teach you. We'll be talking about what is the 5S methodology, benefits of the 5S methodology, the process of 5S, which consists of 5 other steps. So now, let's have a look at what exactly is the 5S methodology. The 5S methodology is a popular workplace organization methodology that was introduced in Japan and was first implemented by Toyota Motor Corporation. The primary reason it was developed was to make just-in-time manufacturing possible. So what is just-in-time? It's a form of manufacturing that aims to produce only the amount of product needed when it's needed. The 5S methodology basically focuses on cleanliness and organization, while at the same time focusing on maximizing efficiency and profit. So you could say that 5S provides a framework whose main focus is using visual management, which is a way to visually communicate a number of things like performance, standards, or warnings in a way that requires little to no training to interpret, so that you can emphasize on using a mindset as well as tools to ensure there's efficiency and value being created. So what you're doing in this methodology is observing, analyzing, collaborating, searching for waste, and then removing it. So what makes this methodology so special? Let's find out. First off, we have optimized organization. Thanks to 5S, every component that you need for work is kept in a way that's easily accessible and easy to use. So no more time is wasted on looking for items, deciding how they can be used, or even returning them. Then we have improved efficiency. The 5S methodology enables companies to focus on ways to eliminate waste while enhancing the company's bottom line. This is made possible by improving the company's products and services, and by extension, this is able to lower costs. Next, we have bigger storage density. Now, since 5S is mainly focused on removing the unnecessary items from the work area, there's a lot of free space open for efficient usage. Then, there's increased safety. So now that all the unnecessary clutter and waste is removed from the work area, it's much safer for the employee to work in. And finally, we have improved workspace morale. Now, since the workspace is a lot more cleaner, safer, and more organized, the morale among employees is also greatly improved. Now, let's have a look at the process of the 5S methodology. Now, the process behind the 5S methodology consists of 5 Japanese terms and their translations, each of whom start with the letter S, hence the name 5S. The steps are sort, set in order, shine, standardize, and sustain. And now for the first step, sort. Sort, or seri in Japanese, can be translated to tidiness. Now this step involves sorting through materials, keeping only the essential items needed to complete tasks. The aim here is to remove clutter and clear the workspace of things that don't belong there or aren't critical to the work you're doing. In this step, you clean the work area. By carefully analyzing the workspace, you need to remove any items that you don't require for work. From these removed items, you need to decide which ones need to be removed and which ones need to be recycled. Other items may need to be returned from where they were taken, or there might be some items you're not sure about. These items need to be red tagged. Now we've red tagged unknown items. The items whose ownership isn't clear or which cannot be identified are red tagged. By red tagging, what you're doing is attaching a visible tag on the item, which includes information like where and when the item was found. The red tagged items are arranged in a particular location. It's likely that these red tagged items could stay in lost and found for a long time. Here are a few things you can do with them. After 30 days of staying in lost and found, supervisors from other departments can claim the items for themselves. If they stay undisturbed for 10 more days, they can be thrown away, sold, or recycled. If these items are expected to be useful at some other point, they can be stored in lost and found with a specific plan for the time it's expected to be used. Now let's have a look at the next step. Set in order. Set in order or seiton translate to orderliness. Here the aim is to organize the work area, which means Items need to be easy to find, use, and return. So first off, you need to create a 5S map. The 5S map is a floor plan or a diagram that can provide an overview of the work area, process, or station. It also shows the location of different components you might be needing for work, with travel paths and details on how they're related to one another. It can also include a description of the work that's done in that particular area. It also needs to be updated periodically. Then the plan needs to be communicated. Once storage locations are assigned, they're labeled. With this, employees will be able to easily identify what's inside these storage locations. Floor marking tapes could also be used to mark work areas, movement lanes, and storage supplies. Now, let's have a look at the next step. Shine. Shine or say so translates to cleanliness. Here, the aim is to remove the dust that accumulates under the clutter, while ensuring it doesn't return. Here, you need to perform routine cleaning. Every week, every area within the work area needs to be cleaned. Employees need to be responsible for the cleanliness of their workspace and the equipments they use. With this, they'll be able to quickly recognize problems that might arise. Difficult situations can be understood easily, and items that are out of place can be recognized quickly. Now, let's have a look at our next step. Standardize. Standardize or seiketsu translates to standardization. In this step, long-term changes are incorporated, what's being done and by whom is being written down. New practices are also being incorporated into the work procedure. First, things are written down. Decisions, once written down, can be included as part of the standards related to a particular area. For example, the 5S map created and the red tagging of items can all be incorporated as standards. Based on changing business needs, these standards can be changed as well. Then you need to use tools for standardizing. Communication is really important in this step. Decisions made about the work practices need to be communicated with the employees. This can be done with 5S checklists, job cycle charts, and procedure labels and signs. And now let's have a look at our last step. Sustain. Sustain or shitsuke translates to discipline. Here the focus is on continuous improvement. The decisions that were made in the previous step need to be repeated to form a continuous cycle. In this step, you need to ensure that 5S is applied repeatedly as part of routine work. Some ways to sustain the program are management support, department tours, updated tours, progress audits, performance evaluations, and so on. And that's it. That's the 5S methodology. Jim decides to incorporate it as soon as possible. And after applying 5S, Jim's workspace is a lot more cleaner and better organized. Jim thanks John for helping with that.
Hey there learners, check out our certified Lean Six Sigma Green Belt Certification training course and earn a Green Belt certification. To learn more about this course, you can click the course link in the description box below.
What do you see on the screen? Well, it depends on your perception or how you see the world. If you are a pessimist, you might think the glass is half empty. If you are an optimist, you might think the glass is half full. If you are a realist, you might think the glass is full with water and air. However, the Six Sigma practitioner sees a glass that is bigger than it needs to be, assuming the current water level is what the customer desires. As we begin our journey to learn more about Six Sigma, it is important to know that applying Six Sigma is the way of seeing and analyzing the processes around you. We will talk more about what Six Sigma means and how the viewpoint impacts organizations in the screens to come. Let's begin this lesson by defining quality. Quality is defined as meeting the requirements of the customer. Well, what features do you look for when purchasing a car? What facilities do you want in your house or apartment when buying one? What do you expect from a premium chocolate candy bar? Answers to these questions will tell what quality means to you for each of these items. Here's a snapshot of the quality journey with a few key milestones. In the 1930s, the idea of statistical process control was conceived by Walter Shewhart to monitor and control a process using statistical methods. This was used extensively during World War II to quickly expand industrial capabilities of the U.S. In the 1960s, quality circles were formulated. A quality circle is a self-improvement workers group that performs similar work. meets regularly to identify, analyze, and solve work-related problems. In 1987, the International Organization for Standardization designed ISO 9000. This is a set of international standards on quality management and quality assurance for organizations to implement quality management systems. In 1987, the Baldrige Award criteria was developed by U.S. Congress to raise awareness of quality management systems and recognize U.S. companies that have successfully implemented quality management systems. In 1988, the concept of benchmarking was introduced. Benchmarking is an improvement process where an organization measures its performance against the best organizations in its field, determines how such performance levels were achieved, and uses the information to improve its own performance. During the 1990s, the Balanced Scorecard, or BSC, was introduced. It is a management tool that helps managers at all levels to align activities to the strategy of their organization and to monitor the multiple results obtained in their key areas. In 1996, the concept of reengineering was introduced. Reengineering is also known as business process reengineering, which involves restructuring an entire organization. The term Six Sigma has different meanings or implications depending on the context. Sigma is a Greek letter used in the statistical world to represent a measure of variability. The Six Sigma process is an important method of quality principles and techniques. Also, Six Sigma is a business strategy to change company culture with top management support. The Sigma level is a measure of performance for a business process or service. So when you say Six Sigma, there are several definitions that are all correct. Quality is defined as the degree of excellence of a product or service and conformance to customer requirements. Taking a process to Six Sigma level ensures the quality of product and increase in profits as the primary goal. In other words, Six Sigma signifies quality. In 1986, Bill Smith and Mikhail Harry at Motorola started the Six Sigma initiative to improve performance. In 1995, Jack Welch initiated Six Sigma at General Electric to improve the entire business system and became the global promoter of Six Sigma. In 1998, Allied Signal saved $500 million with the use of Six Sigma. In 2000, General Electric saved $2 billion annually with the use of Six Sigma, and in 2001, Motorola saved $16 billion cumulatively with the use of Six Sigma. Six Sigma is a business methodology that employs a customer-centric, fact-based approach to reduce process variation and waste. This helps us dramatically improve customer satisfaction, increase shareholder value, and strengthen employee commitment. The methodology is designed to make companies rethink the way they do business and generate improvements in processes and services. Following are the benefits of implementing Six Sigma in an organization. It eliminates the root cause of problems and defects in a process, creates robust products and services, reduces process variation and waste, ensures customer satisfaction, achieves process standardization, reduces rework by getting it right the first time, addresses key business requirements, helps gain competitive advantage, and helps achieve organizational goals. Following are the 3 reasons why organizations are successful with Six Sigma. It is a proven systematic problem-solving methodology that follows a tried and effective process known as DMAIC, which improves productivity and efficiency by eliminating defects. Six Sigma is customer-focused. This methodology ensures businesses align their projects to customers' needs. It allows organizations to produce better products and services and improves customer loyalty. Lastly, Six Sigma achieves long-term improvements based on data-driven statistical analysis to prioritize issues and fix root causes. The Six Sigma process is known as DMAIC. DMAIC comprises 5 phases: define, measure, analyze, improve, and control. These phases are the roadmap to problem solving and improving our processes. The effectiveness of Six Sigma method is derived from its structure. Each phase has an overarching objective and specific deliverables that need to be completed. which helps us achieve the objectives. The purpose of the define phase is to document the problem, the desired outcome, goals, and deliverables. The purpose of the measure phase is to obtain baseline process performance levels and quantify the problem. The focus of the analyze phase is to identify the key root causes for process variation and defects. The purpose of the improve phase is to develop, test, and implement the solutions. The goal of the control phase is to monitor the key factors and maintain the gains. You learn the aspects of the DMAIC process. Now we'll look at the tools used in each phase. The list of tools corresponds to the DMAIC phase in which they are used. The use or application of these tools gives the expected deliverables in each DMAIC phase for a green belt. Some of the tools listed are not required in every Six Sigma Green Belt project. These tools give us an insight into the problem and lead us toward the real issues in our processes. That is, with more experience, you're likely to know the tools you need for your projects. In the define phase, we use SIPOC, Voice of the Customer or VOC, Critical to Quality, CTQ, the Quality Function Deployment or QFD, Failure Modes and Effects Analysis, known as the FMEA or the FMEA, and the Cause and Effect CNE matrix. In the measure phase, we use Measurement System Analysis or MSA, Control Charts, Process Capability, and Normality Plots. In the analyze phase, we use Simple Linear Regression or SLR, Pareto charts, Fishbone diagram, Failure Modes and Effects Analysis, the FMEA, Multivariate charts, and Hypothesis testing. In the improve phase, we use brainstorming, piloting, and also the Failure Modes Effects Analysis and Design of Experiments, DOE. In the last phase, control, we use control charts, a control plan, and measurement system analysis.
This lesson provides an overview of the Certified Six Sigma Green Belt, or CSSGB course. A process is a series of steps designed to produce a product and/or service according to the requirement of the customer. A process mainly consists of four parts: input, process steps, output, and feedback. Input is something put into a process or expended in its operation to achieve an output or a result. For example, man, material, machine, and management. Output is the final product delivered to an internal or external customer. For example, product or services. It is important to understand that if the output of a process is an input for another process, the latter process is the internal customer. Each input can be classified as controllable, represented as C, non-controllable, represented as NC, noise, represented as N, and critical, represented as X. The most important aspect of the process is the feedback. As can be inferred from the image, any change in the inputs causes change in the output. Therefore, Y equals F of X. Feedback helps in process control because it suggests changes to the inputs. Let us learn about the process of Six Sigma in the next screen. Let us understand how Six Sigma works in this screen. Six Sigma is successful because of the following reasons. Six Sigma is a management strategy. It creates an environment where the management supports Six Sigma as a business strategy and not as a standalone approach or a program to satisfy some public relations need. Six Sigma mainly emphasizes the DMAIC method of problem solving. Focus teams are assigned well-defined projects that directly influence the organization's bottom line with customer satisfaction and increased quality being byproducts. Six Sigma also requires extensive use of statistical methods. The next screen will focus on some key terms used in Six Sigma. Let us look at the Sigma level chart in this screen. As discussed earlier, the Six Sigma quality means 3.4 defects in 1 million opportunities, or a process with a 99.99966% yield. The Sigma level chart given on the screen shows the values for other Sigma levels. Please take a look at the values carefully. Let us understand the benefits of Six Sigma in the next screen. The organizational benefits of Six Sigma are as follows. A Six Sigma process eliminates the root cause of problems and defects in a process. Sometimes the solution is creating robust products and services that mitigate the impact of a variable input or output on a customer's experience. For example, many electrical utility systems have voltage variability up to and sometimes exceeding a 10% deviation from nominal value. Thus, most electrical products are built to tolerate the variability, drawing more amperage without damage to any components or the unit itself. Using Six Sigma reduces variation in a process and thereby reduces waste in a process. It ensures customer satisfaction and provides process standardization. Rework is substantially reduced because one gets it right the very first time. Further, Six Sigma addresses the key business requirement. Six Sigma can also be used by organizations to gain advantage and become world leaders in their respective fields. Ultimately, the whole Six Sigma process is to satisfy customers and achieve organizational goals. In the next screen, let us understand Six Sigma and quality. Taking a process to Six Sigma level ensures that the quality of the product is maintained. The primary goal of improved quality is increased profits for the organization. In very simple terms, quality is defined as the degree of excellence of a product or a service provided to the customer. It is conformance to customer requirement. If the customer is satisfied with the product or service, then the product or service is of the required quality. Let us look at the history of quality in the next screen. In the mid-1930s, Statistical Process Control, SPC, was developed by Walter Shewhart and used extensively during World War II to quickly expand the U.S.'s industrial capabilities. SPC is the application of statistical techniques to control any process. Walter Shewhart's work on the common cause of variation and special cause of variation, assignable, has been used proactively in all Six Sigma projects. The approach to quality has varied from time to time. In the 1960s, there were quality circles, which originated in Japan. It was started by Kaoru Ishikawa. Quality circles were self-improvement groups composed of a small number of employees belonging to a single department. Quality circles brought in improvements with little or no help from the top management. In 1987, ISO stands for International Organization for Standardization. ISO 9000 is a set of international standards on quality management and quality assurance to help organizations implement quality management systems. ISO 9000 is still in effect. Baldrige Award, now known as the Malcolm Baldrige National Quality Award, was developed by the U.S. Congress in 1987 to raise awareness of quality management systems as well as recognize and award U.S. companies that have successfully implemented quality management systems. In 1988, another quality approach was developed known as benchmarking. In this approach, an organization measures its performance against the best organizations in its field, determines how such performance levels were achieved, and the information is used by the organization to improve itself. Then in the 1990s, there was the balanced scorecard approach. It is a management tool that helps managers of all levels to monitor their results in their key areas so that one metric is not optimized while another is ignored. During the year 1996 through 1997, an approach known as re-engineering was developed. This approach involved the restructuring of an entire organization and its processes. Integrating various functional tasks into cross-functional processes is one of the examples of re-engineering. In the next screen, let us find out about the quality gurus and their contribution to the field of quality. Let us focus on Six Sigma and the business system in this screen. Business systems are designed to implement a process or a set of processes. A business system ensures that process inputs are at the right place and at the right time so that each step of the process has the resource it needs. A business system design should be responsible for collecting and analyzing data so that continual improvement of its processes, products, and services is ensured. A business system has processes, sub-processes, and steps as its subsets. Human resources, manufacturing, and marketing are some examples of processes in a business system. Six Sigma improves a business system by continuously removing the defects in its processes and also by sustaining the changes. A defective item is any product or service that a customer would reject. A customer can be the user of the ultimate product or service, or can be the next process downstream in the business system. Let us learn about Six Sigma projects and organizational goals in the following screen. Let us understand the structure of the Six Sigma team in this screen. There are totally 5 levels in the Six Sigma screen. The first level consists of the top executives of the organization. These people lead change and provide direction as they own the vision of the organization. For any improvement initiative to work, it is important that top management of the organization be actively involved in its propagation. The top executives own the Six Sigma initiatives. Next in the level are Six Sigma champions. They identify and scope projects, develop deployment and strategy, and support cultural change. They also identify and coach Master Black Belts. 3 to 4 Master Black Belts work under every champion. Six Sigma Master Black Belts train and coach Black Belts, Green Belts, and various functional leaders of the organization. They usually have at least 3 to 4 Black Belts under them. The fourth level in Six Sigma structure is Six Sigma Black Belts. They apply strategies to specific projects and lead and direct teams to execute projects. Finally, there are Six Sigma Green Belts. They support the Black Belt employees by participating in project teams. Green Belts play a dual role. They work on the project and perform day-to-day jobs related to their work area. In the next screen, we will understand the drivers and metrics of organizational strategy. While financial accounting is useful to track physical assets, the Balanced Scorecard, or BSC, offers a more holistic approach to strategy implementation and performance measurement by taking into account perspectives other than the financial one. For an organization, traditional strategic activities that concentrate only on financial metrics are not sufficient to predict future performance. They are not sufficient to implement and control the strategic plan either. BSC translates the organizational strategy into actionable objectives that can be met on an everyday basis and provides a framework for performance measurement. The Balanced Scorecard helps clarify the organizational vision and mission to workable action items to be carried out and measured. It also provides feedback on both internal business processes and external outcomes. By doing so, it enables continuous improvement in strategic performance toward achieving organizational goals. The Balanced Scorecard achieves all this by integrating the organizational strategy with a limited number of key metrics from 4 major areas of performance: finance, customer relations, internal processes, and learning and growth. Many organizations in the world use Balanced Scorecard approaches, and the number is increasing every day. In the next screen, we will describe the Balanced Scorecard framework. We will learn about developing a Balanced Scorecard in this screen. While applying the Balanced Scorecard in an organization, care must be taken to account for interactions between different perspectives or strategic business units and avoid optimizing the results of one at the expense of another. To outline the strategy, a top-down approach is followed by determining the strategic objectives, measures, targets, and initiatives for each perspective. The strategic objectives refer to the strategy to be achieved in that perspective. 3 or 4 leading objectives are agreed upon. The progress toward strategic objectives is assessed using specific measures. These measures should be closely related to the actual performance drivers. This enables effectively evaluating progress. High-level metrics are linked to lower-level operational measures. The target values for each measure are set. The initiatives required to achieve the target value are identified. As already mentioned, this exercise is carried out for all the perspectives. Finally, the scorecard is integrated into the management system. In the next screen, let us understand the change in the approach to the balanced scorecard from the 4-box model of BSC to strategy maps. In earlier approaches to the balanced scorecard, the perspectives were presented in a 4-box model. This kind of scorecard was more a comprehensive glance at the key performance indicators or metrics in different perspectives. However, the key performance indicators or metrics of different perspectives were viewed independent of each other, which led to a silo-based approach and lack of integration. However, modern scorecards place the focus on the interrelations between the objectives and metrics of different perspectives and how they support each other. A well-designed, balanced scorecard recognizes the influence of one perspective on another and the effect of these interactions on organizational strategy. To achieve the objectives in one perspective, it is necessary to achieve the objectives in another perspective. In short, the 4 perspectives form a chain of cause and effect relationships. A map of interlinked objectives from each perspective is created. These objectives represent the performance drivers, which determine the effectiveness of strategy implementation. This is called a strategy map. The function of a strategy map is to outline what the organization wants to accomplish and how it plans to accomplish it. The strategy map is one-page view of how the organization can create value. For example, financial success is dependent on giving customers what they want, which in turn depends on the internal processes and learning and growth at an individual level. In the next screen, we will look at the impact of the balanced scorecard on the organization. The balanced scorecard and strategy map force managers to consider cause and effect relationships, which leads to better identification of key drivers and a more rounded approach to strategic planning. The BSC enables the organization to improve in the following ways. Being a one-page document, a strategy map can easily be communicated and facilitates understanding at all levels of the organization. An organization is successful in meeting its objectives only when everyone understands the strategy. The balanced scorecard also forces an organization to measure what really matters and manage information better so that quality of decision-making is higher. Creating performance reports against a balanced scorecard allows for a structured approach to reporting progress. It also enables organizations to create reports and dashboards to communicate performance transparently and meaningfully. As expected, a balanced scorecard helps an organization to better align itself and its processes to the strategic goals outlined in the BSC. The overall objectives of the BSC can be cascaded into each business unit to enable that unit to work toward the common organizational goal. All the activities of the organization, such as budgeting or risk management, are automatically aligned to the strategic objectives. To conclude, the balanced scorecard is a simple and powerful tool that, when implemented correctly, equips an organization to perform better. Let us proceed to the next topic of this lesson in the following screen. In this topic, we will look at what lean is and how lean is applied to a process. Let us start with the lean concepts in the next screen. Let us look at the process issues in this screen. Lean focuses on 3 major issues in a process, known by their Japanese names, Muda, Mura, and Marie. Muda refers to non-value adding work. Mura represents unevenness, and Marie represents overburden. Together, they represent the key aspects in lean. Let us look at the types of waste in the next screen. There are 7 types of muda or waste as per lean principles. Let us understand these 7 types of muda. Overproduction. This refers to producing more than is required. For example, a customer needed 10 products and 12 were delivered. Inventory. In simple words, this refers to stock. The term inventory includes finished goods, semi-finished goods, raw materials, supplies kept in waiting, and some of the work in progress. For example, test scripts waiting to be executed by the testing team, defects, repairs, rejects, any product or service deemed unusable by the customer or any effort to make it usable to the original customer or a new customer. For example, errors found in the source code of a payroll module by quality control team. Motion, a waste due to poor ergonomics of the workplace. For example, finance and account teams sit on the first floor, but invoices to customers are printed on the ground floor, causing unnecessary personnel movement. Overprocessing, additional process on a product or service to remove unnecessary attribute or feature is overprocessing. For example, a customer needs a bottle and you deliver a bottle with extra plastic casing. A customer needs ABEC3 bearing and your process is tuned to produce more precise ABEC7 bearings, taking more time for something the customer doesn't need. Waiting. When a part waits for processing or the operator waits for work, the wastage of waiting occurs. For example, improper scheduling of staff members. Transport. When the product moves unnecessarily in the process without adding value. For example, a product is finished and yet it travels 10 kilometers to the warehouse before it gets shipped to the customer. Another example, an electronic form is transferred to 12 people, some of them seeing the form more than once. That is, the form is traveling over the same space multiple times. Next, we will look at lean wastes other than the 7 types of waste discussed. Some lean experts talk about additional areas of waste. Underutilized skills. Skills are underutilized when the workforce has capabilities that are not being fully used toward productive efforts. People are assigned to jobs in which they do not fit. Underperforming processes. Automation of poorly performing process. Improving a process that should be eliminated if possible. For example, the product returns department or product discounts process. Asymmetry in processes that should be eliminated. For example, 2 signatures to approve a cost reduction and 6 signatures to reverse a cost reduction that created higher costs in other areas. In the next screen, we will look at an exercise on identifying the waste type. We will cover each step of the lean process in the next few screens. In this screen, we will learn about the first step, identify value. To implement lean to a process, it is important to find out what the customer wants. Once this is done, the process should be evaluated to identify what it needs to possess to meet customer requirements. The next screen will focus on the next step of the lean process, value stream mapping. In this screen, we will discuss the differences between push and pull processes. An organization can adopt either of these processes depending on the requirement. Contrary to a pull process, in a push process, the first step is to forecast the demand for a product or service. The production line then begins to fill this demand and produced parts are stocked in anticipation of customer demand. For example, a garments manufacturer produces 200 shirts based on expected demand and then waits for customer orders for them. Note that the demand is expected and not actual. Discounts offered to customers by big retailers are examples of the push process. If the garment company adopts a pull process instead, it would start making the shirts only after receiving a confirmed demand from customers. Note that although the pull approach seems better, it is not applicable to all situations. For example, a pharmacy uses a push process. In the next screen, we will learn about theory of constraints. Let us look at an example for the TOC methodology in this screen. The 3 sub-processes in the packing process are coding or printing, filling, and sealing. The data for the 3 sub-processes are observed and collected as number of units produced in an hour. The data is as follows. Coding or printing is 900 units per hour. Filling is 720 units per hour, and sealing is 780 units per hour. How can you implement the TOC methodology in this example? Let us build the TOC map for this example. The first step in the TOC methodology is to identify the constraint. Looking at the data, the output per hour from the filling process is 720. This is the constraint in the system. In the second step, the constraint is exploited by analyzing the performance using data. To break the constraint, a repair and maintenance personnel can be assigned to maintain the filling machine on a daily basis. In the third step, the other fixes in the repair and maintenance function are made as subordinate decisions to the one taken in step 2. In this example, carry out the maintenance of the filling machine. In the fourth step, the constraint is elevated by implementing the decisions. In this example, remove the damages from the filling machine. The next step is to go back to step 1 and identify the next system constraint. As per the data collected after implementation of the first cycle of the TOC, sealing can be identified as the next system constraint. Let us now analyze the data before and after TOC implementation in this example. The number of units produced per hour before implementing the TOC in coding or printing process was 900 units. Filling process was 720 units, and sealing process was 780 units. After implementing the TOC, the number of units produced per hour for the filling process increased to 840 from 720 units.
Hey there learners, check out our Certified Lean Six Sigma Green Belt Certification training course and earn a Green Belt certification. To learn more about this course, you can click the course link in the description box below.
Let us proceed to the next topic of this lesson. In this topic, we will discuss the concepts in Design for Six Sigma, or DFSS. Let us first understand DFSS in the next screen. DFSS, or Design for Six Sigma, is a business process methodology that ensures that any new product or service meets customer requirements, and the process for that product or service is already at Six Sigma level. DFSS uses tools such as Quality Function Deployment, or QFD, and Failure Mode and Effects Analysis, or FMEA. DFSS can help a business system to introduce an entirely new product or service for the customer. It can also be used to introduce a new category of product or service for the business system. For example, an FMCG company plans to make a new brand of hair oil, a type of product already in the market. DFSS also improves the product or service and adds to the current product or service lines. To implement DFSS, a business system has to know its customer requirements. DFSS can be used to design a new product or service, a new process for a new product or service, or redesign of an existing product or service to meet customer requirements. Let us learn about processes for DFSS in the next screen. The two major processes for DFSS are IDOV and DMADV. IDOV stands for Identify, Design, Optimize, and Verify. DMADV stands for Define, Measure, Analyze, Design, and Verify. In the IDOV process, the first step involves identifying specific customer needs based on which the new product and business process will be designed. The next step involves design, which involves identifying functional requirements, developing alternate concepts, evaluating the alternatives, selecting a best fit concept, and predicting Sigma capability. Tools such as FMEA are used here. The third step, Optimize, uses a statistical approach to calculate tolerance with respect to the desired output. When IDOV is implemented to design a process expected to work at Six Sigma level, this is checked in the Optimize phase. If the process does not meet expectations, the Optimize phase helps in developing detailed design elements, predicting performances, and optimizing design. The last stage of IDOV is to verify, that is, to test and validate the design, and finally to check conformance to Six Sigma standards. The other process, DMADV, has 5 stages. The first stage is to define the customer requirements and goals for the process, product, or service. Next, measure and match performance to customer requirements. The third stage involves analysis and assessment of the design for the process, product, or service. The next step is to design and implement the array of latest processes required for the new process, product, or service. The final stage is to verify results and maintain performance. In the next screen, we will look at the differences between IDOV and DMADV. The primary difference between IDOV and DMADV is that while IDOV is used only to design a new product or service, DMADV can be used to design either a new product or service or redesign an existing product or service. IDOV involves design of a new process, while DMADV involves redesigning an existing process. In IDOV, no analysis or measurement of existing process is done, and the whole development is new. The design step immediately follows the identification of customer requirements. In contrast, DMADV, the existing product, service, or process, is examined thoroughly before moving to the design phase. The design stage comes only after defining requirements and analyzing the existing product, service, or process. In the following screen, we will learn about Tool Quality Function Deployment, or QFD, which is one of the DFSS tools. QFD, also called Voice of Customer, or VOC, or House of Quality, is a predefined method of identifying customer requirements. It is a systematic process to understand the needs of the customer and convert them into a set of design and manufacturing requirements. QFD motivates business to focus on its customers and design products that are competitive in lesser time and at lesser cost. The primary learning from QFD includes which customer requirements are most important, what the organization's strengths and weaknesses are, where an organization should focus their efforts, and where most of the work needs to be done. To learn from QFD, the organization should ask relevant questions to customers and tabulate them to bring out a set of parameters critical to the design of the product. Apart from understanding customer requirements, it is also important to know what would happen if a particular product or service fails when being used by a customer. It is necessary to understand the effects of failure on the customer to ensure preventive actions are taken, and to be able to answer the customers in the event of failure. In the next screen, we will look at another DFSS tool, Failure Modes and Effects Analysis, or FMEA. Failure Modes and Effects Analysis, or FMEA, is a preemptive tool that helps any system to identify potential pitfalls at all levels of a business system. It helps the organization to identify and prioritize the different failure modes of its product or service and what effect the failure would have on the customer. It helps in identifying the critical areas in a system on which the organization's efforts can be focused. Note that while FMEA enables identification of critical areas, it does not offer solutions to the identified problems. We will look at the varieties of FMEA, such as DFMEA and PFMEA, in the next screen. PFMEA stands for Process Failure Mode and Effects Analysis, and DFMEA stands for Design Failure Mode and Effects Analysis. PFMEA is used on a new or existing process to uncover potential failures. It is done in the quality planning phase to act as an aid during production. A process FMEA can involve fabrication, assembly, transactions, or services. DFMEA is used in the design of a new product, service, or process to uncover potential failures. The purpose is to find out how failure modes affect the system and to reduce the effect of failure on the system. This is done before the product is sent to manufacturing. All design deficiencies are sorted out at the end of this process. In the following screen, we will understand FMEA risk priority number. FMEA Risk Priority Number, or RPN, is a measure used to quantify or assess risk associated with a design or process. Assessing risk helps identify critical failure modes. Higher the RPN, higher the priority the product or process receives. RPN is a product of three numbers: severity of a failure, occurrence of a failure, and the detectability of a failure. All these numbers are given a value on a scale of 1 to 10. The minimum value of RPN is 1, and the maximum value is 1,000. A failure mode with a high occurrence rating means the failure mode occurs very frequently. A mode with a high severity rating means that the mode is really critical to ensure safety of operations. A mode with a high detection rating means that the current controls are not sufficient. In the next screen, we will look at the FMEA table. The FMEA table helps plan improvement initiatives by underlining why and how failure modes occur and helps organizations plan for their prevention. Typically, FMEA is applied on the output of root cause analysis and is a better tool for focus or prioritization as compared to multivoting. One important aspect of FMEA is that it does not need data. Experts in a particular area can form the FMEA table without having to look at data from any source. In functions such as human resources, the FMEA table is very useful, as there might not be much data available to the problem-solving team. The sample FMEA table is given on the screen. Please go through the contents for better understanding. In the following screen, we will discuss severity of risk priority number and scale criteria. Let us first discuss severity. Severity refers to the seriousness of the effect of the failure mode, or how critical the failure mode is to the customer or the process. The severity of a failure mode is rated on a scale of 1 to 10 using a severity table. Different industries follow different structures for the severity table. A high severity rating indicates a mode is critical to operational safety. For example, a team working on FMEA of a radioactive plant may insert fatal as the effect with rating 10. Another example is the severity table for a sports team. The team manager wants to rate the severity of failure of the team in an upcoming game. She might rate it at 9, given that the team would lose a big sponsorship should they face defeat, which could in turn be hazardous to the team's future. Shown here is a generalized table of severity. The severity rating can never be changed. For example, if a mode has a rating of 9 before improvement, it will continue to have a rating of 9 after improvement too. Let us look at occurrence of RPM and scale criteria. Occurrence is the probability that a specific cause will result in the particular failure mode. As with severity, occurrence is rated on a scale of 1 to 10 based on a table. Like the severity table, higher the occurrence of a failure, higher is its rating. Again, this table might vary depending on the industry and scenario. Sometimes the project team can use data here if available. Based on past data, the probability of occurrence of a failure can easily be rated. Shown here is a generalized table. Let us next look at detection of RPN and scale criteria. Detection is the probability that a particular failure will be detected. The table shown here is again a generalized one. The rating here is a bit different from severity or occurrence. Higher the detectability of a failure, lower is its rating. This is because if the failure can easily be detected, then everyone would know of it, and therefore there would be less or no damage. For example, if detection is impossible, the failure is given a rating of 10. Please note that at the start of a Six Sigma project, the failure mode is given a relatively high detection rating. Let us look at an example of FMEA and RPN in the next screen. In this example, A bank wants to recognize and prioritize the risks involved in the process of withdrawing cash from an ATM. It can be observed from the table that not having a control in place for network issues has the highest RPN. This is due to the detectability for a network issue being very low. The next set of information in the table shows the action taken by the bank's management to address the failure modes. Following the implementation, the new RPN is calculated, retaining the security level at 9. This is because the actions were not directed at reducing the severity, but at the causes of failure. It can be seen that the new RPN is much lower, and the risk for both causes has been mitigated. This lesson will cover the details of the define phase. Six Sigma can be applied to everything around. It can be applied across almost 70 different sectors. However, it cannot be applied to all problems. The first step is to check if the project qualifies to be a Six Sigma project. The questions that need to be asked are as follows. Is there an existing process? To implement the DMAC methodology of problem solving, a process needs to exist. The process should be in operation for the development of the product or service. Is there a problem in the process? Ideally, the process should not have any problem. If there is a problem in the process performance, the process needs to be improved. Is the problem measurable? The problem has to be measurable in order to assess the root cause and the impact of the problem on the process. Does the problem impact customer satisfaction? If the problem affects customer satisfaction, an action needs to be taken immediately, else the customer may start finding alternate products or switch to competitors' products. Does working on the problem impact profits of the company? It is very essential to assess the impact of the project on the profits of the company. If the project affects the profits of the company adversely, then such a project is not feasible. Is the root cause of the problem unknown? If the root cause of the problem is visible, then a Six Sigma project is not required. Other problem-solving techniques can be used in this case. Is the solution unknown? If the solution to the problem is already known, then there is no need for any project. The company can directly implement the solution. The define phase of DMAC will be introduced in the next screen. The Six Sigma project process is known as a DMAC process. Define is the first phase in the Six Sigma project process. In the define phase, the problem is defined and the Six Sigma team is formed. The objectives of the define phase are as follows. Clearly define the problem statement through customer analysis. Understand customer requirements, and ensure that the Six Sigma project goals are aligned to these requirements. Define the objectives of the Six Sigma project. Plan the project in terms of time, budget, and resource requirements. Define the team structure for the project and establish roles and responsibilities. In the next screen, let us learn about benchmarking. Benchmarking is the process of comparing an organization's business processes, practices, and performance metrics with that of industry leaders. There are various types of benchmarking. Let us briefly look at each type. Process benchmarking entails comparing specific processes to a leading company or an industry standard. This is useful to obtain a simplified view of business operations and enables a focused review of major business functions. Process benchmarking includes comparisons of production processes, data collection processes, performance indicators, and productivity and efficiency reviews. Financial benchmarking is performed to assess overall competitiveness and productivity. It is done by running a detailed financial analysis and analyzing the result. Performance benchmarking involves comparison of products and services with those of competitors, with the intention of evaluating the organization's competitiveness. Product benchmarking involves designing new products or services or upgrading existing products or services. This can involve reverse engineering a competitor's products to study the strengths and weaknesses and modeling the new product on these findings. Strategic benchmarking refers to studying strategies and problem-solving approaches in other industries. Functional benchmarking is the focused analysis of a single function with the aim of improving it. Complex functions may need to be divided into processes before benchmarking is done. Competitive benchmarking includes standardizing organizational strategies, process, products, services, and procedures against the competitors in the same industry. Collaborative benchmarking is a type of benchmarking where the standardization of various business parameters is carried out by a group of companies and the information is shared. If the subsidiary units of a company or its various branches carry out the benchmarking, it is called collaborative benchmarking. Let us take a look at best practices for benchmarking in the next screen. Best practice is a method that ensures continuous improvement, leading to exceptional performance. It is also a method to sustain and develop the process continuously. Some of the best practices in benchmarking are as follows. Increase the objectives or scope of benchmarking. Set the standards and path to be followed at the initial stage. Reduce unnecessary effort and comply with the scope. Recognize the best in the industry to set a benchmark. Share the information derived from benchmarking. In the next screen, we will discuss project selection. Let us understand process, and business system in this screen. A process is a series of steps designed to produce a product or service to meet the requirement of a customer. A process mainly consists of three elements: input, process, and output. A business process is a systematic organization of objects, such as people, machinery, and materials, into work activities designed to produce a required product or service. As shown on the screen, a process is a subset of a business process. A business process is, in turn, a part of a business system. A business system is a value-added chain of various business processes, such as sales or finance. For example, payroll calculation is a process in the HR business process of an IT company, which is a business system. In the next screen, we will look at the process elements. Let us discuss the challenges to business process improvement in this screen. The improvement to a business process of an organization faces challenges due to the traditional business system structure, because it is generally grouped around the functional aspect. The main problem in a functionally grouped organization is the movement or flow of a product or service. A product or service has to go through various functions and their functional elements to reach the customer or end user. The other problem is management of the flow of products or services across various functional elements. This is difficult as usually there is no one in charge. These business process improvement problems can be solved using the project management approach to produce the product or service. In the next screen, we will learn about process owners and different stakeholders of a project. The representation of where the process owner and stakeholders are placed in the organizational hierarchy is on the screen. The process owner is a person at a senior level in the hierarchy. He is the one who takes responsibility for the performance and execution of a process, and also has the authority and the ability to make necessary changes. On the other hand, a stakeholder is a person, group, or organization which is affected or can affect an organization's actions. Businesses have many stakeholders like stockholders, customers, suppliers, company management, employees of an organization and their families, the society, etc. Let us discuss the effects of process failure on various stakeholders in the next screen. While it is an absolute business necessity to keep one's stakeholders satisfied at all times, failure to meet one or more process objectives may result in negative effects on them. In such situations, for the stockholders, the perceived value for the company gets reduced. Customers may seek other competitors for their deals, while imposing penalties and finding recourse in legal action against the company. Suppliers may be on the losing front with delayed payments or not being paid at all. Company management may require cost cut-down. Employees will receive diminishing wages. The community and society will be affected due to pollution created by the organization. In the next screen, we will understand the relationship between business and the stakeholder. In the diagram shown on the screen, each stakeholder is both a supplier as well as a customer, forming many closed-loop processes that must be managed, controlled, balanced, and optimized for the business to thrive. Communication is the key in such situations and is facilitated through internal company processes. The next screen covers the importance and relevance of stakeholder analysis. Stakeholder analysis is an important task to be completed before doing a Six Sigma project. A business has many stakeholders, and any change to a business process affects some or all of them. When a process does not meet its objectives, it results in the stakeholders being negatively affected, which in turn affects the organization's performance. The Six Sigma team must factor in the reasons why a stakeholder may oppose the change effort. Let us proceed to the next topic of this lesson in the following screen. In this topic, we will discuss voice of the customer. Let us start with how to identify the customer in the following screen. Customers are the most important part of any business. A customer is someone who decides to purchase, pays, consumes, and gets affected by a particular product or service. It is critical to identify and understand the customer requirements. The products or services can be designed according to these requirements. Consequently, the company is able to provide products or services the customers are willing to purchase. There are two types of customers: internal and external customers. In the next screen, we will learn about internal customers. An internal customer can be defined as anyone within the business system who is affected by the product or the service while it is being developed. Most often, internal customers are the employees of the company. For example, let us assume that there is a series of processes in a particular business system. In such a scenario, the second process is the internal customer for the first process. The third process is an internal customer for the second process, and so on. The basic needs of an internal customer are to be provided proper tools and necessary equipment, imparted proper training, and given specific instructions to carry out their responsibilities. However, the needs are not limited to these alone. Other needs include the provision of company newsletters, projects, storyboards to display the letters, etc., team meetings to share business news and announcements, staff meeting to share information, and quality awards from suppliers. An internal customer is important. First of all, the activities of an internal customer directly affect the final or ultimate customer. Secondly, the activities of an internal customer affect the next process in the system. Finally, an internal customer also affects the quality of the product developed or service provided. When the needs of the internal customers, in most cases employees, are met, they are more likely to have higher perceptions of quality and also contribute to greater productivity. The satisfaction levels of the internal customers can be improved in various ways. These include a higher amount of internal communication through company newsletters and team meetings, recognitions for work, quality awards, etc. Constant training on how to be ahead and well-equipped in a competitive environment is very essential too. In the next screen, we will learn about external customers. This screen focuses on the positive effects of a project on the customers. The most important aspect of any process improvement project is the customers. Internal customers are the ones who drive the project. Hence, the effect of the project on internal customers is a critical factor that needs to be considered. The positive impact of a project on the internal customers is as follows. The project is driven by highly motivated individuals or internal customers who are aware of the project objectives and scope. Individuals belonging to a credible project understand the project deliverables and display high levels of job satisfaction. These individuals go the extra mile to take up tasks beyond their job description. Such individuals make a highly motivated team focused on delivering their responsibilities in order to meet the customer requirements. Working together in a positive environment also improves team spirit and bonding. The positive impact of a project on the external customers is as follows. Process improvement projects analyze the problems and come up with an effective solution, consequently ensuring a better product. A successful process improvement project assists the organization in effectively meeting customer expectations or requirements. There is visible improvement in customer service. Good quality product and service ensures high customer satisfaction. Let us learn about different methods of customer data collection in the following screen. Once you begin to identify the customer types, you need to look forward to collecting customer data. Collecting data from customers is very essential, as it helps consider the levels at which these customers affect the business. Begin by collecting feedback from both internal as well as external customers. Customer feedback helps fill the gaps and improve the various business processes in the organization. It helps define a good quality product as perceived by the customer and identify qualities that make the competitor's products or service better. It also helps identify factors which provide a competitive edge to the product or service on offer. There are various methods to collect feedback from the customers. Many of you might be involved in a similar activity at some point or the other. Popular and common methods are surveys conducted through questionnaires, focus groups, individual interviews with the customers. Customer complaints received via call centers, emails, and feedback forms are also quite prevalent. Feedback received in this form are from dissatisfied customers. In the next screen, we will learn about questionnaires. Let us discuss the advantages and disadvantages of questionnaires in this screen. The advantages of a questionnaire are that it costs less. The phone response rate is high, anywhere from around 70 to 90%, and it produces faster results. Also, analysis of mail questionnaires requires few trained resources. Questionnaire is a method used to gather data. However, there are a few disadvantages associated with it. There may be incomplete results and unanswered questions leading to a lack of clarity. The response rate of mail surveys is about 20 to 30% only. At times, phone surveys can produce undesirable results, as the interviewer can influence the person being interviewed. We will differentiate between telephone survey and web survey in the next screen. There are different methods to collect data for a survey. The methods need to be based on the requirements and needs of the organization. The popular methods of survey are the telephone survey and web survey. Both have their own drawbacks and benefits, which are given on the screen. The organization needs to choose a method of collecting data according to the situation. It is recommended to go through the content for a better understanding. In the next screen, we will learn about focus groups. Let us now discuss the advantages and disadvantages of using a focus group for data collection. The interaction in a focus group generates information, provides in-depth responses, and can address more complex questions or qualitative data. It is an excellent platform to get critical to quality or CTQ definitions as well. On the other hand, the disadvantages of focus groups are that the learning only applies to those within the group, and it is not possible to generalize. The information collected is more qualitative than quantitative, which is another drawback. Additionally, they can also generate a lot of information from anecdotes and incidents experienced by the individuals in the group. In the next screen, we will discuss the interview technique. This screen discusses advantages and disadvantages of using the interview technique for data collection. Interviews have a capability to handle complex questions and a large amount of information. They also allow us to use visual aids in the process. It is a better method to be employed when people do not respond willingly and/or accurately by phone or email. However, there are some shortcomings as well. Interviews are time-consuming, and the resources or interviewer needs to be trained and experienced to carry out the task. Let us discuss the importance and urgency of these inputs in the next screen. The table shows the importance and urgency of different kinds of input. To understand the kind of input to be chosen, different kinds of methods for collecting data are identified. Telephone survey, web survey, and interview are the data collection methods identified. To select the best methods, the criteria or the factors which are important to the organization are listed. The criteria are the factors based on which an organization is going to make decisions. The list of factors is then given weightage based on the importance of each factor in decision-making. As seen, cost is the most important criterion for which the weightage is given 20. Response rate of the customer is next important factor, and the list follows. Visualizing feature and compiling and analyzing data are the factors which have the lowest impact on the decision of selecting the methods for data collection. Each of the data collecting methods is rated between 1 and 10, based on its impact on the listed factors, with 10 being highly favorable to the organization and 1 being least favorable. After rating all the methods with the factors listed, the sum or total is calculated. The calculation of the total involves multiplying each method's rating with the factor weightage and adding all the multiplied values of the column. That is, for telephone survey, the rating is multiplied with factors rating. 8 multiplied by 12 plus 8 multiplied by 6 plus 3 multiplied by 20 plus 5 multiplied by 5 plus 3 multiplied by 5 plus 7 multiplied by 15 plus 1 multiplied by 10 plus 7 multiplied by 3 plus 0 multiplied by 2 plus 3 multiplied by 2 plus 1 multiplied by 10 plus 7 multiplied by 5 plus 8 multiplied by 5. And the total of this is 471. In a similar way, calculate the total value for the remaining two methods. The total of other two methods are 744 and 522, respectively. Looking at the overall total of the methods, 744 is the highest. Hence, web survey is the best method for the organization to use for data collection. Let us look at the pros and cons of customer complaints data in the next screen. There are pros and cons in gathering information from customer complaints. Advantages include availability of specific feedback directly from the customer and ease in responding appropriately to every customer. On the contrary, feedback in this method does not provide an adequate sample size and may lead to process changes based on one or two inputs from the customer. The next screen will discuss the difference between product complaint and expedited service request. Product complaints and expedited service requests can act as inputs to the company for improving their process. These details address the needs of the customer in an indirect way. A product complaint means that the customer is not happy with the product that he has purchased from the company. An expedited service request means a service request is being rushed. If the customer requires the items immediately, then an expedited service request is raised from the customer, and the organization tries to fulfill it to please the customer. Product complaint implies that a product is not meeting customer specification, hence it has to be improved. expedited service request implies that service timeliness are not meeting customer requirements. Hence, service has to be improved. Product complaint also implies that the customer needs for product are not completely identified, whereas expedited service request implies that the customer timings need to be recalculated. Let us discuss the importance and urgency of these inputs in the next screen. The table shows the importance and urgency of different kinds of input. To select the best methods, the criteria or the factors which are important to the organization are listed. The criteria are the factors based on which organization is going to make decisions. These factors are then given weightage based on the importance of each factor in decision making. As seen, cost involved and identification of customer need are the most important criteria for which the weightage given is 15, and the list follows. Time consumption and compiling and analyzing data are the factors which have the least impact on the decision of selecting the methods for data collection. Each method is rated between 1 and 10 based on its impact of the listed factors, with 10 being highly favorable to the organization and 1 being least favorable to the organization. After rating all the methods with the factors listed, the sum or total is calculated. Calculation of the total is derived by multiplying each method's rating with the factor weightage and adding all the multiplied values. That is, for product complaint, the rating is multiplied with the factor's rating. 8 multiplied by 15 plus 4 multiplied by 15 plus 3 multiplied by 2 plus 1 multiplied by 10 plus 1 multiplied by 10 plus 1 multiplied by 10 plus 1 multiplied by 8 plus 1 multiplied by 10 plus 4 multiplied by 2 plus 1 multiplied by 8 plus 1 multiplied by 10. And the total of this is 260. In the similar way, calculate the total value for expedited service request. The total of expedited service request is 817, and hence it is effective to the organization. Let us discuss the key elements of data collection tools in the next screen. Data collection tools will be selected based on the type of data to be collected. The key elements that make these tools effective are as follows. Data is collected directly from the primary source or customer. Hence, there is no scope for miscommunication or loss of information. Data is collected exclusively for the stated purpose. Hence, data is highly reliable. The data is captured is after understanding the organizational purpose. This makes the data exclusively relevant and serves the purpose of the organization. Data is collected instantaneously when there is a requirement. This ensures that the data is up to date. Hence, the data is valid. The tools accurately define customer requirements. The customer requirements could be current needs or improvement to the product or service that they are currently using. The tools help to get enough information about customer requirement through which the process for improving or creating the product or service that the customer requires can be developed. In the next screen, we will discuss how the collected data can be reviewed. Collated data must be reviewed to eliminate vagueness, ambiguity, and any unintended bias. Nutra Worldwide buys laptops for its employees from a company that is into manufacture and sales of laptops. The company also provides servicing and repairs for their products to the customers. To understand the level of customer satisfaction in Nutra Worldwide and to improve its process, the laptop company is conducting a survey. The questionnaire, which was prepared initially, questionnaire before review, had questions that led to ambiguity, vagueness, and unintended bias. Let us look at each item on the survey. To understand the level of usage of the laptop and to know their customer better, the survey is raising a question related to the occupation of the customer. It gives the option of student or professional. But with this low amount of information, the company is neither able to gather the information, nor will the given option cover the entire possible occupation in the market. Including an option of other, please specify, would help the customer to choose and provide the information, if he does not belong to one of the two given groups. Hence, the same is added in the review so that the customer will not be in any ambiguity while filling the questionnaire. The question whether the sales executive was supportive with an option of yes or no is a question which leads again to ambiguity and unintended bias. The customer might be partially happy or partially not happy, but the choice does not let them inform their exact feeling. If the customer selects no as the option, then the company does not get enough information to understand where their sales executive went wrong. Hence, in the reviewed questionnaire, the customer is asked to rate the qualities of their sales executive, which will provide better data to the company in order to improve the process. Next, we will discuss a technique named Voice of Customer. The Voice of Customer is a technique to organize, analyze, and profile the customer's requirements. Voice of the Customer is an expression for listening to the external customer. The table shows the customer requirements while purchasing an air conditioner. In all cases, the customer is purchasing for his or her domestic usage. Each customer is further categorized according to his needs and requirements. When the customer says that he needs a silent air conditioner, he needs sound sleep at night in the bedroom. This is primarily to remain fresh the next morning and to get rid of the noisy ceiling fan being used currently. In case the customer says that he needs an efficient AC, he needs a machine which provides good cooling at night in the bedroom. This is mainly because it gets extremely hot in summer. Also, he currently uses a ceiling fan which is not so effective in summers. On the other hand, when the customer wants to buy an AC which is not too costly, he has limited cash for the purchase. He wants to purchase a low-cost AC. Let us discuss the importance of translating customer requirements in the next screen. Customer requirement is the data collected from customers that gives information about what they need or want from the process. Customer requirements are often high-level, vague, and non-specific. Some customers may give you a set of specific requirements to the business, but broadly, customers' requirements are a reflection of their experience. Customer requirements, when translated into critical process requirements that are specific and measurable, are called critical to quality CTQ factors. A fully developed CTQ has 4 major elements: output characteristic, Y metric, target, and specification or tolerance limits. We will discuss the meaning of CTQ in the next screen. Let us understand what quality function deployment is in this screen. QFD is a process to ensure that the customer's wants and needs are heard and translated into technical characteristics. It is also known as the voice of the customer or house of quality. QFD is a process to understand the customer's needs and translate them into a set of design and manufacturing requirements, while motivating businesses to focus on their customers. It also helps companies to design and build more competitive products in less time and lesser costs. QFD helps in prioritizing customer requirements, recognizing strengths and weaknesses of an organization, and recognizing areas that need to be worked on and areas that need immediate focus of efforts. QFD is carried out by asking relevant questions to the customers and tabulating them to bring out a set of parameters critical to the product design. Let us discuss phases of QFD in the next screen. Quality function deployment involves 4 phases. Phase 1, product planning. In this phase, the QFD team translates the customer requirements into product technical requirements. Phase 2, product design. In this phase, the QFD team translates the identified technical requirements into key part characteristics or systems. Phase 3, process planning. In this phase, the QFD team identifies the key process operations necessary to achieve the identified key part characteristics. Phase 4, production planning or process control. In this phase, the QFD team establishes process control plans, maintenance plans, and training plans to control operations. Next, we will understand the structure of QFD. Let us see what happens after completing the HOQ matrix. Completing one HOQ matrix is not the end of the QFD process. The output of the first HOQ matrix can be the first stage of the second QFD phase. As shown in the image, the translation process is continued using linked HOQ-type matrices until the production planning targets are developed. Let us proceed to the next topic of this lesson in the following screen.
Hey there learners, check out our certified Lean Six Sigma Green Belt Certification training course and earn a Green Belt certification. To learn more about this course, you can click the course link in the description box below.
In this topic, we will discuss the basics of project management. Let us start with a discussion on problem statement. Every Six Sigma project targets a problem that needs to be resolved. The first step of project initiation is defining the problem statement. A problem statement needs to describe the problem in a clear and concise manner. A problem statement needs to identify and specify the observed gap in performance. It should indicate the current performance state of a process and the required performance state completely derived from customer requirements. A problem statement should be quantifiable. This means it should have specified metrics including the respective units. Please note that the problem statement cannot contain solutions or causes for the problem. In the next screen, we will discuss the is or is not template. The is or is not technique was first popularized by Kepner-Trigot Incorporated in the 1970s. It is a powerful tool that helps define the problem and gather required information. An example of a problem statement of paper cup leaks is given on the screen. The Six Sigma team has to answer what is the problem, what isn't the problem, where is it, where isn't it, when isn't it a problem, to what extent is it a problem, and to what extent isn't it a problem. The information is then used to fill the question areas in the is and is not issue template. In the analysis phase, if a cause cannot describe the is and the is not data, then it's not likely the main cause. In the next screen, we will list the criteria for the project objectives. The project objectives must meet the SMARTS criteria. SMARTS is an acronym of the characteristics desired in project objectives: specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, time-based, and stretch. The project deliverables should be specific. Example: hospitals maintain records of all patients. Often, a few forms are rejected or missed due to errors in recording the ID numbers. In this case, setting the objective as reduce form rejection is very vague. Instead, reduce patient ID errors in recording lab results is specific and effectively targets solving the problem. The project objectives should be quantifiable. Example: setting the objective as fewer form rejections is very vague. Instead, reduce patient ID errors by 30% sets a specific goal. The project objectives should be achievable and practical. The project objectives should be relevant to the problem. The project objectives must specify a time frame within which they should be delivered. The project objectives must not be easily achievable. Example: most problems and errors can be reduced by creating awareness. Hence, the objective must stretch beyond the easily attainable state. In the next screen, we will understand project documentation. Project documentation refers to creating documents to provide details about the project. Such documents are used to gain a better understanding of the project, prevent and resolve conflict among stakeholders, and share plans and status for the project. Documentation of a project is critical throughout the project. Some of the benefits achieved through project documentation are mentioned below. Documentation serves as written proof for execution of the project. It helps teams achieve a common understanding of the requirements and the status of the project. It removes personal bias, as there is a documented history of discussions and decisions made for the project. Depending on the nature of the project, each project produces a number of different documents. Some of these documents are the project charter, project plan, and its subsidiary plans. Other examples of project documentation include project status reports, including key milestones report, risk items, and pending action items. The frequency of these reports is determined by the need and complexity of the project. These reports are sent to all stakeholders to keep them abreast of the status of the project. Another example of project documentation is the final project report. This report is prepared at the end of the project and includes a summary of the complete project. Project storyboard, inputs generated from statistical tools, outputs from spreadsheets, checklists, and other miscellaneous documents are also classified as project documents. In the next screen, we will understand Project Charter. We will list the Project Charter sections in this screen. The major sections of a project charter are project name and description, business requirements, name of the project manager, project purpose or justification, including ROI, stakeholder and stakeholder requirements, broad timelines, major deliverables, constraints and assumptions, and the budget summary of the charter. In the next screen, we will understand the project plan. A project plan is the final approved document which is used to manage and control the various processes within the project and ensure its seamless execution. The project manager uses the project charter as an input to create a detailed project plan. A project plan comprises various sections, prominent among them being the project management approach, the scope statement, the work breakdown structure, the cost estimates, scheduling, defining performance baselines, marking major milestones to be achieved, and the key members and required staff personnel for the project. It also includes the various open and pending decisions related to the project and the key risks involved. Additionally, it also contains references to other subsidiary plans for managing risk, scope, schedule, etc. In the next screen, we will learn about project scope. We will look at different techniques used for interpreting the project scope in this screen. Project scope can be interpreted from the problem statement and project charter using various tools like the Pareto chart and the SIPOC map. The principle behind the Pareto chart, or the 80-20 principle as we know it, is a vital few, trivial many. The Pareto chart helps the teams to trim the scope of the project by identifying the causes which have a major impact on the outcome of the project. The SIPOC map is a high-level process map, which helps all team members in understanding the process functions in terms of addressing questions like who are the suppliers? What are the inputs they provide? What are the outputs that can be obtained? And who are the customers? As discussed earlier, SIPOC stands for suppliers, inputs, process, outputs, and customers. In the subsequent screen, we will learn about process maps. SIPOC is a macro-level map that provides an overview of the business process, where a process map is a micro-level flowchart that provides an in-depth detail of a process. The process map covers details at all levels and provides a walk through the current process experience. The SIPOC map is used as a basis while drawing a process map. A Level 1 process map provides in-depth information, but the final process map drills further into detail. In the following screen, we will understand the project metrics. Let us discuss consequential metrics in this screen. Consequential metrics measure any negative consequences. These can be business metrics, process metrics, or both. They measure the negative effects of improving the primary or key metrics. They are used to measure the indemnity triggered by any damage in the project. The inconsistent use of consequential metrics can lead to loss of opportunity and rework after a project ends. Consequential metrics help to understand the cause and effect relationship between the primary and the secondary metrics and the impact it has on the organization. Let us take a look at an example for consequential metrics in the next screen. We will discuss the best practices in this screen. The following are some of the best practices of consequential metrics. Setting consequential metrics during the measure phase and monitoring these metrics after finalizing the project will help to analyze whether the link between previous primary and secondary metrics has been established. Also, linking consequential metrics with primary metrics, and finally linking them with secondary metrics, provides clarity on the impact of these metrics. Assessing and evaluating the cause and effect relationship between these metrics is helpful to the organization as a whole. In the next screen, we will list some project planning tools. The project manager uses various tools to plan and control a project. One of the tools which he uses is the Pareto chart. Other prominent tools include the network diagram, the critical path method, also called CPM, the program evaluation and review technique, which is also known as PERT, Gantt charts, and the work breakdown structure, also known as WBS. In the next screen, we will discuss Pareto chart. Pareto chart is a histogram ordered by the frequency of occurrence of events. It is also known as the 80-20 rule, or vital few, trivial many. It helps project teams to focus on the issues which cause the highest number of defects or complaints. To explain further, the given chart plots all the causes for defects in a product or service. The values are represented in descending order by bars, and the cumulative total is represented by the line. Pareto chart emphasizes that 80% of the effects come from 20% of the causes. Thus, a Pareto chart narrows the scope of the project or problem solving by identifying the major causes affecting quality. Pareto charts are useful only when required data is available. If data is not available, then other tools, such as brainstorming and multivoting, should be used to find the root cause of any problem. In the following screen, we will continue to discuss Pareto chart with an example. A hotel receives plenty of complaints from its customers, and the hotel manager wishes to identify the key areas of complaints. Complaints were received in the following areas: cleaning, check-in, pool timings, minibar, room service, and miscellaneous. Cleaning and check-in can be noted as areas of concern, with 35 and 19 complaints respectively. Percentage is calculated for each cause of complaint, and the cumulative is derived. Pareto chart is plotted using this data. In the next screen, we will discuss network diagrams. Network diagrams are one of the tools used by the project manager for project planning. They are also sometimes referred to as arrow diagrams because they use arrows to connect activities and represent precedents and interdependencies between activities of a project. There are some assumptions that need to be made while forming the network diagram. The first assumption is that before a new activity begins, all pending activities have been completed. The second assumption is that all arrows indicate logical precedence. This means that the direction of the arrow represents the sequence that activities need to follow. The last assumption is that a network diagram must start from a single event and end with a single event. There cannot be multiple start and end points to the network diagram. In the next screen, let us discuss some terms related to network diagram. For the network diagram to calculate the total duration of the project manager needs to define 4 dates for each task. The first 2 dates relate to the date by when the task can be started. The first date is early start. This is the earliest date by when the task can start. The second date is late start. This is the last date by when the task should start. The second 2 dates relate to the dates when the task should be complete. Early finish is the earliest date by when the task can be completed. Late finish is the last date by when the task should be completed. The duration of the task is calculated as the difference between the early start and early finish of the task. The difference between the early start and late start of the task is called the slack time available for the task. Slack can also be calculated as the difference between the early finish and late finish dates of the task. Slack time, or float time for a task, is the amount of time the task can be delayed before it causes a delay in the overall project timeline. In the next screen, we will discuss critical path method. Critical path method, also known as CPM, is an important tool used by project managers to monitor the progress of the project and to ensure that the project is on schedule. The critical path for a project is the longest sequence of tasks on the network diagram. The critical path in the given network diagram is highlighted in orange. Critical path is characterized by zero slack for all tasks on the sequence. This means that the smallest delay in any of the tasks on the critical path will cause a delay in the overall timeline of the project. This makes it very important for the project manager to closely monitor the tasks on the critical path and ensure that the tasks go smoothly. If needed, the project manager can divert resources from other tasks that are not on the critical path to tasks on the critical path to ensure that the project is not delayed. When a project manager removes resources from such tasks, he needs to ensure that the task does not become a critical path task because of the reduced number of resources. During the execution of the project, the critical path can easily shift because of multiple factors and hence needs to be constantly monitored by the project manager. A complex project can also have multiple critical paths. In the next screen, we will discuss project evaluation and review technique. We will understand the concept of risk in this screen. Risk is an uncertain event or consequence probable of occurring during a project. The main objectives of any project are time, cost, quality, and scope. Risk affects at least one of the four project objectives. It is important to understand that risk can be both positive as well as negative. A positive risk enhances the success of the project, whereas a negative risk is a threat to a project's success. Some of the terms used in risk analysis and management are risk probability, issue, and risk consequences. The likelihood that a risk will occur is called risk probability. To assess any risk is to assess the probability and impact of the risk. Issue is the occurrence of a risk. Risk consequences are the effects on project objectives if there is an occurrence of a risk or issue. In the subsequent screen, we will understand the process of risk analysis and management. We will list and understand some of the elements of risk analysis in this screen. Qualitative method. Qualitative methods like interview, checklists, and brainstorming are used to identify potential risks. Quantitative method. Quantitative methods are data-based, and a computer is required to calculate and analyze. These methods are used to evaluate the cost, time, and probabilistic combination of individual uncertainties. Feasibility. Feasibility is the study of the project risk. This is usually carried out in the beginning of the project when the project is most flexible and risks can be reduced at a relatively low cost. It helps in deciding different implementing options for the projects. Potential impact. Once the potential risks are identified, the impact of these on the project is determined. Using this data, possible solutions for the risks are identified. RPN. RPN of a failure is the product of its probability of occurrence, severity, and detectability. A failure is prioritized based on its RPN value. A high RPN indicates high risk. RPN assists to prioritize risks. Avoiding risk. When potential risks are identified, their impact in terms of cost, time, resources, and objective perspective is calculated. If the impact is huge, then avoiding the risk is the best option. Mitigating risk. Mitigating is the second option when dealing with risks. The loss that arises from mitigating a risk is much less than the loss that arises from the temporary avoiding of risk. Accepting the risk. If a risk cannot be avoided or mitigated, then it has to be accepted. The risk will be accepted if it doesn't greatly impact the cost, time, and product objective. In the following screen, we will discuss benefits of risk analysis. Benefits of risk analysis are as follows. Once the risk has been identified, it can be either mitigated, transferred, or accepted. When risk is identified in a task, slack time is provided as a buffer. Identifying risks also helps in setting up an actual timeline for a project. Slack time for an activity in a project could be the result of a risk identified proactively. Identifying risks helps in setting realistic expectations from the project by communicating the risk probability and consequence to stakeholders. Risk analysis also helps to identify and plan contingency activities if the risk becomes an issue. The project team is then well prepared to work on the issue, thereby reducing the impact of the risk. In the following screen, we will take a look at the risk assessment matrix. The potential risks of a project are assessed using the risk assessment matrix. It covers potential risk areas like project scope, team, personnel, material, facility and equipment, and communication. Each of these areas is assessed in terms of risk of loss of money, productivity, resources, and customer confidence. In the subsequent screen, we will discuss project closure. By definition, a project has a beginning and an end. But without a formal closure process, project teams can fail to recognize the end, and then the project can drag on, sometimes at great expense. Every project requires closure. For large or complex projects, it's a good idea to close each major project phase, for example, design, code, and test individually. Project closure ensures that outcomes match the stated goals of the project. Customers and stakeholders are happy with the results. Critical knowledge is captured. The team feels a sense of completion, and project resources are released for new projects. In the next screen, we will list the goals of a project closure report. The project closure report is created to accomplish the following goals. Review and validate the success of the project. Confirm outstanding issues, limitations, and recommendations. Outline tasks and activities accomplished to complete the activity. Highlight the best practices for future projects. Provide the project report or summary. Provide a project background overview. Summarize the planned activities of a project. Evaluate project performance. Discussions and recommendations. Generate project closure recommendations. In the following screen, we will list and understand project closure activities. During project closure, the project manager needs to take care of the following activities. Finalize the project documents. Much of a project's documentation is created during the life of the project. Document collection and update procedures are well established during the project lifeline. Capture the project knowledge. Project documents are helpful for future projects, in troubleshooting the product, or in a future audit. Set up a project library. Ideally, the project library is set up at the beginning of the project, and team members add documents as they produce them. Document the project learnings. Project learnings can be captured through team meetings, meetings with stakeholders and sponsor, and through feedbacks from consultants and vendors. Provide knowledge transfer. The project manager needs to provide a summary of the project results to team members, either as a presentation at a meeting or as a formal document. Consultants should not be relieved from their position until they have transferred all the important product maintenance knowledge to the team. Get a final sign-off. Schedule a meeting with the project sponsor and key stakeholders to get their final sign-off on the project. Close the project office. If the project team used a project management office or a dedicated work area, arrangements need to be made to return that space for general use. Recognize and reward. The project manager has the best understanding of which of the team members have worked the best, have transformed themselves with new skills, and who might be ready for a new level of responsibility. The project manager needs to report to the team's superiors what each team member has brought to the project. Celebrate. After completion of every project, the team needs and deserves a celebration. A team dinner, a team outing, gift certificates, or other rewards are minor costs that generate a large return in terms of morale and job satisfaction. Make a public announcement. An announcement to the organization is a good way to highlight the success of the project and its benefits to the company. Conclude. Formal project closure ensures that the team has met its objectives, satisfied the customer, captured important knowledge, and been rewarded for their efforts. Let us proceed to the next topic of this lesson in the following screen.
Hey there learners, check out our Certified Lean Six Sigma Green Belt Certification training course and earn a Green Belt certification. To learn more about this course, you can click the course link in the description box below.
In this topic, we will discuss management and planning tools. Let us start with a discussion on affinity diagram in the next screen. The affinity diagram method is employed by an individual or team to solve unfamiliar problems. It is an effective medium where the consensus of the group is necessary. The given affinity diagram is based on an organization where the employees are not satisfied. To begin with, each member writes down ideas and opinions on sticky notes. Each note can have a single idea. The points which have surfaced during the brainstorming session are that the workers are unkind, pay is low, and it is difficult to survive on the pay structure, working hours are too long, etc. In the next step, all the sticky notes are pasted on a table or wall. The sticky papers are arranged according to categories or thought patterns. Members happen to arrange their ideas based on affinity. In case a particular idea is good to go into more than one category, it is duplicated and added to several categories. After the arrangement is done, each category is named with a header card. The header card captures the central idea of all the cards in that category and draws a boundary around them. Poor compensation combines ideas like low pay, long working hours, and complaints about wages. Poor work environment encompasses issues like poor lighting, uncomfortable rooms, and stuffy air. Similarly, poor relationships prevail in the workspace as the workers are unkind and there is mutual dislike. Lack of motivation is due to repetitive work and no work-related challenges. You can see in the diagram on that slide that once all the ideas are grouped to the respective header cards, a diagram is drawn and borders are placed around the group of ideas. Thus, affinity diagram helps in grouping ideas with a common theme. In the next screen, we will discuss the interrelationship diagram. During problem solving, the interrelationship diagram technique helps in identifying the relationship between problems and ideas in complex situations. If the problem is really complex, it may not be easy to determine the exact relationship between ideas. The given interrelationship diagram is the result of a team brainstorming session, which identified 10 major issues involved in developing an organization's quality plan. Initially, the problem is defined, and all the members put down their ideas on sticky notes. Each note contains only one idea. All the sticky notes are put on a table for a random display. In the next step, the causes or areas of concern are identified, and a cause-effect arrangement of cards is constructed by drawing an arrow between the causes and effects of the cause. This is done until all the ideas on the sticky notes are accounted for and made a part of the interrelationship diagram. Take a large sheet of paper and replicate the cause-effect arrangement on it. As depicted in the image, a large number of outgoing arrows indicate the root cause, whereas a higher number of incoming arrows indicates an outcome. There are as many as 6 arrows originating from lack of quality strategy. This leads us to understand that it is a root cause. On the other hand, there are 3 arrows ending with the idea lack of TQM commitment by managers, making it an outcome. In the next screen, we will understand the tree diagram. The tree diagram is a systematic approach to outline all the details needed to complete a given objective. In other words, it is a method used to identify the tasks and methods needed to solve a problem and reach a predefined goal. It is mostly used while developing actions to execute a solution, while analyzing processes in detail during the evaluation of implementation issues for several potential solutions, and also as a communication tool to explain the details of a process to others. The given tree diagram shows the plan of a coffee shop trying to set standards for the coffee it delivers. First, the objective is noted on a note card and placed on the far left side of the board. The basic goal of the coffee shop is to provide a delightful cappuccino experience. In the next step, the coffee shop needs to determine the means required to achieve the goal and furnish 3 different solutions. In other words, the answers to the how or why questions of the objectives. In this case, the cappuccino needs to be at a comfortable temperature, and it should have strong and pleasing coffee aroma with the right amount of sweetness. In the next step, the 3 issues mentioned in the second stage are addressed at length. Each issue is answered. By maintaining the espresso and steamed milk temperature, the cappuccino can be served at a palatable temperature. Strong flavored cappuccino can be prepared using a good amount of finely ground coffee beans. And a good quality sweetener, used in the right amount, makes a great cappuccino. Thus, the tree diagram can be used to achieve a goal or define a process. In the following screen, we will discuss prioritization matrices. Let us learn about matrix diagram in this screen. Matrix diagrams show the relationship between objectives and methods, results and causes, tasks and people, etc. Their objective is to provide information about the relationship. They provide importance of task and method elements of the subject. They also help determine the strength of relationships between a grid of rows and columns. They help in organizing a large amount of inter-process related activities. Let us discuss various types of matrices in the next screen. Let us learn about a Process Decision Program Chart in this screen. Process Decision Program Chart, or the PDPC method, is used to chart the course of events from the beginning of a process till the goal. While emphasizing the ability to identify the failure of important issues on activity plans, the PDPC helps create appropriate contingency plans to limit the number of risks involved. The PDPC is used before implementing a plan, especially when the plan is large and complex, if the plan must be completed on schedule, or if the price of failure is quite high. The given Process Decision Program Chart shows the process which can help in securing a contract. The process starts when the seller receives an order request from a potential buyer. This can lead to fixing an appointment with the buyer, confirming the appointment date, and meeting the buyer. If a date is not fixed, then buyer should be contacted till the meeting is confirmed. Without a meeting, there is a risk of losing the order. Considering an optimistic scenario, where a meeting is fixed with the buyer, the seller describes the price of the product or service. If the price is competitive, the order is secured. If the price is not competitive, The seller may have to repeat the bid until the buyer agrees and the order is secure. However, the buyer may not agree to a revised bid either, in which case the seller might lose the bid. In such a scenario, the seller can justify the pricing and pursue the buyer to agree to the bid. It might work, and the seller might secure the order. In the next screen, we will discuss the activity network diagram. An activity network diagram is used to show the time required for solving a problem and to identify items that can be done in parallel. It is used in scheduling and monitoring tasks within a complex project or process with interrelated tasks and resources. Moreover, it is also used when you know the steps of the project or process, their sequence, and the time taken by each of the steps involved. The original Japanese name for this tool is arrow diagram. The given activity network diagram shows a house construction plan and identifies the factors involved separately, like the amount of time for each operation in one situation, the relationship of work without time for each operation, and an operation by itself. The number of days is denoted by D. So the time taken for an activity like foundation to scaffolding takes around 5 days plus 4 days, which is 9 days in total. The line joining electrical work and interior walls is dotted. This shows relation between them, but without any timeline. Basically, it means that electrical work has to be done before interior walls, but the time is either not important or not available. Let us proceed to the next topic of this lesson in the following screen. In this topic, we will introduce business results for projects. Let us start with the discussion on defect per unit. We will learn about throughput yield in this screen. Throughput yield, or TPY, is the number of acceptable pieces at the end of a process divided by the number of starting pieces, excluding scrap and rework. Throughput yield is used to measure a single process only. If the DPU is known, TPY can be easily calculated as e to the power of the negative of DPU. Here, e is the mathematical constant and has a value of 2.7183. The expression can also be stated as DPU equals the negative of natural logarithm e of TPY. In the next screen, we will discuss rolled throughput yield. Rolled throughput yield, or RTY, is the probability of the entire process producing 0 defects. RTY is the true measure of process efficiency and is considered across multiple processes. It is important as a metric when a process has excessive rework. TDPU is total defects per unit and is defined for a set of processes. When the total defects per unit is known, rolled throughput yield is calculated using the expression e to the power of negative of TDPU. The expression can also be written as TDPU is equal to negative of natural logarithm of RTY. When the defectives are known, rolled throughput yield can be calculated as the product of each process's first pass yield, or FPY. First pass yield is the number of products which pass without any rework over the total number of units. First pass yield is calculated as total number of quality products over total number of units. Total number of quality products is total number of units minus total number of defective units. In the following screen, we will understand FPY and RTY with an example. We will discuss process capability in this screen. Process capability, or CP, is defined as the inherent variability of a characteristic of a process or a product. In other words, it might also mean how well a process meets customer requirement. CP is an indicator of capability of a process and is expressed as difference of USL and LSL divided by product of 6 sigma. USL stands for upper specification limit. LSL is lower specification limit, and sigma is the standard deviation of a process. The difference between USL and LSL is also called the specification width or tolerance. In the following screen, we will discuss process capability indices. Process Capability Indices, or CPK, was developed to objectively measure the degree to which a process meets or does not meet customer requirements. It was developed to account for the position of mean with respect to USL and LSL. To calculate CPK, the first step is to determine if the process mean is closer to the LSL or the USL. If the process mean is closer to LSL, CPKL is determined. CPKL is mean minus LSL divided by product of 3 and sigma. If the process mean is closer to USL, CPKU is calculated. CPKU is USL minus mean divided by product of 3 and sigma. Here, mean is the process average, and sigma represents the standard deviation. If the process mean is equidistant, either of the specification limit can be chosen. CPK takes up the value of CPKU and CPKL, depending on whichever is the lower value. In the next screen, we will understand process capability indices with an example. In this screen, we will discuss CPK and CP interpretations. A CP value of less than 1 indicates the process is not capable. Even if CP is greater than 1, to ascertain if the process really is not capable, check the CPK value. A CPK value of less than 1 indicates that the process is definitely not capable, but might be if CP is greater than 1 and the process mean is at or near the midpoint of the tolerance range. The CPK value will always be less than CP, especially as long as the process mean is not at the center of the process tolerance range. Non-centering can happen when the process has not understood the customer expectations clearly, or the process is complete as soon as the output reaches a specific limit. For example, a shirt size of 40 has a target chest diameter of 40 inches, but the process consistently delivers shirts with a mean of 41 inches as the chest diameter. A machine stops removing material as soon as the measured dimension is within specified limit. Let us proceed to the next topic of this lesson in the following screen. In this topic, we will discuss team dynamics and performance. Let us start with a discussion on team stages. There are 5 typical stages in the team building process. Each team passes through these stages as they start and proceed through the project. The 5 stages in the team building process are as follows: forming, storming, norming, performing, and adjourning. In the next screen, we will discuss the first stage, forming. The first stage in the team building process is called the forming stage. In this stage, the team comes together and begins to formulate roles and responsibilities. The team leader is identified, and he or she starts directing the team and assigning responsibilities to other team members. Most team members at this stage are generally enthusiastic and motivated by a desire to be accepted within the team. The leader employs a directive style of management, which includes delegating responsibility within the team, providing a structure to the team, and determining processes needed for the smooth functioning of the team. Toward the end of this phase, the team should achieve a commitment to the project and an acceptance of a common purpose. In the next screen, we will discuss the second stage, storming. The second phase in the team building process is called the storming stage. As suggested by the name itself, in this stage, conflicts start to arise within the team. Team members often struggle over responsibilities and control within the project. It is the responsibility of the team leader to coach and conciliate the team. The leader employs a coaching style of management which is reflected through facilitating change, managing conflict, and mediating understanding between different parties. Towards the end of this phase, team members need to learn to voice disagreement openly and constructively, while staying focused on common objectives and areas of agreement. In the next screen, we will discuss the third stage, norming. The third stage in the team building process is called the norming stage. In this stage, people get along, and the team develops a unified commitment toward the project goal. The team leader promotes the team and participates in the team activities. Team members look to the leader to clarify their understanding as some leadership roles begin to shift within the lower rungs of the group. The leader employs a participatory style of management through facilitating change, working to build consensus, and overseeing quality control. Toward the end of this phase, team members need to accept individual responsibilities and work out agreements about team procedures. In the next screen, we will discuss the fourth stage, performing. The next stage in the team building process is called the performing stage. This is the most productive stage for the project team. In this stage, team members manage complex tasks and work toward the common goals of the project. The leader employs a supervisory style of management by overseeing progress, rewarding achievement, and supervising process. The team leader leads the project on more or less an automated mode. When the project has completed successfully, or when the end is in sight, the team moves into the final stage. In the next screen, we will discuss the fifth stage, adjourning. The last stage of team building is called the adjourning stage. In this stage, the project is winding down, and the goals are within reach. The team members are dealing with their impending separation from the team. The team leader provides feedback to the team. The leader employs a supportive style of management by giving feedback, celebrating accomplishments, and providing closure. The team leader needs to adopt a different style of leadership at every stage. It is therefore important for a leader to understand these stages and identify the current stage that a team is in. The success of the team depends on how well the leader can guide them through these phases. In the next screen, we will learn about negative dynamics. Team members can exhibit negative behavior in more than one way during the project life cycle. This behavior has a negative effect on the dynamics of the team. The first kind of negative participants fall in the category of overbearing participants. These participants use their influence or expertise to take on a position of authority, discounting contributions from other team members. To cope with such participants, team leaders must establish ground rules for participation and reinforce that the group has the right to explore any area pertinent to team goals and objectives. Another kind of negative participant is often referred to as the dominant participant. These participants take up an excessive amount of group time by talking too much, focusing on trivial concerns, and otherwise preventing participation by others. Team leaders need to be able to control dominant participants without inhibiting their energy or enthusiasm. Some other participants are reluctant participants, who feel intimidated and are not happy with the team process. Owing to their reluctance, they miss opportunities to bring up data that is valuable to the project. This can often lead to hostility within the team. One way to deal with reluctant participants is to respond positively and with encouragement to any contribution from the team member. Teamwork is more than a natural consequence of working together. Team management is more than building a relationship with individual team members. All teams face group challenges that need group-based diagnosis and problem solving to ensure that negative participants are able to contribute and perform as part of the team. In the next screen, we will learn about group challenges. Six Sigma team and their responsibilities are described here. Various roles assist the smooth execution of a Six Sigma project. These roles are required to support the project by providing the information and resources that are needed to execute the project. The first important member of the Six Sigma team is the executive sponsor. Sponsors are the source or conduit for project resources, and they are usually the recipients of the benefits the project will produce. The sponsor is responsible for setting the direction and priorities for the organization. The sponsor may be a functional manager or an external customer. The next important role is that of the process owners. They work with the black belts to improve their respective processes. They provide functional expertise about the process to the project. Usually, this role is played by the functional managers in charge of specific processes. The next role in the project is that of the champions. They are typically upper-level managers who control and allocate resources to promote process improvements. They ensure the organization is providing necessary resources to the project, and the project is fitting into the strategic plans of the organization. The first role related to the execution of the project is the role of the Master Black Belt. This role acts as a consultant to team leaders and offers expertise in the use of Six Sigma tools and methodologies. Master Black Belts are experts in Six Sigma statistical tools and are qualified to teach high-level Six Sigma methodologies and applications. Each Master Black Belt will have multiple Black Belts under him. Black Belts are the leaders of individual Six Sigma projects. They lead project teams and conduct the detailed analysis required in Six Sigma methodologies. Black Belts act as instructors and mentors for Green Belts and educate them in Six Sigma tools and methods. They also protect the interests of the project by coordinating with functional managers. Green Belts are trained in Six Sigma, but typically lead project teams working in their own areas of expertise. They are focused on the basic Six Sigma tools for acceleration of projects. Green Belts work on projects on a part-time basis, dividing time between project and functional responsibilities. An executive is the person who manages and leads the team to ensure smooth working of tasks and has the power to execute decisions. A coach takes on a number of roles. He or she is the person who trains, mentors, teaches, and guides the team when required. Coach also motivates and builds confidence of the members. A facilitator is a guide for the team or group, also known as a discussion leader. Facilitators help the group or team to understand their common objective and plan their activities. A sponsor is a person who supports the event or the project by providing all the required resources. A team member is an individual who belongs to a particular project team. A team member contributes to the performance of the team and actively participates for fulfillment of the project objectives. The progress, achievements, and the details of the project have to be effectively communicated to the team, management, customers, and stakeholders. We will learn about modes of communication in the next screen. Let us understand communication within the team in this screen. The purpose of communication within the team and the modes of communication used are as follows. Meetings and emails are suitable to communicate the roles and responsibilities of the team members. Meetings, memos, and emails are used by the team to understand the project status. Workshops and meetings are conducted to identify the outstanding tasks, risks, and their corrective actions. Team meetings assist decision-making. Meetings and emails ensure coordination and efficient work. The next screen will focus on communication with stakeholders. The purpose of communication with stakeholders and the modes of communication used are as follows. Meeting, emails, and events are suitable to convey project objectives and goals to stakeholders. Meetings, emails, and newsletters assist stakeholders in understanding project status. Workshops, meetings, and events help stakeholders to identify the adverse effects of a situation. Meetings with stakeholders assist decision-making process. In the next screen, we will discuss the communication technique. Communication techniques can be grouped in various ways. The first grouping of communication techniques is based on the direction in which communication flows. Vertical communication consists of two subtypes, namely downward flow of communication and upward flow of communication. In the downward flow of communication, the managers must pass information and give orders and directives to the lower levels in the organization. On the contrary, upward communication consists of information relayed from the bottom or grassroots levels to the higher levels of the company. Horizontal communication refers to the sharing of information across the same levels of the organization. This can be in the form of formal and informal communication. Formal communications are official company-sanctioned methods of communicating to the employees. The grapevine, rumor mill, etc. are some of the means of informal communication in the organization. The second grouping of communication techniques is based on the usage of words. Verbal communication includes use of words for communication, via telephone, face-to-face, etc. Nonverbal communication conveys messages without the use of words through body language, facial expressions, etc. The last grouping of communication techniques is based on participation of the people involved in communication. One-way communication happens when information is relayed from the sender to the receiver without the expectation of a response, like memos and announcements. Two-way communication is a method in which both parties are involved in the exchange of information. Team tools are a part of the team dynamics and performance. The various team tools that are used are brainstorming, nominal group technique, and multivoting.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
This lesson will cover the details of the measure phase. The key objective of the measure phase is to gather as much information as possible on the current processes. This involves three key tasks, that is, creating a detailed process map, gathering baseline data, and summarizing and analyzing the data. Let us understand process modeling in the following screen. Process modeling refers to the visualization of a proposed system, layout, or other change in the process. Process modeling and simulation can determine the effectiveness or ineffectiveness of a new design or process. They can be done using process mapping and flowcharts. We will learn about these in the forthcoming screens. Let us understand process mapping in this screen. Process mapping refers to a workflow diagram which gives a clear understanding of the process or a series of parallel processes. It is also known as process charting or flow charting. Process mapping can be done either in the measure phase or the analyze phase. The features of process mapping are as follows. Process mapping is usually the first step in process improvement. Process mapping gives a wider perspective of the problems and opportunities for process improvement. It is a systematic way of recording all the activities performed. Process mapping can be done by using any of the methods like flowcharts, written procedures, and detailed work instructions. Let us learn about flowchart in the following screen. A flowchart is a pictorial representation of all the steps of a process in consecutive order. It is used to plan a project, document processes, and communicate the process methodology with others. There are many symbols used in a flowchart, and the common symbols are shown in the given table. It is recommended you take a look at the symbols and their description for better understanding. Click the button to view an example of a flowchart. The given flowchart shows the processes involved in software development. The flowchart starts with the start box, which connects to the design box. In a software project, a software design is followed by coding, which is then followed by testing. In the next step, there is a check for errors. In case of errors, it is evaluated for the error type. If it is a design error, it goes back to the beginning of the design stage. If it is not a design error, it is then routed to the beginning of the coding stage. On the contrary, if there are no errors, the flowchart ends. Let us learn about written procedures in this screen. A written procedure is a step-by-step guide to direct the reader through a task. It is used when the process of a routine task is lengthy and complex, and it is essential for everyone to strictly follow the rules. Written procedures can also be used when you want to know what is going on during product or process development phases. There are a number of benefits of documenting procedures. Writing procedures help you avoid mistakes and ensure consistency. They streamline the process and help your employees take relevant decisions and save a lot of time. Written procedures help in improving quality. They are simple to understand, as they tend to describe the processes at a general level. In the next screen, we will discuss how work instructions are helpful in understanding the process in detail. Work instructions define how one or more activities involved in a procedure should be written in a detailed manner with the aid of technology or other resources like flowcharts. They provide step-by-step details for a sequence of activities organized in a logical format so that an employee can follow it easily and independently. For example, in the internal audit procedure, how to fill out the audit results report comes under Work Instructions. Selection of the 3 process mapping tools is based on the amount of detail involved in the process. For a less detailed process, you can select Flowchart, and for a detailed process with lots of instructions, you can select Work Instructions. Click the button to view an example of work instructions. This example shows the work instructions for shipping electronic instruments. The company name is Nutri Worldwide Inc. The instructions are written by Brianna Scott and approved by Andrew Murphy. It is a one-page instruction. The work instructions are documented for the shipping of electronic instruments by the shipping department. The scope of the project states that it is applicable to shipping operations. The procedure is divided into 3 broad steps. As a first step, the order for the shipment must be prepared. In this step, the shipping person receives an order number from the sales department through an automatic order system. The quantity of the instrument and its card number are looked up from the system file, and the packaging is done as per the instructions on the card. The next step is packaging. Special packing instructions must be checked. The instruments are then marked as per the instructions on the card and packed in a special or standard container as per the requirement. The order number is written in the shipping system, and the packing list and shipping documentation are obtained. Finally, the quantity of instruments and the documents is checked. Let us understand process input and output variables in this screen. Any improvement of a process has a few prerequisites. To improve a process, the key process output variables, KPOV, and key process input variables, KPIV, should first be measured. Metrics for key process variables include percent defective, operation cost, elapsed time, backlog quantity, and documentation errors. Critical variables are best identified by the process owners. Process owners know and understand each step of a process and are in a better position to identify the critical variables initially. Once identified, the relationship between the variables is depicted using tools such as SIPOC and cause and effect matrix. The process input variables results are compared to determine which input variables have the greatest effect on the output variables. Let us proceed to the next topic of this lesson in the following screen. In this topic, we will discuss probability and statistics in detail. Let us learn about probability in the following screen. Probability refers to the chance of something occurring or happening. An outcome is the result of a single trial of an experiment. Suppose there are n possible outcomes that are equally likely. The probability that a specific type of event or outcome, say f, can occur is the number of specific outcomes divided by the total possible outcomes. Click the button to view an example of probability. In the event of tossing a coin, what is the probability of the occurrence of heads? A single trial of tossing a coin has two outcomes, heads and tails. Hence, the probability of heads occurring is 1 divided by 2, the total number of outcomes. Let us look at some basic properties of probability in this screen. There are 3 basic properties of probability. Click each property to know more. Property 1 states that the probability of an event is always between 0 and 1, both inclusive. According to Property 2, the probability of an event that cannot occur is 0. In other words, an event that cannot occur is called an impossible event. Property 3 states that the probability of an event that must occur is 1. In other words, an event that must occur is called a certain event. If E is an event, then the probability of its occurrence is given by P of E. It is also read as the probability of event E. In this screen, let us look at some common terms used in probability along with an example. The commonly used terms in probability are sample space, Venn diagram, and event. Sample space is the collection of all possible outcomes for a given experiment. In the coin example discussed earlier, the sample space consists of one instance each of heads and tails. If 2 coins are tossed, the sample space would be 4 in total. A Venn diagram shows all hypothetically possible logical relations between a finite collection of sets. An event is a collection of outcomes for an experiment, which is any subset of the sample space. Click the button to view an example of probability. What is the probability of getting a 3 followed by 2 when a dice is thrown twice? When the dice is thrown twice, the first throw can have any number from 1 to 6. Similarly, the second throw can also have any number from 1 to 6. So the total sample space is 6 times 6. That is 36. The event in this case is 3 followed by 2. This can happen in only one way. So the probability in the question is 1 divided by 36. Let us discuss the basic concepts of probability in this screen. Some basic concepts of probability are independent event, dependent event, mutually exclusive, and mutually inclusive events. Click each concept to know more. When the probability of occurrence of an event does not affect the probability of occurrence of another event, the 2 events are said to be independent. Suppose you rolled a dice and flipped a coin at the same time. The probability of getting any number on the dice in no way influences the probability of getting heads or tails on the coin. When the probability of one event occurring influences the likelihood of the other event, the events are said to be dependent. Events are said to be mutually exclusive if the occurrence of any one of them prevents the occurrence of all the others. In other words, only one event can occur at a time. Consider an example of flipping a coin. When you flip a coin, you will either get heads or tails, but not both. You can add the probabilities of these 2 events to prove they are mutually exclusive. Any 2 events wherein one event cannot occur without the other are said to be mutually inclusive events. In this screen, Let us learn about the multiplication rules, also known as AND rules. The multiplication rules, or AND rules, depend on the event dependency. For independent events, that is, if two events are independent of each other, the special multiplication rule applies. For mutually independent events, the special multiplication rule is as follows. If the events A, B, C, and so on are independent of each other, then the probability of A and B and C and so on is equal to the product of their individual probabilities. Click the button to view an example of this rule. Suppose there are three events which are independent of each other, such as the event of flipping a coin and getting heads, drawing a card and getting an ace, and throwing a dice and getting a 1. What is the probability of occurrence of all these events? The answer is, the probability of A and B and C is equal to the product of their individual probabilities, which is half multiplied by 1/13 multiplied by 1/6. The result is 0.0064, which is 0.64%. Hence, there is 0.64% probability of all of the events occurring. We will continue the discussion on multiplication rules in this screen. The multiplication rule for non-independent or conditional events, which is also the general multiplication rule, is as follows. If A and B are two events, then the probability of A and B is equal to the product of probability of A and the probability of B given A. Alternatively, we can say that for any two events, their joint probability is equal to the probability that one of these events occurs multiplied with the conditional probability of the other event given the first event. Click the button to view an example of this rule. A bag contains 6 golden coins and 4 silver coins. 2 coins are drawn without replacement from the bag. What is the probability that both of the coins are silver? Let A be the event that the first coin is silver, and B be the event that the second coin is silver. There are 10 coins in the bag, 4 of which are silver. Therefore, P of A equals 4 divided by 10. After the first selection, there are 9 coins in the bag, 3 of which are silver. Therefore, P of B given A equals 3 divided by 9. Therefore, based on the rule of multiplication, probability of A intersection B equals 4 divided by 10 multiplied by 3 divided by 9. The answer is 12 divided by 90, which is 0.1334. Hence, there is 13% probability that both the coins are silver. In this screen, we will look at the definitions and formulae of permutation and combination. Permutation is the total number of ways in which a set, group, or number of things can be arranged. The order matters to a great extent in permutation. The manner in which the objects or numbers are arranged will be considered in permutation. The formula for permutation is NPR equals P of n and R equals n factorial divided by n minus r factorial, where n is the number of objects and r is the number of objects taken at a time. The unordered arrangement of set, group, or number of things is known as combination. The order does not matter in combination. The formula for combination is NCR equals C of n and R equals n factorial divided by r factorial multiplied by n minus r factorial, where n is the number of objects and r is the number of objects taken at a time. Let us look at an example for calculating permutation and combination in the following screen. From a group of 10 employees, a company has to select 4 for a particular project. In how many ways can the selection happen given the following conditions? When the arrangements of employees needs to be different. When the arrangement of employees need not be different. Click the button to know the answer. In the given example, the values of n and r are 10 and 4 respectively. Let us consider the first condition. From a group of 10 employees, 4 employees need to be selected. The arrangement needs to be different. Using the permutation formula, NPR equals P of n and R equals n factorial divided by n minus r factorial. 10P4 equals P of 10 and 4 equals 10 factorial divided by 10 minus 4 factorial equals 5040. Therefore, the 4 employees can be selected in 5040 ways. Let us now consider the second condition. From a group of 10 employees, 4 employees need to be selected. The arrangement of employees need not be different. Using the combination formula, NCR equals C of n and R equals n factorial divided by R factorial multiplied by n minus R factorial. 10C4 equals C of 10 and 4 equals 10 factorial divided by 4 factorial multiplied by 10 minus 4 factorial equals 210. Therefore, the 4 employees can be selected from a group of 10 employees in 210 different ways. Let us understand the two types of statistics in this screen. Statistics refers to the science of collection, analysis, interpretation, and presentation of data. In Six Sigma, statistical methods and principles are used to measure and analyze the process performance and improvements. There are two major types of statistics: descriptive statistics and inferential statistics. Descriptive statistics is also known as enumerative statistics, and inferential statistics is also known as analytical statistics. Descriptive statistics include organizing, summarizing, and presenting the data in a meaningful way, whereas inferential statistics includes making inferences and drawing conclusions from the data. Descriptive statistics describes what's going on in the data. The main objective of inferential statistics is to make inferences from the data to more general conditions. Histograms, pie charts, box plots, frequency distributions, and measures of central tendency, mean, median, and mode are all examples of descriptive statistics. On the other hand, examples of inferential statistics are hypothesis testing, scatter diagrams, etc. The main objective of statistical inference is to draw conclusions on population characteristics based on the information available in the sample. Collecting data from a population is not always easy, especially if the size of the population is big. The easier way is to collect a sample from the population, and from the sample statistic collected, make an assessment about the population parameter. Click the button to see an example of statistical inference. The management team of a cricket council wants to know if the team's performance has improved after recruiting a new coach. The management conducts a test to prove this statistically. Let us consider YA and YB, where YA stands for efficiency of Coach A and YB stands for efficiency of Coach B. To conduct the test, the basic assumption is Coach A and Coach B are both effective. This basic assumption is known as null hypothesis. Here, let us assume the status quo is null hypothesis. Hence, null hypothesis, HO, can be given by YA equals YB. The management team also challenges their basic assumption by assuming the coaches are not equally effective. This is their alternate hypothesis. The alternate hypothesis states that the efficiencies of the two coaches differ. If the null hypothesis is proven wrong, the alternate hypothesis must be right. Hence, alternate hypothesis H1 can be given YA is not equal to YB. These hypothesis statements are used in a hypothesis test, which will be discussed in the later part of the course. In this screen, we will learn about the types of errors. When collecting data from a population as a sample and forming a conclusion on the population based on the sample, you run into the risk of committing errors. There are two possible errors that can happen. type 1 error, and type 2 error. The type 1 error occurs when the null hypothesis is rejected when it is in fact true. Type 1 error is also known as producer's risk. The chance of committing a type 1 error is known as alpha. Alpha, or significance level, is the chance of committing a type 1 error, and is typically chosen to be 5%. This means the maximum amount of risk you have for committing a type 1 error is 5%. Let us consider the previous example. Arriving at a conclusion that Coach B is better than Coach A, when in fact they are at the same level, is a type 1 error. The risk you have of committing this error is 5%, which means there is a 5% chance your experiment can give wrong results. The type 2 error occurs when the null hypothesis is accepted when it is in fact false. Also, when you reject the alternate hypothesis when it is actually true, you commit a type 2 error. Type 2 error is also referred to as consumer's risk. In comparing the two coaches, the coaches were actually different in their efficiencies, but the conclusion was that they are the same. The chance of committing a type 2 error is known as beta. The maximum chance of committing a type 2 error is 20%. In the next screen, we will learn about central limit theorem. Central limit theorem, CLT, states that for a sample size greater than 30, the sample mean is very close to the population mean. In simple words, the sample mean approaches the normal distribution. For example, if you have sample 1 and its mean is mean 1, sample 2 and its mean is mean 2, and so on, take the means of mean 1, mean 2, etc., and you will find that it is the same as the population mean. Population mean is the average of the sample means. In such cases, the standard error of mean, also known as SEM, that represents the variability between the sample means, is very less. The SEM is often used to represent the standard deviation of the sample. The formula for SEM is population standard deviation divided by the square root of the sample size. Selecting a sample size also depends on the concept called power, also known as power of the test. We will cover this concept in detail in the later part of the course. Let us look at the graphical representation of the central limit theorem in the following screen. The plot of the three numbers 2, 3, and 4 looks as shown in the graph. It is interesting to note that the total number of times each digit is chosen is 6. When the plot of the sample mean of 9 samples of size 2 each is drawn, it looks like the red line which is plotted in the figure. The x-axis shows numbers of the mean which are 2, 2.5, 3, and 4. On the y-axis, the frequency is plotted. The point at which arrows from number 2 and 3 converge is the mean of 2 and 3. Similarly, the point at which arrows from 2 and 4 converge is the mean of the numbers 2 and 4. Let us discuss the concluding points of the central limit theorem in the next screen. The central limit theorem concludes that the sampling distributions are helpful in dealing with non-normal data. If you take the sample data points from a population and plot the distribution of the means of the sample, you get the sampling distribution of the means. The mean of the sampling distribution, also known as the mean of means, will be equal to the population mean. Also, the sampling distribution approaches normality as the sample size increases. Note that CLT enables you to draw inferences from the sample statistics about the population parameters. This is irrespective of the distribution of the population. CLT also becomes the basis for calculating confidence interval for hypothesis tests, as it allows the use of a standard normal table. Let us proceed to the next topic of this lesson in the following screen. In this topic, we will cover the concept of statistical distributions. Let us start with discrete probability distribution in the following screen. Discrete probability distribution is characterized by the probability mass function. It is important to be familiar with discrete distributions while dealing with discrete data. Some of the examples of discrete probability distribution are binomial distribution, Poisson distribution, negative binomial distribution, geometric distribution, and hypergeometric distribution. We will focus only on the two most useful discrete distributions, binomial distribution and Poisson distribution. Like most probability distributions, these distributions also help in predicting the sample behavior that has been observed in a population. Let us learn about binomial distribution in the following screen. Binomial distribution is a probability distribution for discrete data. Named after the Swiss mathematician Jacob Bernoulli, it is an application of popular knowledge to predict the sample behavior. Binomial distribution also describes the discrete data as a result of a particular process, like the tossing of a coin for a fixed number of times, and the success or failure in an interview. A process is known as Bernoulli's process when the process output has only two possible values like defective or OK, pass or fail, and yes or no. Binomial distribution is used to deal with defective items. Defect is any non-compliance with a specification. Defective is a product or service with at least one defect. Binomial distribution is most suitable when the sample size is less than 30 and less than 10% of the population. It is the percentage of non-defective items, provided the probability of creating a defective item remains the same over a period. Let us look at the equation. The probability of exactly R successes out of a sample size of n is denoted by P of R, which is equal to NCR whole multiplied by P to the power of R and 1 minus P whole to the power of n minus R. In the equation, P is the probability of success, R is the number of successes desired, and n is the sample size. To continue discussing the binomial distribution, let us look at some of its key calculations in the following screen. The mean of a binomial distribution is denoted by mu and is given by n multiplied by p. The standard deviation of a binomial distribution is denoted by sigma, which is equal to n multiplied by p multiplied by 1 minus p. The method of calculating factorials, say factorial of 5, is the product of 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1, which is equal to 120. Similarly, factorial of 4 is the product of 4, 3, 2, and 1, which is equal to 24. Let us look at an example of calculating binomial distribution in the next screen. Suppose you wish to know the probability of getting heads 5 times in 8 coin tosses. You can use the binomial equation for the same. Click the Answer button to see how this is done. The tossing of a coin has only 2 outcomes, heads and tails. It means that the probability of each outcome is 0.5, and it remains fixed over a period of time. Additionally, the outcomes are statistically independent. In this case, the probability of success denoted by P is 0.5. The number of successes desired is denoted by R, which is 5, and the sample size is denoted by N, which is 8. Therefore, the probability of 5 heads is equal to factorial of 8 CR, which is 8 divided by factorial of 5, and factorial of 8 minus 5, whole multiplied by 0.5 to the power of 5, multiplied by 1 minus 0.5, whole to the power of 8 minus 5. This calculation gives a result of 0.2187, which is equal to 21.87%. Let us learn about Poisson distribution in this screen. Poisson distribution is named after Simeon Denis Poisson and is also used for discrete data. Poisson distribution is an application of the population knowledge to predict the sample behavior. It is generally used for describing the probability distribution of an event with respect to time or space. Some of the characteristics of Poisson distribution are as follows. Poisson distribution describes the discrete data resulting from a process like the number of calls received by a call center agent or the number of accidents at a signal. Unlike binomial distribution, which deals with binary discrete data, Poisson distribution deals with integers, which can take any value. Poisson distribution is suitable for analyzing situations wherein the number of trials, similar to the sample size in binomial distribution, is large and tends towards infinity. Additionally, it is used in situations where the probability of success in each trial is very small, almost tending toward zero. This is the reason why Poisson distribution is applicable for predicting the occurrence of rare events like plane crashes, car accidents, etc., and is therefore widely used in the insurance sector. Poisson distribution can be used for predicting the number of defects as well, given a low defect occurrence rate. Let us look at the formula for calculating Poisson distribution in the next screen. The Poisson distribution for a probability of exactly x occurrences is given by p of x equals to lambda to the power of x multiplied with log e to the power of minus lambda whole divided by factorial of x. In this equation, lambda is the mean number of occurrences during the interval, x is the number of occurrences desired, and e is the base of natural logarithm, which is equal to 2.71828. The mean of the Poisson distribution is given by the lambda, and the standard deviation of a Poisson distribution is given by sigma, which is the square root of lambda. Let us look at an example to calculate Poisson distribution in the next screen. The past records of a road junction which is accident-prone show a mean number of 5 accidents per week at this junction. Assume that the number of accidents follows a Poisson distribution, and calculate the probability of any number of accidents happening in a week. Click the button to know the answer. Given the situation, you know that the value of lambda, or mean, is 5. So P of 0, that is, the probability of 0 accidents per week, is calculated as 5 to the power of 0 multiplied by e to the power of minus 5 whole divided by factorial of 0. The answer is 0.006. Applying the same formula, the probability of 1 accident per week is 0.03. The probability of more than 2 accidents per week is 1 minus the sum of probabilities of 0, 1, and 2 accidents, which is 0.884. In other words, the probability is 88.4%. Let us learn about normal distribution in this screen. The normal or Gaussian distribution is a continuous probability distribution. The normal distribution is represented as n and depends on 2 factors. Mu, which stands for mean, and sigma, which gives the standard deviation of the data points. Normal distribution normally has a higher frequency of values around the mean and lesser occurrences away from it. It is often used as a first approximation to describe real-valued random variables that tend to cluster around a single mean value. The distribution is bell-shaped and symmetrical. The total area under the normal curve is 1, which is P of x. Various types of data, such as body weight, height, the output of a manufacturing device, etc., follow the normal distribution. Additionally, normal distribution is continuous and symmetrical, with the tails asymptotic to the x-axis, which means they touch the x-axis at infinity. Let us continue to discuss normal distribution in the following screen. In a normal distribution, to standardize comparisons of dispersion or the different measurement units like inches, meters, grams, etc., a standard z variable is used. The uses of z value are as follows. While the value of z, or the number of standard deviations, is unique for each probability within the normal distribution, it helps in finding probabilities of data points anywhere within the distribution. It is dimensionless as well. That is, it has no units such as millimeters, liters, coulombs, etc. There are different formulas to arrive at the normal distribution. We will focus on one commonly used formula for calculating normal distribution, which is z equals y minus mu whole divided by sigma. Here, z is the number of standard deviations between y and the mean, denoted by mu. Y is the value of the data point in concern. Mu is mean of the population or data points, and sigma is the standard deviation of the population or data points. Let us look at an example for calculating normal distribution in the following screen. Suppose the time taken to resolve customer problems follows a normal distribution with a mean of 250 hours and standard deviation of 23 hours. Find the probability of a problem resolution taking more than 300 hours. Click the button to know the answer. In this case, y is equal to 300, mu equals 250, and sigma equals 23. Applying the normal distribution formula, z is equal to 300 minus 250 whole divided by 23. The result is 2.17. When you look at the normal distribution table, the z value of 2.17 covers an area of 0.98499 under itself. This means the probability of a problem taking 0 to 300 hours to be resolved is 98.5%, and therefore the chances of a problem resolution taking more than 300 hours is 1.5%. Let us understand the usage of z-table in this screen. The graphical representation of z-table usage is given here. The probability of areas under the curve is 1. For the actual value, one can identify the z-score by using the z-table. As shown, this probability is the area under the curve to the left of point plus a to 0. Using the actual data, when you calculate mean and standard deviation, and the values are 25 and 5 respectively, it is the normal distribution. If the same data is standardized to a mean value of 0 and standard deviation value of 1, it is the standard normal distribution. In the next screen, we will take a look at the z-table. The z-table gives the probability that z is between 0 and a positive number. There are different forms of normal distribution z-tables followed globally. The most common form of z-table with positive z-scores is shown here. The value of a, called the percentage point, is given along the borders of the table in bold and is to 2 decimal places. The values in the main table are the probabilities that z is between 0 and plus a. Note that the values running down the table are to 1 decimal place. The numbers along the column change only for the second decimal place. Let us look at some examples on how to use a z-table in the following screen. Let us find the value of p of z less than 0. The table is not needed to find the answer once we know that the variable z takes a value less than or equal to 0. First, the area under the curve is 1, and second, the curve is symmetrical about z equals 0. Hence, there is 0.5 or 50% above chance of z equals 0 and 0.5 or 50% below chance of z equals 0. Let us find the value of p of z greater than 1.12. In this case, the chance of z is greater than a number, in this case 1.12. You can find this by using the following fact. The opposite or complement of an event of A is the event of not A. That is, the opposite or complement of event A occurring is the event A not occurring. Its probability is given by p of not equal A equals 1 minus p of A. In other words, p of z greater than 1.12 is 1 minus the opposite, which is p of z lesser than 1.12. Using the table, p of z less than 1.12 equals 0.5 plus p of 0 less than z less than 1.12 equals 0.5 plus 0.3686, which is 0.8686. Hence, the answer is p of z greater than 1.12 equals 1 minus 0.8686, which is 0.1314. Note the answer is less than 0.5. Let us find the value of p of z lies between 0 and 1.12. In this case, where z falls within an interval, the probability can be read straight off the table. P of z lies between 0 and 1.12 equals 0.3686. We will learn about chi-square distribution in this screen. Chi-square distribution is also known as chi-squared or chi-square distribution. Chi-squared with k-1 degrees of freedom is the distribution of a sum of the squares of k independent standard normal random variables. The chi-square distribution is one of the most widely used probability distributions in inferential statistics. It is also known as hypothesis testing, and the distribution is used in hypothesis tests. When used in hypothesis tests, it only needs one sample for the test to be conducted. Conventionally, degree of freedom is k-1, where k is the sample size. For example, if w, x, y, and z are 4 random variables with standard normal distributions, then the random variable f, which is the sum of w square, x square, y square, and z square, has a chi-square distribution. The degrees of the freedom of the distribution df equals the number of normally distributed variables used. In this case, df is equal to 4. Let us look at the formula to calculate chi-square distribution in the following screen. Chi-square calculated, or sigma, or the chi-square index equals f of o minus f of e whole square divided by f of e. Here, f of o stands for an observed frequency, and f of e stands for an expected frequency, determined through a contingency table. Let us understand t-distribution in the next screen. The t-distribution method is the most appropriate method to be used in the following situations. When you have a sample size of less than 30, when the population standard deviation is not known, when the population is approximately normal. Unlike the normal distribution, a t-distribution is lower at the mean and higher at the tails as seen in the image. T-distribution is used for hypothesis testing. Also, as seen in the image, the t-distribution is symmetrical in shape, but flatter than the normal distribution. As the sample size increases, the t-distribution approaches normality. For every possible sample size or degrees of freedom, there is a different t-distribution. Let us learn about f-distribution in the following screen. The f-distribution is a ratio of 2 chi-square distributions. A specific f-distribution is denoted by the ratio of the degrees of freedom for the numerator chi-square and the degrees of freedom for the denominator chi-square. The f-test is performed to calculate and observe if the standard deviations or variances of two processes are significantly different. The project teams are usually concerned about reducing the process variance. As per the formula, f calculated equals s1 square divided by s2 square, where s1 and s2 are the standard deviations of the two samples. If the f calculated is 1, it implies there is no difference in the variance. If s1 is greater than s2, then the numerator must be greater than the denominator. In other words, df1 equals n1 minus 1, and df2 equals n2 minus 1. From the f distribution table, you can easily find out the critical f distribution at alpha and the degrees of freedom of the samples of two different processes, df1 and df2. Let us proceed to the next topic of this lesson in the following screen. In this topic, we will discuss collecting and summarizing data in detail. Let us learn about types of data in the following screen. Data is objective information, which everyone can agree on. It is a collection of facts from which conclusions may be drawn. The two types of data are attribute data and variable data. Click each type to know more. Discrete data is data that can be counted and only includes numbers such as 2, 40, or 1050. Attribute data is commonly called pass-fail or good-bad data. Attribute or discrete data cannot be broken down into a smaller unit meaningfully. It answers questions such as how many, how often, or what type. Some examples of attribute data are number of defective products, percentage of defective products, frequency at which a machine is repaired, or the type of award received. Any data that can be measured on a continuous scale is continuous or variable data. This type of data answers questions such as how long, what volume, or how far. Examples of continuous data include height, weight, time taken to complete a task, temperature, and so on. Let us understand the importance of selecting the data type in this screen. Deciding the data type facilitates analysis and interpretation. Therefore, the first step in the measure phase is to determine what type of data should be collected. This can be done by considering the following. The first consideration is to identify what is already known. For this, the values already identified for the process are listed. These include critical to quality parameters, or CTQs, key process output variables, or KPOVs, and the key process input variable, or KPIVs. Next, to understand how to proceed with the data gathered, it is necessary to determine the data type that fits the metrics for the key variables identified. The question now arises, why should the data type be identified? This is important, as it enables the right set of data to be collected, analyzed, and used to draw inferences. It is not advisable to convert one type of data into another. Converting attribute data to variable data is difficult and requires assumptions to be made about the process. It may also require additional data gathering, including retesting units. Let us look at measurement scales in the following screen. There are 4 measurement scales arranged in the table in increasing order of their statistical desirability. In the nominal scale, the data consists of only names or categories, and there is no possibility of ordering. An example of this type of measurement can be a bag of colored balls, which contains 10 green balls, 5 black balls, 8 yellow balls, and 9 white balls. This is the least informative of all scales. The most appropriate measure of central tendency for this scale is mode. In the ordinal or ranking scale, data is arranged in order, and values can be compared with each other. An example of this scale can be the ratings given to different restaurants: 3 for A, 5 for B, 2 for C, and 4 for D. The central tendency for this scale is median or mode. The interval scale is used for ranking items in step order along a scale of equidistant points. For example, the temperatures of 3 metal rods are 100 degrees, 200 degrees, and 600 degrees Fahrenheit, respectively. Note that 3 times 200 degrees is not the same as 600 degrees as a temperature measurement. The central tendency here is mean, median, or mode. Mean is used if the data does not have any outliers. The ratio scale represents variable data and is measured against a known standard or increment. However, this scale also has an absolute zero, that is, no numbers exist below 0. An example of the ratio scale are physical measures where height, weight, and electric charge represent ratio scale data. Note that negative length is not possible. Again, here you would use mean, median, or mode as the central tendency measure. In the next screen, we will learn about assuring data accuracy. To ensure data is accurate, sampling techniques are used. Sampling is the process, act, or technique of selecting an appropriate test group or sample from a larger population. It is preferable to survey 100 people to surveying 10,000 people. Sampling saves the time, money, and effort involved in collecting data. The 3 types of sampling techniques described here are random sampling, sequential sampling, and stratified sampling. Click each type to know more. Random sampling is the technique where a group of subjects or a sample for study is selected from a larger group or population at random. Sequential sampling is similar to multiple sampling plans, except that it can, in theory, continue indefinitely. In other words, it is a non-probability sampling technique wherein the researcher picks a single subject or a group of subjects in a given time interval, conducts the study, analyzes the results, and then picks another group of subjects if needed, and so on. In stratified sampling, the idea is to take samples from subgroups of a population. This technique gives an accurate estimate of the population parameter. In this screen, we will compare simple random sampling with stratified sampling. Simple random sampling is easy to do, while stratified sampling takes a lot of time. The possibility of simple random sampling giving erroneous results is very high, while stratified sampling minimizes the chances of error. Simple random sampling doesn't have the power to show possible causes of variation, while stratified sampling, if done correctly, will show assignable causes. In the next screen, we will look at the check sheet method of collecting data. The process of collecting data is expensive. Wrongly collected data leading to wrong analysis and inferences results in resources being wasted. A check sheet is a structured form prepared to collect and analyze data. It is a generic tool that is relatively simple to use and can be adopted for a variety of purposes. Check sheets are used when the data can be observed and collected repeatedly by the same person or at the same location. They are also used while collecting data from a production process. A common example is calculating the number of absentees in a company. The table shows absentee data collected for a week. We will discuss data coding and its advantages in the following screen. Data coding is a process of converting and condensing raw data into categories and sets so that the data can be used for further analysis. The benefits of data coding are listed here. Data coding simplifies the large quantity of data that is collected from sources. The large amount of data makes analysis and drawing conclusions difficult. It leads to chaos and ambiguity. Data coding simplifies the data by coding it into variables and then categorizing these variables. Raw data cannot be easily entered into computers for analysis. Data coding is used to convert raw data into processed data that can be easily fed into computing systems for calculation and analysis. Coding of data makes it easy to analyze the data. Converted data can either be analyzed directly or fed into computers. The analyst can easily draw conclusions when all the data is categorized and computerized. Data coding also enables organized representation of data. Division of data into categories helps organize large chunks of information, thus making analysis and interpretation easier. Data coding also ensures that data repetition does not occur and duplicate entries are eliminated so that the final result is not affected. In the following screen, we will discuss measures of central tendency of the descriptive statistics in detail. A measure of central tendency is a single value that indicates the central point in a set of data and helps in identifying data trends. The three most commonly used measures of the central tendency are mean, median, and mode. Click each measure to know more. Mean is the most common measure of central tendency. It is the sum of all the data values divided by the number of data points. Also called arithmetic mean or average, it is the most widely used measure of central tendency. Also known as positional mean, median is the number present in the middle of the data set when the numbers are arranged in ascending or descending order. If the data set has an even number of entries, then the median is the mean of the two middle numbers. Median can also be calculated by the formula n plus 1 divided by 2, where n is the number of entries. Mode, also known as frequency mean, is the value that occurs most frequently in a set of data. Data sets that have more than one mode are known as bimodal data. Let us look at an example for determining mean, median, and mode in this screen. The data set has the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Click the button to know the answer. As previously defined, mean is the sum of all the data items divided by the number of items. Therefore, the mean is equal to 41 divided by 9, which is equal to 4.56. The number in the middle of the data set is 5. Therefore, the median is 5. Mode is the most frequently occurring number, which is again 5. In this screen, we will understand the effect of outliers on the data set. Let us consider a minor change to the data set. A new number, 100, is added to the data set. On using the same formula to calculate mean, the new mean is 15.11. Ideally, 50% of values should lie on either side of the mean value. However, in this example, it can be seen that almost 90% of values lie below the mean value of 15.11, and only one value above the mean. The data point 100 is called an outlier. An outlier is an extreme value in the data set that skews the mean value to one side of the data set. Note that the median remains unchanged at 5. Therefore, mean is not an appropriate measure of central tendency if the data has outliers. Median is preferred in this case. In the next screen, we will look at measures of dispersion of the descriptive statistics. Apart from central tendency, another important parameter to describe a data set is spread or dispersion. Contrary to the measures of central tendency, such as mean, median, and mode, measures of dispersion express the spread of values. Higher the variation of data points, higher the spread of the data. The three main measures of dispersion are range, variance, and standard deviation. We will discuss each of these in the upcoming screens. Let us start with the first measure of dispersion, range. The range of a particular set of data is defined as the difference between the largest and smallest values of the data. In the example, the largest value of the data is 9, and the smallest value is 1. Therefore, the range is 9 minus 1, 8. In calculating range, all the data points are not needed, and only the maximum and minimum values are required. Let us understand the next measure of dispersion, variance, in the following screen. The variance, denoted as sigma square or S square, is defined as the average of squared mean differences and shows the variation in a data set. To calculate the variance for a sample data set of 10 numbers, type the numbers in an Excel sheet. Calculate the variance using the formula equals VARP or VARS. The VARP formula gives the population variance, which is 7.24 for this example. The VARS formula gives the sample variance 8.04. Population variance is calculated when the data set is for the entire population, and sample variance is calculated when data is available only for a sample of the population. Population variance is preferred over sample variance as the latter is only an estimate. Sample variance allows for a broader range of possible answers for the true mean of the population. That is, the confidence levels are higher in sample variance. Note that variance is a measure of variation and cannot be considered as the variation in a data set. In the following screen, we will understand the next measure of dispersion, standard deviation. Standard deviation, denoted by sigma or S, is given by the square root of variance. The statistical notation of this is given on screen. Standard deviation is the most important measure of dispersion. Standard deviation is always relative to the mean. For the same data set, the population standard deviation is 2.69, and sample standard deviation is 2.83. As in variance calculation, if the data set is measured for every unit in a population, the population standard deviation and sample standard deviation can be calculated in Excel using the formula given on the screen. The steps to manually calculate the standard deviation are: first, calculate the mean. Then, calculate the difference between each data point and the mean and square that answer. Next, calculate the sum of the squares. Next, divide the sum of the squares by n or n minus 1 to find the variance. Lastly, find the square root of variance, which gives the standard deviation. In the next screen, we will look at frequency distribution of the descriptive statistics. Frequency distribution is a method of grouping data into mutually exclusive categories, showing the number of observations in each class. An example is presented to demonstrate frequency distribution. A survey was conducted among the residents of a particular area to collect data on cars owned by each home. A total of 20 homes were surveyed. To create a frequency table for the results collected in the survey, the first step is to divide the results into intervals and count the number of results in each interval. For instance, in this example, the intervals would be the number of households with no car, 1 car, 2 cars, and so on. Next, a table is created with separate columns for the intervals, the tallied results for each interval, and the number of occurrences or frequency of results in each interval. Each result for a given interval is recorded with a tally mark in the second column. The tally marks for each interval are added, and the sum is entered in the frequency column. The frequency table allows viewing distribution of data across a set of values at a glance. In the following screen, we will look at cumulative frequency distribution. A cumulative frequency distribution table is similar to the frequency distribution table, only more detailed. There are additional columns for cumulative frequency, percentage, and cumulative percentage. In the cumulative frequency column, the cumulative frequency, or the previous row or rows, is added to the current row. The percentage is calculated by dividing the frequency by the total number of results and multiplying by 100. The cumulative percentage is calculated similar to the cumulative frequency. Let us look at an example for cumulative frequency distribution. The ages of all the participants in a chess tournament are recorded. The lowest age is 37, and the highest is 91. Keeping intervals of 10, the lowest interval starts with the lower limit as 35 and the upper limit as 44. Similar intervals are created until an upper limit of 94. In the frequency column, the number of times a result appears in a particular interval is recorded. In the cumulative frequency column, the cumulative frequency of the previous row is added to the frequency of the current row. For the first row, the cumulative frequency is the same as the frequency. In the second row, the cumulative frequency is 1 plus 2, which is 3, and so on. In the percentage column, the percentage of the frequency is listed by dividing the frequency by the total number of results, which is 10, and multiplying the value by 100. For instance, in the first row, the frequency is 1 and the number of results is 10. Therefore, the percentage is 10. The final column is the cumulative percentage column. In this column, the cumulative frequency is divided by the total number of results, which is 10, and the value is multiplied by 100. Note that the last number in this column should be equal to 100. In this example, the cumulative frequency is 1 and the total number of results is 10. Therefore, the cumulative percentage of the first row is 10. Let us look at the stem and leaf plots, which is one of the graphical methods of understanding distribution. Graphical methods are extremely useful tools to understand how data is distributed. Sometimes, merely by looking at the data distribution, errors in a process can be identified. The stem and leaf method is a convenient method of manually plotting data sets. It is used for presenting data in a graphical format to assist visualizing the shape of a given distribution. In the example on the screen, the temperatures in Fahrenheit for the month of May are given. To collate this information in a stem and leaf plot, all the tens digits are entered in the stem column, and all the units digits against each tens digit are entered in the leaf column. To start with, the lowest value is considered. In this case, the lowest temperature is 51. In the first row, 5 is entered in the stem column and 0 in the leaf column. The next lowest temperature is 58. 8 is entered in the leaf column, corresponding to 5 in the stem. The next number is 59. All the temperatures falling in the 50s are similarly entered. In the next row, the same process is repeated for temperatures in the 60s. This is continued till all the temperature values are entered in the table. Let us understand another graphical method in the next screen: box and whisker plots. A box and whisker graph based on medians or quartiles is used to display a data set in a way that allows viewing the distribution of the data points easily. Consider the following example. The lengths of 13 fish caught in a lake were measured and recorded. The data set is given on the screen. The first step to draw a box and whisker plot is, therefore, to arrange the numbers in increasing order. Next, find the median. As there is an odd number of data entries, the median is the number in the middle of the data set, which, in this case, is 12. The next step is to find the lower median or quartile. This is the median of the lower 6 numbers. The middle of these numbers is halfway between 8 and 9, which would be 8.5. Similarly, the upper median or quartile is located for the upper 6 numbers to the right of the median. The upper median is halfway between the two values 14 and 14. Therefore, the upper median is 14. Let us now understand how the box and whisker chart is drawn using the values of the median and upper and lower quartiles. The next step is a numbered line is drawn extending far enough to include all the data points. Then a vertical line is drawn from the median point 12. The lower and upper quartiles, 8.5 and 14 respectively, are marked with vertical lines, and these are joined with the median line to form 2 boxes, as shown on the screen. Next, 2 whiskers are extended from either ends of the boxes, as shown to the smallest and largest numbers in the data set, 5 and 20 respectively. The box and whiskers graph is now complete. The following inferences can be drawn from the box and whisker plot. The lengths of the fish range from 5 to 20. The range is, therefore, 15. The quartiles split the data into 4 equal parts. In other words, 1/4 of the data numbers is less than 8.5. 1/4 between 8.5 and 12. Next quarter of the data numbers are between 12 and 14. And another quarter has data numbers greater than 14. In this screen, we will learn about another graphical method, scatter diagrams. A scatter diagram, or scatter plot, is a tool used to analyze the relationship or correlation between 2 sets of variables, x and y, with x as the independent variable and y as the dependent variable. A scatter diagram is also useful when cause-effect relationships have to be examined or root causes have to be identified. There are 5 different types of correlation that can be used in a scatter diagram. Let us learn about them in the next screen. The 5 types of correlation are perfect positive correlation, moderate positive correlation, no relation or no correlation, moderate negative correlation, and perfect negative correlation. Click each type to learn more. In perfect positive correlation, the value of dependent variable y increases proportionally with any increase in the value of independent variable x. This is said to be 1:1. That is, any change in one variable results in an equal amount of change in the other. The following example is presented to demonstrate perfect positive correlation. The consumption of milk is found to increase proportionally with an increase in the consumption of coffee. The data is presented in the table on the screen. The scatter diagram for the data is also shown. It can be observed from the graph that as X increases, Y also increases proportionally. Hence, the points are linear. In this type of correlation, as the value of the X variable increases, the value of Y also increases, but not in the same proportion. To demonstrate this, the following example is presented. The increase in savings for increase in salary is shown in the table. As you can notice in the scatter diagram, the points are not linear. Although the value of Y increases with increase in the value of X, the increase is not proportional. When a change in one variable has no impact on the other, there is no relation or correlation between them. Let us consider the following example. To study the relation between the number of fresh graduates in the city and the job openings available, data for both was collected over a few months and tabulated as shown. The scatter diagram for the same is also displayed. It can be observed that the data points are scattered and there is no trend emerging from the graph. Therefore, there is no correlation between the number of fresh graduates and the number of job openings in the city. In moderate negative correlation, an increase in one variable results in a decrease in the other variable. However, this change is not proportional to the change in the first variable. To demonstrate modern negative correlation, the prices of different products are listed along with the number of units sold for each product. The data is shown in the table. From the scatter diagram shown, it can be observed that higher the price of a product, lesser are the number of units of that product sold. However, the decrease in the number of units with increasing price is not proportional. In perfect negative correlation, an increase in one variable results in a proportional decrease of the other variable. This is also an example of 1:1 correlation. As an example, the effect of an increase in the project time extension on the success of project is considered. The data is shown in the table. The scatter diagram for the data shows a proportional decrease in the probability of the project's success with each extension of the project time. Hence, the points are linear. Perfect correlations are rare in the real world. When encountered, they should be investigated and verified. In this screen, we will look at another graphical method, histograms. Histograms are similar to bar graphs, except that the data in histograms is grouped into intervals. They are used to represent category-wise data graphically. A histogram is best suited for continuous data. The following example illustrates how a histogram is used to represent data. Data on the number of hours spent by a group of 15 people on a special project in 1 week is collected. This data is then divided into intervals of 2, and the frequency table for the data is created. The histogram for the same data is also displayed. Looking at the histogram, it can be observed at a glance that most of the team members spent between 2 to 4 hours on the project. In the following screen, we will look at the next graphical method, normal probability plots. Normal probability plots are used to identify if a sample has been taken from a normal distributed population. When sample data from a normal distributed population is represented as a normal probability plot, it forms a straight line. The following example is presented to illustrate normal probability plots. A sampling of diameters from a drilling operation is done and the data is recorded. The data set is given. To create a normal probability plot, the first step is to construct a cumulative frequency distribution table. This is followed by calculating the mean rank probability by dividing the cumulative frequency by the number of samples plus 1 and multiplying the answer by 100. The fully populated table for mean rank probability estimation is shown on the screen. Please take a look at the same. In the next step, a graph is plotted on log paper or with Minitab using this data. Minitab is a statistical software used in Six Sigma. Minitab normal probability plot instructions are also given on the screen. The completed graph is shown on the screen. From the graph, it can be seen that the random sample forms a straight line, and therefore the data is taken from a normally distributed population.
So, the PMP certification acknowledges project managers who have demonstrated their skills in managing people, processes, and business priorities in professional projects. It's essentially a mark of excellence and leadership in project management. So, before you can apply for the PMP exam, you need to make sure you meet certain criteria. So, it's like a checklist to confirm that you have the right background to take on the exam. So, let's look at what you need to qualify. So, there are two main sets of criteria based on your educational background. Let's break them down. Now, if you have a 4-year college or university degree, you need to meet these requirements. You need 36 months of experience leading projects in the past 8 years and 35 hours of project management education or training, or you need to have a CAPM certification. Now, if you only have a high school diploma or secondary school diploma, here's what you need. 60 months of experience leading projects in the past 8 years and 35 hours of project management education or training, or a CAPM certification. So first, you'll need to gather information about your experience and training. So here's what you'll need to document. Number 1, projects you have led, like where did you work, what was your role and what were your responsibilities, and how long did the projects last. And second, training you have completed, which must include which institutes did you attend, what courses did you complete, how many qualifying hours of project management training do you have, and so on. So make sure to have all these details ready to go for your application. So once you have gathered all your information, it's time to complete and submit your PMP application. So here's a quick overview of the process. So start by setting up your PMI account. You can do this now or wait until you are ready to apply. So take your time with the application because it's a save as you go process. So you can take breaks if you need to. Now, before you begin, you must make sure that you have registered for a PMI.org user account. So having known all that, now let's move on to how the PMP exam will look like. So you'll need to pass a rigorous exam consisting of 180 questions, and you'll have 230 minutes, which is just a little over 3 hours and 45 minutes to complete the entire test. So that's a lot of questions. So managing your time effectively is key. Now, this isn't just any test though. It's designed by experienced project leaders to reflect real-life scenarios you'll face on the job. Now, the exam is also available in multiple languages, including Arabic, Chinese, English, French, German, Hebrew, etc. So this ensures that project managers from around the world can take the exam in their preferred language. Now, what does the PMP certification actually validate? Let's break that down now. So number 1, motivating people and teams. You'll learn how to inspire and guide your team through every phase of a project, ensuring everyone stays on track and motivated. Number 2, using various approaches. You'll be skilled in predictive, agile, and hybrid methodologies. This means you'll know how to choose the best way to work for each unique project. Number 3, highlighting project success. You'll be able to demonstrate the success of your projects and show how they contribute to the strategic goals of your organization. So now, having known all this, where do you actually study for the PMP exam? So some of the resources you can consider is Andrew Ramdale's YouTube channel. So as you can see, on his channel, you'll find a treasure trove of content, including PMP exam tips, detailed explanations of key concepts, and live Q&A sessions. His videos are engaging and packed with valuable information that can help you prepare effectively for your PMP exam. Now next, PMBOK Guide. So the Project Management Body of Knowledge, or PMBOK Guide, is the official handbook for the PMP exam, published by the Project Management Institute. So it's packed with all the essential knowledge you need about project management processes and practices. Now next are PMP exam prep books. So some of the books that you can refer is PMP Exam Prep by Rita, the PMP Exam How to Pass on Your First Try by Andy Crow, Head First PMP by Jennifer Green and Andrew Stellman. Now, next is online courses. So online courses are another great way to prepare for the PMP exam. These courses offer video lectures, practice exams, and interactive content. So you can check out Simplilearn's PMP certification training designed for project managers across industries. This comprehensive program equips you with the skills and knowledge required to excel in project management. So dive into key concepts, methodologies, and best practices, and you can get hands-on experience with real-world projects. And our expert instructors will guide you through the PMBOK guide, preparing you to ace the PMP exam and achieve certification. So join thousands of professionals who have transformed their careers with Simplilearn. You can enroll today and take the first step towards becoming a certified project management professional. Now the next is practice exams. Now practice exams are crucial for getting a feel for the actual exam. They help you identify your strengths and weaknesses and get used to the exam format. So you can try out PMI's official practice exam. So the PMI website offers an official practice exam that's a great way to experience the test environment and question types. Now, you can also consider Simplilearn's free practice exam. So the Simplilearn's practice test is free and based on PMBOK guide, it includes around 200 multiple choice questions. So that was a complete overview of the PMP exam. Now let's see some of the tips that you can keep in mind while preparing and writing the exam. So understand the exam content outline. So first, make sure you're familiar with the PMP exam content outline. This document breaks down the exam into domains, tasks, and enablers. So understanding this outline helps you focus on what's really important for the exam. Focus on the 5 domains like people, process, business environment. Make sure you know the tasks and enablers for each domain. Now, practice, practice, and practice. One of the most important tips is to practice as much as you can. Taking practice exams helps you get familiar with the question format and identify weak areas. Use flashcards for key terms. So flashcards are a fantastic tool for memorizing key terms and concepts. Then focus on the most common concepts. So some concepts appear more frequently on the exam than others. So focus on these high impact topics. So key concepts include the 5 process groups, 49 processes, knowledge areas, and formulas. So make sure you're comfortable with these areas. And then understand the agile and traditional frameworks. So the PMP exam tests both agile and traditional project management approaches. So understand the principles of agile as well as the traditional PM methodologies. Review the Agile Manifesto, Scrum framework, and how Agile practices integrate with traditional PMP processes. Now, while writing the exam, read questions carefully. So during the exam, read each question carefully. Make sure you understand what's being asked before you jump to an answer. Now, manage your time wisely. So time management is crucial for such exams. You have 230 minutes for 180 questions, which means you should aim for around 1.5 minutes per question, and then eliminate wrong answers. So if you're unsure about a question, what you can do is use a process of elimination to narrow down your choices. So that's a wrap on our tips for passing the PMP certification exam. I really hope you found these insights helpful and that they boost your confidence as you prepare.
In today's video, we will dive into something incredibly useful, Gantt charts for project management. We will start by understanding what Gantt charts are with a relatable example, explore their benefits, and then create a Gantt chart from scratch to manage our projects effectively. Sound exciting, right? Let's not waste any time and get started. Imagine having a crystal clear roadmap for your project where every task, deadline, and dependency is perfectly laid out. Sounds relaxing, right? This is exactly what a Gantt chart offers. A Gantt chart is a project management tool that visually represents a project schedule using horizontal bars to show tasks, their duration, dependencies, and progress over on a timeline. It helps team track milestone, deadlines, and overall progress while managing resources and ensuring tasks are completed in the correct sequence. For example, you are leading a project to launch a mobile app for an e-commerce brand before the holiday season. You need to manage tasks like designing the app, developing features, testing, and deploying it, all on a tight timeline. A Gantt chart helps by showing each task their deadlines and how they connect, like finishing design before development begins. It keeps your team on track, avoid delays, and ensure the app is ready for the busiest shopping season. So as now we have a basic understanding of Gantt charts, let's see how to make it from scratch in Excel. Before we move on, if you are looking to take your career to the next level, the Simplilearn's PMP certification training is your key to mastering project management as a globally recognized PMI partner. Our course prepares you to ace the PMP exam on your first attempt with 35 PDUs, live interactive classes, 2000 plus practice question, and real world simulation. Gain expertise in core project management concept, exploring cutting edge tools like generative AI, and unlock lucrative roles in top industries. So don't forget to check out the coursing from the description box below and the pinned comment. So without any further ado, let's get started. So welcome to this demo part of this video. So this is text I have added. So this is a random text. It's not any data and all. So I have just put it random tasks. Okay, planning stage, execution stage, just the name of project leaders and the start date, end date, and what are the days. So if you will check here, so this is nothing but D9 minus 69 means end date minus start date. Okay, for task 1, how many days is needed, you can say, or in progress. Okay, this is the planning stage, and progress is 90%. This is also random. Okay, nothing else. Okay, so while just putting date and all the things, just see this. It should be date. Okay, long date, it means January it will write, or 01 it will write. Okay, and for the progress one, it should be percentage. Okay, otherwise it will show you the error. So days are random. Yeah, now it's visible, I guess. Okay, so here you can see, so this is all the part of text formatting. Okay, the colors and the styles, and these are the execution stage and the review stage. So project name, I just put it here, project management XYZ company. Okay, and the project started, I put it 1st January because here I have wrote 1st January 2025, and the current date is, you can just type equals to today, these brackets, and the current date will come. So today is 10th of January, and the week in progress, week 2. So how I've write it, week 2. First I have round up B3 minus B2 means current date minus project start date. Then I had converted into the week format. Okay, it will give me days when I will just subtract it. Okay, from B3 minus B2 divided by 7 means it will give me the week. So how I have added this WK means week. So just select the cell and press Ctrl 1. Then you will see this. So I have write it here WK and this hashtag. Okay, then hashtag will take this 2. So here if I will write, let's say PP, so it will show me PP2. See here, PP2 it will convert. Okay, so I want week here, so I will write WK, or you can write like your choice. Okay, if you are taking days or whatever. So I have took week in progress, so that's why I have chose WK. So moving forward, let's set the timeline like first week, second week. So here I will write 1. Okay, then here I will write equals to this plus 1. It will show me 2. Then again same process. I will select this, Control 1. It will show me like this, and I will go to custom, and I will go to here, this thing. It will show me week 1, week 2. Then I will go till week 59. Here what you can do, equals to you can put, and you can select this. Okay, just enter it. So 1st Jan will come. Okay, so here you will do equals to this, you will select H6, then plus 7. It's the same method, but what will happen, I will show you. But what will happen, okay, so if you will change this to, let's suppose 21, okay, so automatically every date will change. So now let's do the chart filling process. Let's go ahead and work here. Essentially highlight the areas that are in between these 2 dates. Okay, these 2 dates. Okay, so this should be dynamic, and that's where something like conditional formatting can come handy. So we will first select the whole area like this. Okay, till June we can select, and rows, yeah, correct. And just go to conditional formatting, and here you can select the new rule. Here use a formula to determine which cells to format, and here you will write the formula. Yeah, so just select this area, and here I will write equals to and, okay, then bracket, then I will select this, okay, starting, then it should be greater equals to this start date, got it, comma, then again I will start this, select this, and I will write it's less than equals to the end date. Okay, so now I will remove this dollar. Why? Because I want to go through all these end dates, because I am setting for all the task, not just for the first task. So same here, I will remove this because H1 is this, so I want to go all to the right ways. Okay, then again here for the start date, same thing. Okay, then for the start, same thing. Cool. Then I will bracket here, then I will go to format. You can select the color of your choice. Okay, then you will press OK, then yes. Okay, so here what you will see, from 1st to 28th of Feb. So first from 1st January it's going till 28th. Okay, here somewhere here, so it's like this. Okay, why it is blank? Because this is the execution stage, so there is no value here. Cool. So yeah, so what I will do, I will go again here, I will just select, I will edit the rule, manage rules. Yeah, so now color is changed. So here you can see the progress. So what I want, if here is 90% progress, so it will show you so the dark green color. Okay, first we have to set the progress bar. It should, so okay, I will select this, I will go to conditional formatting, data bars, let's select this color. So now what I want, according to this progress, so let's suppose it is just 30%, not 300. It is just 30%. Okay, so what I want, the 30% should be in dark green, rest should be in light green. Okay, so for this it's a little bit complex formula, so just look it carefully. So here I will write and, first I will select H6. Okay, then I want it to go like this, so I will add here, okay, dollar. Okay, so it should be greater than and equals to the starting date. Okay, again I will add dollar here, okay, comma, then again I will select this H6, then here I will write again dollar sign equals to, same formula like that, I will select the starting date. Okay, then here I will add dollar, then I will add here plus, I will start with one bracket, then I will write okay, then I will write multiplication, then I will select this, then here I will add dollar, and here I will add dollar, enter. So it's true, means this part is our progress is fine. So I will drag it to the last. So now you will see true and false. Okay, see true because 30% only done, false. What if I will change it to 70%? It will change automatically, true, false. So first what I will do, I will give the color here whatever the color is, to differentiate because I can't see properly. Yeah, it's fine. So here I will select this, and I will because I don't need this true and false. I need the color value. Okay, so for that, same, we'll go to conditional formatting, then same new rule, then okay, before that, okay, first I will show you something. Okay, what if I will select here 0? Okay, so everything is showing false, but here it is showing true, but I don't want, I want it show false here. Okay, so here go to formula bar, just type -1. Okay, my bad, just type -1. Okay, press enter, it will show you false. Now in 0%, because 0 is 0, it's not started yet, right? In 40%, now it will show you like this. Okay, now select this all, because I don't want any true values, I want the color. Okay, go to conditional formatting, then go to new rule. Okay, then use a formula. Okay, here just copy paste that, right, format, and I need the dark color. Just press okay. Yeah, so now what you can do this. Okay, now see, if you will just, I deleted those true false values. So now if I will write here 25%, it will come automatically like this. Okay, so this part is done, this part is not done. Okay, you can create a legend here, and you can write dark green equals to done. Okay, just for the reference, light green pending. Okay, this is how you can create. Okay, you can give the same color like this later on, right? So yeah, so this part is done. So here, if you will change to here, just go here, just type 100%, it will show you 100%. Okay, for that part. So now it's not looking good, so what we can do, we can select all this. Okay, we can select all this, and we can go to insert. Basically I want to give some borders and all. Yeah, all borders. So now it's looking much better, right? Here I will remove the borders for these two. Cool, now it's looking good. So now what I want is that if I'm in week 2, so it should show you are in week 2 with some boxes or some, there should be something. So again I will select this, all my chart. Okay, then same process, go to conditional formatting, go to new rule, then select use a formula to determine. Here I will write manually. Okay, $7, this week 1 equals to this. Okay, $B, $4, right? And I will go to format, then I will go to border, fill option, border option is there, so I will take some border. Okay, I want full one box. So yeah, color, it should be red. Okay, this side color should be red. I want full, basically outline. Okay, then I will press OK. Okay, it's selected 2 because week 2. Why it is coming like this? H7 plus 7. Okay, why it's duplicated? Yeah, let me fix this. Okay, now it's fine. Maybe by mistake. So see, we are in week 2. So it's showing week 2, selecting week 2. Okay, so now if I will write here, basically I want to change the date. Okay, here we can write the date. Here we will write, let's suppose 25/01/2025. Okay, it will automatically week 4 will come here and it will show select the week 4. Okay, so this is how you can do 50%. It will come to 50%. Okay, so this is how you can create Gantt chart for any project. Okay, for X, Y, Z company, or for your test, or for your reference, for your progress. Okay, and if you want this sheet, I can put it in description box. Just let us know in the comment section below.
If you're interested in becoming a certified project manager, then you are at the right place. This tutorial will teach you everything you need to know about the project management professional certification. We'll cover all the important stuff like how to start a project, how to make sure it goes smoothly, and how to finish it strong. By the end of this video, you will have all the skills and knowledge to lead projects like a pro and stand out in your career. Now, before we move on, let us discuss our agenda for today's session. But before that, I request you guys that do not forget to hit the subscribe button and click the bell icon for future updates. So we are going to start our session with an introduction to what is a PMP certification. Moving ahead, we are going to discuss about advantages of PMP certification. Then we are going to discuss the job roles. Moving ahead, we will also discuss about skills you will develop. Then we are going to deep dive into the exam details. And finally, we are going to conclude our session with a discussion on cost of the certification.
So let's start with what is PMP certification. PMP stands for Project Management Professional. The PMP certification is a globally recognized credential offered by the Project Management Institute PMI. It demonstrates a professional's competency in project management processes, techniques, and methodologies. To attain the PMP certification, candidates typically need to meet certain educational and professional experience requirements, pass a rigorous exam, and agree to adhere to PMI's Code of Ethics and Professional Conduct. The certification exam covers various aspects of project management, including project initiation, planning, execution, monitoring and controlling, and closing. Having a PMP certification can enhance a project manager's credibility, potentially leading to better job opportunities and higher salaries in the field of project management. It's a valuable asset for anyone looking to advance their career in project management. I hope so you would got brief idea regarding what is PMP certification. Now let's move on to PMP certification advantages. The PMP certification cost is high because it is a globally recognized certificate. A professional certified by PMI can land a job anywhere in the world with an undoubted edge over other job candidates. A PMP certification benefits professionals in the following ways. New skills. Preparing for the certification forces you to brush up on previously learned project management skills while introducing you to the latest industry tools, concepts, and skills that are in high demand. Professional development. As a PMP certified professional, you will get various opportunities to network with other PMI members who are industry experts and broaden your career prospects. Higher salary. According to PMI statistics, certified professionals are the first preference for any role and earn 20% more than their non-certified counterparts. Job commitment. Preparing for the PMP exam, passing it, and achieving the certificate demonstrates your dedication and commitment toward the job. I hope so you would got brief idea regarding certification advantages. Now let's move on to job roles. Having a PMP certification opens up various job opportunities across industries and sectors. Here are some common job roles for individuals with a PMP certification. 1. Project manager. The most obvious role, PMP certified professionals often work as project managers, leading teams to successfully execute projects from initiation to completion. 2. Program manager. Program managers oversee multiple related projects and ensure they align with organizational goals and objectives. PMP certification equips professionals with the skills needed for this role. 3. Portfolio manager. Portfolio managers are responsible for managing a collection of projects or programs to achieve strategic business objectives. PMP certification provides the necessary knowledge to effectively manage portfolios. 4. Project coordinator. Project coordinators assist project managers in planning, executing, and monitoring project activities. PMP certification demonstrates competency in project management principles and practices. 5. Project consultant. PMP certified professionals may work as consultants, offering expertise in project management methodologies, processes, and best practices to organizations seeking to improve their project management capabilities. Now let us discuss about the skills we are going to develop after completing PMP certification. Completing the PMP certification equips individuals with a comprehensive set of skills that are essential for successful project management across various industries. Here are some of the key skills one would develop. 1. Project planning. PMP certification provides a thorough understanding of project planning processes, including scope management, scheduling, resource allocation, and risk management. This skill ensures that projects are effectively planned to meet objectives within constraints. 2. Leadership. PMP certified professionals learn leadership skills to motivate teams, resolve conflicts, and foster collaboration among project stakeholders. Effective leadership is crucial for guiding teams toward project success. 3. Communication. Clear and effective communication is vital in project management. PMP certification emphasizes communication skills for conveying project goals, expectations, and updates to team members, clients, and other stakeholders. 4. Risk management. Identifying, assessing, and mitigating risks is a critical aspect of project management. PMP certified professionals learn techniques for risk identification, analysis, and response planning to minimize project disruptions. 5. Time management. PMP certification teaches time management skills to ensure projects are completed within schedule constraints. Professionals learn to develop realistic project timelines, prioritize tasks, and manage deadlines effectively. Overall, completing the PMP certification not only demonstrates proficiency in project management processes and methodologies, but also equips individuals with valuable skills that are essential for successfully leading and executing projects in today's dynamic business environment. Now let us discuss about the PMP exam details. The PMP exam is a rigorous assessment designed to evaluate a candidate's knowledge and understanding of project management principles, processes, and best practices as outlined in the Project Management Body of Knowledge PMBOK Guide published by the Project Management Institute PMI. Here are the key details about the PMP exam. 1. Exam format. The PMP exam is a computer-based test consisting of 180 multiple-choice questions. Out of these, 175 questions are scored, while the remaining 5 are pretest questions used for future exam development and do not affect the candidate's score. 2. Exam content. The exam content is based on the PMBOK Guide and other reference materials designated by PMI. It covers 5 domains of project management: initiating, planning, executing, monitoring and controlling, closing. 3. Exam duration. The PMP exam has a duration of 230 minutes, 3 hours and 50 minutes. This includes the time for completing the exam and a 10-minute break if desired. 5. Exam eligibility. To be eligible to take the PMP exam, candidates must meet certain educational and professional experience requirements set by PMI. As of my last update, the general requirements include a 4-year degree bachelor's or global equivalent and at least 3 years of project management experience, with 500 hours leading and directing projects, plus 35 hours of project management education, or a secondary degree, high school diploma, associate's degree, or global equivalent with at least 5 years of project management experience, with 500 hours leading and directing projects, plus 35 hours of project management education. It's essential for candidates to thoroughly review the exam handbook and familiarize themselves with PMI's policies and procedures before scheduling and taking the PMP exam. Now let us discuss about the PMP certification cost. PMP certification costs Wondering what the cost of quality PMP is? PMP cost incurred to earn 35 PDAs varies from country to country from $300 to $5,000. Re-examination fee structure. For PMI members, $275. For non-PMI members, $375. A person choosing to become a PMI member at the time of application will have to shell out a PMP price of $555, which will cover both the examination and the membership fees. Interestingly, even if a person doesn't wish to become a PMI member, HESH will anyway have to pay the same PMP exam fee. Hence, we recommend you to apply for the PMI membership option so that paying your PMP course fee is more practical. After going through the PMP certification cost, let us next learn what exactly is its renewal fee.
So first, let us discuss about what are exactly Agile principles. So guys, basically Agile principles refer to the guiding values and concept that underpin the Agile methodology, which are a set of approaches to software development and project management. The Agile Manifesto, which was created in 2001 by a group of software developers, outlined these principles. The manifesto emphasizes flexibility, collaboration, customer satisfaction over a rigid process and documentation. Now let's move on and discuss one by one what are those set of 12 Agile principles that are applied in our today's software industry. So guys, here's our first Agile principle. That is, our highest priority is to satisfy customer through early and continuous delivery of valuable softwares. In contrast to the conventional product development methods characterized by prolonged cycles, Agile principles advocate for minimizing the duration between conceptualization and product launch. The emphasis is swiftly placing a functional product in the hands of customers and also in the form of minimum viable product. Successful execution of this approach enables product managers to promptly gather feedback from the users, which is then integrated back into the product development process to guide the subsequent phases. Now, how this is performed? First of all, the product teams utilizes the minimum viable product and engages in rapid experimentation to test hypotheses and also to validate ideas. It embraces a frequent releases to sustain an ongoing feedback loop between customers and the product. And also it recognizes that product shipment and completion are distinct concepts. Okay, so instead of presenting a finished product, continuous iterations are made to enhance the product based on feedback from both customers and the market. Now let's move on to our second Agile principle. That is, we welcome the changes in the requirement even late in the development. Agile processes harness change for the customer's competitive advantage. In the practical terms, what I mean to say that Agile principles and values emphasize the earlier methods in the product development that were resistant to change and often sticking to detailed and inflexible plans. Whereas Agile principles endorse the observation of evolving markets, customer requirements, and also competitive challenges, advocating a shift in directions when necessary. So in practical terms, if I say, product teams align themselves with overarching strategic goals and also possibly themes nested within these goals. The product department remains vigilant, actively monitoring the market, customer feedback, and the other factors that influences the product development. When actionable insights emerge, plans are adjusted to better meet the customer and the business's need. So this was all about the second Agile principles, which says that regular reviews, adjustment, and sharing of product strategy is very, very crucial for our product to become successful in the market. Now let's move on and discuss about our third Agile principle. That is, deliver working software frequently from a couple of weeks to a couple of months with a preference to the shorter time scale. So what does this mean? This means that the Agile methodology, characterized by short-term development cycles, focuses on smaller portions of the product. Contrast with the extensive documentation typically associated with the waterfall product development. There's an important note to it that the frequent release approach provides numerous opportunities for the teams to validate product ideas and strategies with qualified stakeholders who experience each new release. In practice, we perform something like this. In the agile development cycles, which are often referred to as sprints or iterations, break down the product initiatives into manageable chunks completed within a specific time frame. And this time frame usually ranges from 2 to 4 weeks, which reflects the agile nature of the development process. In the stark contrast to the mentioned marathon-like cycles, it is followed by the waterfall teams. There is another popular alternative to the agile sprints, that is continuous deployment. This method involves shipping softwares regularly, guided less predetermined time boxes and more by making decisions and implementing them promptly. I hope so guys, you would have got an idea regarding this agile principle. Now let's move on and discuss about our fourth agile principle, which says that businesses, people and developers must work together daily throughout the project. So what does this mean guys? It means that communication is a vital element for the success of any project or team. And in the realm of agile principle, it is considered a daily necessity. There is a saying that it takes a village to raise a child, and holds true for the product development as well. The achievement of a successful product hinges on the insights from both the businesses and the technical facets of an organization. And in this collaboration can only be achieved through consistent teamwork. Regular communication between businesses professionals and developers serves to enhance alignment across the organization, fostering trust and transparency. So in practical terms guys, cross-functional agile product development teams often incorporate representatives from the product side. And this ensures that the product perspective is integrated into the development team, bridging the gap between technical and the business aspect of the product. I hope so guys, you would have got an idea regarding this principle. Now let's move on and discuss about our fifth principle. And it states something like this. Building a project revolves around motivated individuals. So give them environment and support they need and trust them to get the job done. A fundamental aspect of the agile philosophy involves empowering individuals and team by instilling trust and autonomy. Building an agile team often requires careful consideration of the right people and the right skill sets with clearly defined responsibilities before the start of the project. Once the work is underway, micromanagement or excessive guidance has no place in agile. Product management plays a very crucial role in ensuring that the engineering team comprehensively understands the strategy and the requirements before the development phase. The product team's responsibility does not extend to dictating the how building of something. While they communicate the what and why, it is the delivery team's responsibility to determine the most suitable approach. They make themselves available to answer questions and also provide support as needed. So, this principle clearly states that empower and trust your team members. Now, let's move on and discuss about our next agile principle. That is, the most efficient and the effective method of conveying information and within a development team is a face-to-face conversation. In the context of growing prevalence of distributed or remote development teams, the principle of effective communication between product teams and the developers remains essential. Despite of some critiques, the core idea is to move conversations beyond written platforms like Slack and email, emphasizing more on human interaction. So what happens basically in our daily scenario, we have the daily stand-up meetings where team members share updates, their progress, plans and any obstacles they may be facing. Second one can be collaborative backlog grooming sessions. These are the joint sessions where product teams and developers review and refine the product backlog, ensuring a shared understanding of the upcoming work. Then you have the sprint planning meetings held at the beginning of each sprint to plan and prioritize tasks for the upcoming iteration. And the fourth one can be frequent demos, showcasing work in progress or completed features to gather feedback and maintaining alignment between product vision and development. So by incorporating these practices, Agile methodology fosters a culture of continuous and open communication. Now let's move on and discuss about our seventh Agile principle, which states something like this, that working software is the primary measure of the progress. Adherents of the Agile philosophy, which emphasizes that primary focus should be on building software with perfect and detailed documentation, taking a secondary role to working software. The mindset also prioritizes creating products to market quickly by avoiding the bottleneck that extensive documentation or it's not done until it's perfect mentality might create one. So the ultimate measure of success in this approach is working product that customers love. So in practice, what we do? We design and release the minimum viable features. We have the fail to fast mentality, which means that embracing mentality that encourages moving forward even in times of uncertainty. Then we ship software often. We prioritize the release of useful product in the present over waiting for a perfect one in the future. Regular software shipments allows for continuous improvement based on real-world usage and customer feedback. So guys, by adopting these practices in Agile methodology, it also encourages a pragmatic and result-driven approach. Now, let us move to our 8th principle, which says something like this, that Agile processes promote sustainable development. The sponsors, the developers, the users should be able to maintain a constant pace indefinitely. So guys, basically it means that maintaining and demanding and rapid release schedule can be challenging for any team. We all know that, especially when expectations are set too high. And in Agile principles, which emphasizes the importance of being mindful of these challenges, also advocates for setting realistic and clear expectations. The goal is to preserve high morale, improve work-life balance, and also prevent the burnout and turnover within the cross-functional teams. Now let us move to our 9th Agile principle, which states something like this, that continuous attention to technical excellence and good design enhances the agility. While the Agile philosophy advocates for shorter cycles and frequent releases, it also underscores the importance of maintaining clean and organized code base, so that in future we avoid issues. Product managers may sometimes overlook these aspects as they may not be directly involved in navigating to the product code base, but it remains very crucial for the overall success of the project. In practice, we have the awareness of the technical debt, which means that the teams must be conscious of the technical debt and consider any implications it may have on the new features or initiatives added to the backlog. Then there will be a regular refactoring allocation. Product managers need to allocate the development resources regularly for the refactoring efforts. By integrating these practices, Agile methodology aims to strike a balance between rapid development and the code baseline cleanness. Now, let us move to our 10th Agile principle, which states something like this. It states that simplicity, the art of maximizing the amount of work not done, is essential. So guys, it means that the 80-20 rule, the idea that 80% of the results come from 20% of the efforts, align with the Agile principles. It emphasizes the importance of focusing on impactful activities. In product management context, if I talk about, this translates to a laser-sharp focus on organizational objectives and making strategic and purposeful prioritization decisions. Agile principles discourages aimless development and stress the significance of being strategic and purposeful in building products. In practice, guys, we have the focused product designs where product managers need to make highly focused decisions, aligning product strategy closely with the organizational goals. Next, we have the rapid testing and experimentations, which says that Agile's short sprints offer numerous opportunities for rapid testing and experimentation. And this approach helps reduce uncertainty about actual impact of the initiatives. So guys, you would have got an idea regarding the 10th principle. So guys, let us discuss about our 11th Agile principle. And it states something like this, that in traditional software development methodologies, team structures can often be hierarchical, resembling a pyramid where management makes key decisions for the contributors. Agile principles advocate for self-organizing teams which adopt a more flat management kind of style. In this approach, the decisions are made collaboratively by the team rather than dictated by a single manager or a management team. And this concept aligns well with the Agile's value of prioritizing teams and interactions over the processes and tools. In practice, what we have, guys, that we have the self-organizing teams where the autonomous groups within the organization take control and responsibility for their respective projects. We have varied implementation across organizations, where different organizations may implement the principle of self-organizing teams in various ways. For example, Spotify employs product squads, as a method of practicing this principle, allowing teams to organize and manage their work independently. So by embracing self-organizing teams, Agile methodologies aim to foster a collaborative environment where team members have a sense of ownership, responsibility, and authority to make decisions collaboratively, collectively, and also promoting agility. So guys, let us discuss about our final Agile principle, that is the 12th principle, and it states something like this: that at regular intervals, the team reflects on how to become more effective, then tunes and adjusts its behavior accordingly. It means something like this. Let me tell you an anecdote. We all know that living by Agile principle means that there is no room for the mindset of we can change because we have always done this way. This is completely not accepted in the Agile principles. On the other hand, Agile is rooted in continuous improvement. No rigid adherence to predefined processes. Just teams are always learning new things about customers and markets. And they should also be learning from the processes they use to gain those insights. In practice, what we apply? Experimentation beyond the product. Agile teams are encouraged to experiment not only with the product, but also with their processes. We have the regular retrospectives, where Agile teams conduct regular retrospectives where they discuss what went well, what didn't, and how the process can be adjusted to enhance future outcomes. These retrospectives serve as opportunities for continuous improvement and ensuring that teams learn and adapt over the time. So guys, by extending these principles of experimentation and continuous improvement beyond the product to include processes and teams, Agile methodologies emphasizes adaptability and commitment to finding more effective ways of working. Regular retrospectives provide a structured platform for teams to reflect on their practices and also fostering a culture of learning and improvement.
Hey there, fellow entrepreneurs. So picture this, you have got this killer product idea, right? And naturally you want it to be like totally flawless before you launch it out into the world. But here's the thing, no matter how much you sweat over it, there's always going to be some hiccup or snag along the way. It's just the way the cookie crumbles, you know. But fear not, my friend, because there's a game changer known as MVP. But what exactly is MVP and why does it matter? Well, let's start with numbers. Did you know that 42% of startups fail because there's no market need for their product? Shocking, right? That's where MVP swoops in as a game changer. By focusing on the core features and functionalities, MVP allows companies to bring a product to the market quickly and test its viability with real users. And get this, companies that prioritize MVP development are 3 times more likely to experience success with their product launches. In fact, 78% of businesses say that MVP helped them learn what customer really wanted, leading to more successful iterations down the road. So whether you're brainstorming your next big idea or fine-tuning an existing project, stick around as we unravel the mysteries of MVP. Also, if you are interested in advancing your career, consider SP Jain's Professional Product Management course, led by industry experts. This comprehensive program equips you with essential skills and insights to excel as a product manager. Dive deep into the latest industry trends and advancements through live sessions, from strategic planning to product development and marketing. Gain a thorough understanding of the field. Receive practical guidance and certification to stand out in the competitive market. Take the next step towards success and enroll now to unlock endless opportunities in the dynamic world of product management. So without further ado, let's start. So what is MVP? A minimal viable product or MVP is a strategy used in product development where a new product is launched with basic features enough to attract consumers' attention. It's the simplest version of the product a company aims to bring to the market, whether it's a car, website, TV or laptop. By offering the basic version, companies can gather feedback from the potential user to improve the final product before its full release. An MVP typically includes 3 key elements. Firstly, it offers enough features for consumers to consider purchasing it, making it easier for the company to market. Secondly, it includes a feedback mechanism allowing users to provide input on the product. Lastly, it provides future benefits to early adopters, encouraging them to try out the product ahead of others. Some of the fine examples of MVP is Amazon. Believe it or not, Amazon began by selling used college textbooks. Their first version of the product was a basic website for delivering books to students. As time passed, they grew their business to become the huge online store we see today. Similarly, another fine example is Airbnb. Airbnb journey began with a bold idea: renting out air mattresses. Yes, you heard it right. They kicked off with a simple website connecting travelers with hosts offering makeshift accommodations. This quirky start was their MVP, that is minimal viable product. Slowly but surely, they listened to user feedback, fine-tuned their problem, and expanded their horizons. It's a tale of humble beginnings turned into a global phenomenon. Who knew an air mattress could spark a revolution in travel? And there are many more examples like that. But implementing the minimal viable product approach requires more than just having an idea, doing the basics and launching it. It involves strategic planning to ensure its effectiveness and value. Now let's understand the benefits that companies get from MVPs. Creating a minimal viable product can assist you in avoiding many potential mistakes that you might overlook when deeply passionate about your product. Understand the preferences of your target audience. When a company builds a minimal viable product, they make a basic version of their product to see what people like. By doing this, they can learn what features or things their consumers prefer. It's like trying out different flavors of ice cream to see which one people like the most. Helps create a better product. Yes, making an MVP lets companies test their ideas quickly and see what works and what does not. This helps them make improvements and build a better final product. It's similar to making a rough sketch of a drawing before making the final detailed version. Next is it helps to analyze the demand. With an MVP, companies can see how many people are interested in their product. If lots of people like it, they know there's a big demand. If not many people are interested, they might need to change their plans. It's a bit like testing the waters to see if people want what you're offering. Next is ensures quick release. Instead of spending a long time making a perfect product, an MVP lets companies release something quickly. This means they can start getting feedback and making improvements sooner. It's like serving a simple version of a dish at a restaurant first, and then making it fancier based on the customer's say. So this was about the benefits. Now let's talk about how to develop a minimal viable product. So first is understand your goals. Before starting to develop your minimal viable product, it's important to know what you want to achieve. Think about what problem your product will solve or what benefit it will provide to the people. Understanding your goals helps you stay focused and build a product that meets your objectives. The next is study your market. Take some time to reach and understand the market where your product will compete. Look at similar products already available and see what makes them successful or what could be improved. By studying the market, you can identify opportunities and challenges, helping you tailor your MVP to better meet the needs of your target audience. Next is consider the product features. Think about essential features your product needs to have in order to address the problem or provide the benefit you identified. Keep the features simple, focused on solving the core problem or delivering the main benefit. Avoid adding too many features at this stage, as the goal of an MVP is to create something basic that you can test and iterate upon based on the user feedback. The next is gather feedback early and often. Once you have developed your MVP, don't wait too long before sharing it with the potential customers. Gather feedback as early as possible by letting people try out your product and asking for their thoughts. This feedback will help you understand the aspects of your MVP and are working well what areas need improvement, allowing you to make adjustments and iterate quickly. The next is iterate based on feedback. Use the feedback you receive to make improvements to your MVP. This might involve adding new features, refining existing ones, or even pivoting in a different direction based on what you learn from the users. The key is to be flexible and open to making changes based on the feedback you receive, as this will help you create a better final product that meets the needs of your target audience. By following these steps, you can develop a minimal viable product that efficiently addresses a specific problem or need in the market, while also allowing you to gather valuable feedback and iterate towards a more refined and more successful product over time.
It's a pleasure to welcome you to our new video discussing the top 10 tools for product management. In this video, we will discuss what considerations should be taken before choosing a tool for product management, and then we will look out at the top tools for product management. But before we start, let's brush up on your knowledge. So here's a question for you all. What does a tool stand for? Do let us know in the comments below. Software for product management is an administrative tool used to produce and enhance a company's goods rapidly and effectively, along with successfully enhancing business profits. These tools allow product managers and their teams to gather fresh concepts and develop detailed strategies to turn them into actual products. Although these technologies are typically utilized by product managers and product teams, they also give other departments, such as marketing and sales, additional clarity and insight into product development. Product management is used for product analysis, development tracking, and road mapping. Whenever we concern tools for product managers, we often mean the basic handful of tools that the majority of us use daily. These product management tools typically consist of software for product analytics, development tracking, and road mapping. However, a product manager's duties go beyond simply gathering product perspicuity, surveying the backlog, and evaluating the product plan. Whether you are a beginner or an experienced product manager, you should utilize the right tool to ensure you are not overlooking a crucial aspect of your job. Product managers are frequently in charge of organizing the examination, choice, and purchase of product management solutions for usage inside their company. It might be challenging to choose the best product management solution, though. Now let's move ahead in our session and know what considerations should be taken before choosing tools for product management. Depending on the requirements of the business, each product firm will have a unique collection of tools in its accumulation. The set of tools that the product team employs to manage their operations is known as product management tool accumulation. These tools are frequently integrated, where they perform well together and complement one another. The product development efforts may succeed or fail greatly depending on the choice of product management tools. So, to have a successful product, there should be some considerations to follow up on before choosing a management tool. So, let's take a look at the concerns one must heed before choosing a product management tool. The very first consideration that should be taken is to recognize the demands of your product management staff. Making a charter with a list of questions for your new product management tool is an intelligent method to assess the requirements of your product management team. The charter will aid in outlining particular demands and may be used as a benchmark for assessing items. The next consideration that should be considered is to do some product research. It's time to research the various product possibilities after you have a clearer idea of your demands and criteria for a product. Reading product reviews and seeing product demonstrations are the most significant ways to accomplish this. You will have a deeper grasp of the features and how each product functions by doing the research for the product. Moving on, we have to consider items depending on product needs. Following your research, it's time to analyze the items in light of your unique needs. Start by grading each item according to how effectively it satisfies your needs. To rank the various items, you may add a column to each need to rank the various items. This stage will enable you to evaluate and contrast several solutions and decide which product management suite is best for your team. The next consideration is to aim to stay within your budget. When looking at product management solutions, budget is always an important consideration. But if you work for a startup or a smaller firm, it's much more crucial. Keep in mind that some of the top goods could have steep asking prices as well as ongoing costs. The simplest method to achieve this is to set a predetermined budget for your product tool and use it as a guide when weighing various possibilities. Then we have to make sure that the tool is with effortless use. Make sure the tool you use is simple to use before you buy it. Although it should be obvious, certain technologies are quite complex and need users to undergo many days of training. The technology that works best for you and your team will be the one that you find simple to use. Many tools allow you to try them out for free, so you may decide whether to buy them before you use them. The next consideration is reporting in real time. Find a product tool that offers real-time reporting to save time. Creating reports that reflect the product's current condition will gather data from many parts of the product management systems. Moving on, we have a reputable interface. Although there are a lot of tools available, some of them appear somewhat dated. Expandability needs to be your main criterion when selecting a tool. Opting for something attractive looking doesn't hurt either. The last consideration that should be taken is security. Scalability is great, but if your data isn't secure, neither is the integrity of your product. Examine the security features that your desired tool supplier offers. To keep your client data private and isolated from everyone else's, choose a different dedicated hosting platform. Let's proceed in our session and know what top tools are used for product management. How do you assess and determine which tools are best for your team? Consider your firm and product size and development stage as a starting point. A tiny firm with one product manager, for instance, probably won't require or have the funds for numerous tools. You could pick a few applications that provide a wide range of integrations and features. A huge organization, on the other hand, would require specific tools created for complex work streams and several teams. The very first functioning of product management is user tracking and analysis. User tracking enables you to follow online visitors while they browse your website anonymously and via a variety of methods. A product manager's research creation process includes user tracking in terms of analysis. A wide range of tools is accessible for tracking and gathering data about the demands of the user for the product. These tools may be quite useful for gathering information and understanding how users of your software or visitors to your website interact with your offerings and content. Platforms for product analytics collect and assist you in analyzing what those customers do, but merely what they say and think. You'll want a product management platform, such as Done, that provides distinct analytics and insight into how Pendo assists businesses in determining who is using the features and products they are developing. You can find out which features people like and don't like, as well as how they move across your product range with the help of our product analytics tools. Additionally, you may examine how product adoption differs depending on an account, a user's job, or their attitude. Their objective is to provide product teams with the knowledge they need to do their duties more effectively and make daily decisions with less difficulty. Although in-app messaging provides our customers a method to quickly and simply put these insights into action, product analytics are fascinating and powerful. In the end, your capacity to experiment and influence behavior change within your product is what will help you grow your company and give your consumers better experiences. Apart from Pendo, the other tools that can be used for user tracking and analytics are Amplitude, Gainsight, and Google Analytics. The next functionality for product management is product strategy and road mapping. So, product strategy and road mapping is a basic exercise in product management. Even though PMs are renowned for their adaptability, mapping out your course reveals the type of stakeholder negotiating abilities and data-driven planning that make product management so successful. Our knowledge of PM's experiences indicates that Product Board goes toward the making things easier side. AHA is also practical and founded on reliable theoretical understandings of how product managers operate. When choosing your road mapping tool, remember that product managers are reportedly trusted by Airtable, Airfocus, and RoadMonk. The tool used for product strategy and road mapping is Product Board. Product Board is used to prioritize features, create roadmaps, collect customer input, and validate concepts. All the tools required to create a user-centered product. The road mapping capabilities of Product Board are noteworthy. Depending on how you operate, you can organize product features into release, sprint, period, or now, next, later buckets, and you may customize roadmaps for different audiences. For instance, you may develop roadmaps that are customer-centered or that are expressly geared for leadership. The other tools used for product strategy and roadmap development are Product Plan, RoadMonk, and Airfocus. Moving on to the next functionality of product management is flowcharting. Even while not all product managers utilize flowchart and diagram software, it is still an excellent approach to do a task that many PMs ignore but really shouldn't. You and your organization will benefit from having a greater understanding of the whole client experience with your business after creating a customer journey map. A correctly made journey map will display every interaction a person has with your business, from their initial visit to your website or their first phone contact from a sales representative through their eventual purchase and use of your product. The tool used for flowcharting is Microsoft Visio. Visio's flowcharting and diagramming capabilities can be useful for outlining any particular elements of a user's workflow or experience with your product. The flowcharts you generate using these tools may help you get insights into how to strategically prioritize your product roadmap, since they provide a visual representation of that workflow or experience rather than just a list of the stages your client will take. Apart from Microsoft Visio, OmniGraffle is the other good tool that can be used for flowcharting in product management. Now let's move ahead and know the other functionalities and tools for product management. The other functionality of product management is presentation. A key communication skill for a product manager is the ability to present. It is a component of conveying the product strategy to the company and the team developing the product. Additionally, it is a component of consumer communication. We frequently draw attention to the poor performance of roadmap presentation tools. However, this does not imply that Keynote or PowerPoint shouldn't occupy a significant position in your toolbox for product management. For distributing your high-level goals, ideas, and plans within your company and to external audiences like clients, presentation decks may be quite helpful. For instance, vision boards may be a potent tool for selling a group of executive stakeholders the vision of your product. Additionally, using presentations to teach salespeople or educate industry analysts about your product may be quite successful. The best tool for presentation is Microsoft PowerPoint. One of the most often used tools for presentations is PowerPoint. It is a component of the Microsoft Office package and is usable for domestic, commercial, and academic uses. PowerPoint dominated the presentation industry and was most well known for its templates and usability. This program enables anybody, from amateurs to experts, to create presentations utilizing text, graphics, video, audio, and data tables. You may deliver the presentation as you like by using a range of animations and transitions. Other than PowerPoint, Keynote, Google Slide, and moving on to the next functionality of product management, it's prototyping and wireframing. Design teams experiment by turning their ideas into physical prototypes, which might range from paper to digital. To capture design concepts and user testing, teams create prototypes with varying levels of realism. You may improve and evaluate your ideas using prototypes, allowing your company to release the proper items. You must put a lot of effort into demonstrating that your product concept can be realized before bringing it to fruition. More technologies are emerging as a result of the growing significance of user design and easy consumer journeys. They also employ techniques to minimize discomfort and streamline the delivery process. The number of web-based apps available has increased due to this popularity. Some, nevertheless, are a little questionable in terms of usefulness. Most people are using multi-purpose applications that may be used for prototyping, designing, and whiteboarding. If you're searching for a versatile tool that is also great for prototyping, we may suggest Figma. The best tool used for prototyping and wireframing is Balsamiq. Balsamiq Wireframes is a quick, low-fidelity UI wireframing tool that simulates sketching on a whiteboard or notepad while using a computer. It effectively pushes you to put your attention on structure and substance rather than wasting time on early debates about colors and details. With wireframes, you may quickly produce new ideas, discard the subpar ones, and identify the best solutions. The alternatives of Balsamiq for prototyping and wireframing are Sketch, InVision, and Adobe XD. The next function of product management is product development. Product development involves bringing a new thing or item to market or enhancing already available goods to boost sales. A product is initially merely a sample. For a firm to become something that can be sold on the market, a lot of time and money must be invested. The idea, design, development, and marketing of newly developed or freshly renamed goods or services are all phases in the process known as product development, sometimes known as new product management. The entire process of creating a product, from conception through market launch, is referred to as product development. Product research makes the difference between a product's success and failure, both at launch and throughout the product lifecycle, by helping you understand the requirements and desires of your consumers and keeping an eye on the competitive landscape and environment of your product. The best tool used for product development is Rally. The foundation of value stream management is Rally. By enabling business leaders to address challenging issues like how to prioritize capabilities related to development, how capabilities relate to development outcomes, how to track capabilities progress from planning to delivery, and how to find opportunities to optimize flow, Rally's insight contributes to value stream management. Rally is used by value streams to make complicated processes transparent and enable swift business pivots based on data driven choices. The alternative to Rally for product development is Azure. Moving on, we have project management as the next functionality of product management. A project manager oversees several projects that are necessary to achieve the various goals that a product manager sets for it in terms of vision, goals, and business trajectory. The project manager is therefore more of a man of action, whereas the product manager is more of a master strategist. Making a distinction between projects and products might be helpful. Though product management and project management are two different jobs, still there would be some interactive work. No product manager can operate without zero work support of a project manager. The tool used for project management is Jira. Jira brings teams together for everything from agile software development and customer service to startups and companies. Jira assists teams in planning, assigning, tracking, reporting, and managing work. Jira software, the top solution for agile teams, helps software teams develop better. A workflow is the first step in managing projects and tasks in project management software. Workflows outline your procedure and make task tracking possible for your team. Visualize your process so that your team is aware of the status of tasks and projects. Projects frequently contain checkpoints or milestones that must be met to maintain the overall project's direction. Versions are milestones in Jira Work Management. After creating versions, you may group work into several versions. Other than Jira, Pivotal, Monday.com, and Diagrams.net are the tools that are used for project management. So moving on from project management, collaboration is the next functionality of product management. Working in the product sector offers some of the most intriguing opportunities for cross-functional collaboration. Although there are difficulties, which we'll discuss momentarily, it exposes everyone engaged to every step of the product development and launch process. UX designers have the chance to learn more about marketing, and engineers have the chance to learn more about UX design. The tool used for collaboration for product management is Trello. Trello is one of the more powerful project management applications that aims to improve teamwork inside and between departments. Trello allows you to manage several projects and arrange various activities by allowing you to create boards, lists, and cards. To get a clear picture of everything that is happening, you may also set up calendars, make checklists, and assign productivity indicators. Trello has built-in automation for the best processes and the least amount of manual effort, like many other top products today. Trello is an essential component of your product management stack since the job of the product manager involves coordinating a lot of various moving elements. The alternatives for Trello for collaboration are GoToMeeting, Dropbox, and Zoom. The next functionality of product management is user experience and testing. In the field of product management, the phrase user testing is frequently used. Usability testing is frequently used interchangeably with user testing. During the user testing phase of the design process, you analyze your product or service using actual customers to develop user-centered designs. Through this technique, you may learn how your target market behaves when using your product, giving you useful information for the development process. The best tool used for user experience and testing is Adobe Target. Adobe Target is a rule-based testing and targeting tool that can be integrated with analytics and provide reports for marketing offers, customization, and UX testing. This feature enables marketers to determine which offers, experiences, and messages are engaging customers. It has a user interface, integrated best practices, and powerful features for tracking site traffic. It allows for more conversion and properly filters results according to its self-learning algorithmic methodology. The tailoring of consumer interactions across all marketing channels and business contact points may also be automated. Other tools that can be used for user experience and testing are Helio, Hotjar, and UXCam. In the end, the last functionality of product management is customer feedback and survey. Getting feedback from customers involves talking to them and asking them what they think of a good or service. To properly comprehend their behavior and demands, it is crucial to pay attention to their thoughts and feelings. It is crucial for product managers because before you can offer a helpful solution, You must embrace your people and understand the suffering caused by their issues. It's helpful to have a defined goal before pursuing a certain feedback technique. Outlining your learning objectives can help you concentrate on your study and choose which potential or current clients you should contact. This is particularly important if your product or service appeals to a wide range of demographics. And this is because various client segments may experience your product in drastically different ways. Therefore, it's crucial to be specific about who you want to talk to and what you hope to discover about their needs and expectations. The tool used for customer feedback and survey is SurveyMonkey. Following are the features of SurveyMonkey that may help product managers with customer feedbacks and surveys. Obtain viewpoints and get insightful wisdom. For every audience, it is simple to build polls, quizzes, and surveys. Obtain comments using a web link, email, mobile chat, social media, and other channels. Get sophisticated analytic tools and automatically examine your data. Your data may be exported or integrated with your preferred apps. Make smarter decisions based on facts by utilizing your insights. And alternatives, Typeform, Google Forms, and FormStack. Other than SurveyMonkey, the tools that can be used for customer feedback and surveys are Typeforms, Google Forms, and FormStack. With this, we have come to the end of this session. But before winding up, let's take a look at the bonus tools for you that serves multiple purposes in terms of product management. The very first tool is Slack. To strengthen product organization, Slack has emerged as the most crucial tool. Slack is utilized to cut down on pointless meetings, facilitate teamwork, make information widely available, and involve our consumers in the creation of new products. By acting as a central communication, reporting, and file center, the software boosts efficiency for both small and big teams. Slack Connect streamlines communication by bringing everyone into your virtual headquarters to complete tasks, breaking down organizational walls. From debating the finer points of a contract to analyzing the most recent drawings from your creative agency, Slack Connect enables real-time collaboration. Moving on, we have Canva. Branding image creation is as easy as dragging and dropping using Canva. It will just take a few minutes to do what used to take a lot of work, whether you decide to utilize your logo, social media accounts, or a hashtag. The transparency option in Canva also makes branding your product seem slick and unobtrusive to the viewer. You can maintain brand management with Canva for Teams while enabling anybody on your team to generate on-brand visuals, even without design skills. Your team may quickly create and distribute branded designs using the thousands of professionally created templates at your disposal. Even if you have little to no experience with graphic design, Canva enables you to generate that content fast and effortlessly. But before winding up, here's a question for you all. Which of these tools have you used before? Do let us know in the comments section below. And if you have any queries regarding tools for product management, comment down below.
Welcome to our video on Six Sigma interview questions. We have put together a comprehensive guide to help you prepare for and ace any Six Sigma interview. If you are interested in improving your chances of securing a job in Six Sigma field, this video is for you. So why should you learn about Six Sigma interview questions? Firstly, Six Sigma is a highly sought after skill that is in demand across many industries from manufacturing to healthcare to finance. This means that if you have Six Sigma expertise, you'll have a leg up in the job market. And secondly, understanding the Six Sigma interview process can help you avoid common pitfalls and stand out from other applicants. With our video, we will prepare you for any Six Sigma interview you might encounter and help you develop the necessary skills to stand out from the competition. So whether you are looking to enhance your current skills or develop new ones, our video on Six Sigma interview questions is a must watch. The information you will learn will give you the knowledge and confidence to thrive in any Six Sigma interview and potentially open doors to a whole new world of career opportunities. So what are you waiting for? Watch our video on Six Sigma interview questions now and start preparing for your next big interview.
What Six Sigma is. Now, Six Sigma is a data-driven methodology and set of tools aimed at improving business processes by minimizing defects, reducing variation, and achieving near-perfect levels of quality and efficiency. Now, it involves rigorous analysis, statistical techniques, and a structured problem approach to identify improvements and maintain control over processes. Well, it sounds too technical, right? So let's just understand in a simple way. Now imagine you are at a bakery and you want to eat your favorite and most delicious cupcakes. But sometimes the cupcakes may come out too dry or maybe too sweet sometimes. Very much frustrating, right? Now, well, Six Sigma is like having a secret recipe to ensure you bake the best cupcakes every single time. It's a special approach that helps businesses reduce mistakes and improve quality in their processes. With Six Sigma, you measure everything precisely and analyze data to find the root cause of the problems. Then, with this knowledge at your disposal, you make improvements and set up controls to prevent those mistakes from happening again. So without any further ado, let us directly discuss some of the major interview questions that you might face in your next interview on Six Sigma. So first on the list, we have what is Six Sigma and why it is important. Now, Six Sigma is a data-driven approach and methodology for process improvement and problem solving. It is a disciplined and statistical approach to process improvement that focuses on reducing defects and variability. It utilizes various tools and techniques to identify and eliminate the root causes of the problem. So the main aim of Six Sigma is to minimize defects and variation in business processes to high levels of quality and efficiency in order to achieve them. Now the second question is, can you explain the key principles of Six Sigma? Now the key principles of Six Sigma include various methodologies like customer focus, process improvement, data-driven decision making, and teamwork. Now, customer focus means understanding and meeting customer needs and expectations. Process improvement involves systematically analyzing and enhancing business processes. Data-driven decision making emphasizes the use of statistical analysis and metrics to drive decisions. And finally, teamwork promotes collaboration and involvement of all stakeholders in process improvement efforts. Now, the next question is, what do you understand about the term DMAIC? Another crucial question in the concept of Six Sigma. Now, DMAIC is a structured problem-solving methodology used in Six Sigma projects. It stands for Define, Measure, Analyze, Improve, and Control. So, it is a step-by-step approach for process improvement. It begins with defining the problem and project goals, followed by measuring current process performance and collecting data. Now, the next steps involves analyzing the data to identify a root cause of the problems and implementing solutions to improve the process. And finally, establishing controls to sustain the improvements, altogether confined as DMAIC. So the next question is, what is the purpose of using statistical tools in Six Sigma? Now, statistical tools are used in Six Sigma to analyze data, identify patterns, measure process performance, and make data-driven decisions. These tools provide a systematic and objective approach to analyzing data and making informed decisions. They help in identifying trends, patterns, and relationships within the data, which can guide process improvement efforts. Now, some of the examples of statistical tools used in Six Sigma include control charts, hypothesis testing, process mapping, Pareto charts, regression analysis, design of experiments, or DOE. Next question on the list we have is, explain difference between DPU and DPMO. Now, DPU or defects per unit measures the average number of defects per individual unit, while defects per million opportunities or DPMO measures the number of defects per 1 million opportunities. DPU is a simple measure that counts the average number of defects found in each unit of a process. It is calculated by dividing the total number of defects by the total number of units. While on the other hand, DPMO is a normalized measure that provides a standardized way of comparing defect rates across different processes or organizations. It is calculated by multiplying DPU by 1 million and dividing by the total number of opportunities for defects in a process. So those were some of the main differences between DPU and DPMO. Well, the next question on the list we have is, what is the difference between Six Sigma and Lean? Now, the interviewer wants to know whether you have a proper knowledge on how Lean and Six Sigma are different from each other, and this is why they might be asking you this question. So the answer for that would be, while both Six Sigma and Lean aim to improve process performance, Six Sigma focuses on reducing defects and variation, whereas Lean focuses on eliminating waste and improving flow. Now, Six Sigma and Lean are two complementary methodologies often used together in process improvement efforts. Six Sigma primarily aims at reducing defects, errors, and variability in processes, while Lean focuses on identifying and eliminating waste and non-value add activities to improve efficiency and flow. While both methodologies share common tools and principles and can be used in conjunction to achieve even greater results. So these were some of the main differences between Six Sigma and Lean. Well, moving ahead, the next question on our list is, what is the role of a Six Sigma Green Belt? Now, a Six Sigma Green Belt is a team member who assists in process improvement projects, gathers and analyzes data, and participates in problem-solving efforts. So basically, a Six Sigma Green Belt is a trained individual who works as a part of a Six Sigma project team. They support the project leader, that is Black Belt, in gathering and analyzing data, conducting process analysis, and implementing improvement solutions. Green belts often lead smaller scale improvement projects and play a vital role in implementing and sustaining process changes. So moving ahead, the next question on our list is, what is the main difference between type 1 and type 2 errors in hypothesis testing? Well, type 1 errors occurs when a null hypothesis is incorrectly rejected, indicating a insignificant effect when none exists. Whereas type 2 error occurs when a null hypothesis is incorrectly accepted, failing to detect a significant effect. Now in hypothesis testing, type 1 error, which is also called as an alpha error, refers to the rejection of a null hypothesis when it is actually true. Well, this error indicates a false positive result, suggesting that there is a significant effect when in reality there isn't. Now, type 2 error on the other hand is also called a beta error, occurs when the null hypothesis is accepted despite it being false. Now, this error indicates a false negative result, failing to detect a significant effect that exists in reality when there is actually one in reality. So moving ahead, the next question we have is, what is process map and how it is useful in Six Sigma? Now, a process map is a visual representation of steps, activities, and outputs of a process. It basically helps in understanding and analyzing process flow, identifying inefficiencies, and finding areas for improvement. Now, a process map, which is also known as a process flow chart or a process diagram, provides a graphical representation of the sequence of steps in a process. It helps in documenting and understanding the flow of activities, inputs and outputs within a process. Now, process maps are useful tools in Six Sigma for identifying bottlenecks, redundancies, and non-value added steps, which enable process teams to visualize the current state, identify any improvement opportunities, and develop future state maps for process optimization. Well, the next question on our list is, explain what is FMEA and its purpose. Now, the purpose of conducting an FMEA is to proactively identify and prioritize potential failures in a process or product, determine their effects, and take preventive or corrective actions. Now, the full form of FMEA is defined as Failure Mode and Effect Analysis, which is a systematic method used to identify and analyze potential failure modes in a process or product, assess their severity, occurrence, and detectability, and prioritize them based on their risk. Now, FMEA helps in understanding the potential consequences of failures, identifying the root causes, and taking appropriate actions to prevent or mitigate the risks associated with these kind of failures. Alright, moving ahead, the next question on our list is, what is the concept of sigma level in Six Sigma? Now, sigma level is a statistical metric that measures the capability of a process to perform defect-free work. It indicates the number of standard deviations that can fit within the specification limits. So you can say that it is a measure of process performance in terms of defects per million opportunities or DPMO. It provides an indication of the process capability to produce products or services within the desired specification. A higher sigma level indicates a higher level of process capability and lower levels of defects. For example, a process operating at a Six Sigma level would have a defect rate of 3.4 defects per million opportunities. Well, the next question we have is, what is the purpose of control charts in Six Sigma? Now, control charts are used in Six Sigma to monitor and control process performance over time, detect variations, and distinguish between common cause and special cause variations. These are basically graphical tools that help in monitoring process performance over time. You can plot data points against control limits to determine if the process is stable or exhibiting special cause variations. Control charts provide a visual representation of process variation and help in distinguishing between common cause variation and special cause variation. By analyzing these control chart patterns, process teams can take appropriate actions to improve process stability and reduce variations overall. So that was what control charts are and why they are important. Well, the next question on our list is, explain difference between attribute data and variable data. Now, attribute data is a qualitative data that describes the presence or absence of a particular characteristic or attribute, while variable data is quantitative data that can be measured on a continuous scale. Now, attribute data is collected by counting the number of occurrences or non-occurrences of a specific characteristics. It is typically represented in terms of proportions, percentages, or count values. Now, example of attribute data include number of defects, presence of absence of special features, or the number of non-conformances. While on the other hand, variable data is collected by taking measurements on a continuous scale. Now, some of the examples of variable data include length, weight, or temperature. Variable data is typically analyzed using numerical values, such as calculating means, ranges, and standard deviations using some parametric statistical methods. So these were some of the main differences between attribute data and variable data. So moving ahead, the next question is, what is the purpose of conducting a process capability analysis? Now, the purpose of conducting a process capability analysis is to assess whether a process is capable of producing outputs that meet customer requirements and specifications. Now, process capability analysis is performed to determine if a process is capable of consistently meeting the customer specifications. By calculating process capability indices such as CP and CPK, which is very important in terms of conducting a process capability analysis. Now, CPK, which is also known as Process Capability Index, measures how well a process is able to consistently produce output within the desired specifications. It helps determine if a process is capable of meeting customer requirements. Process teams can assess whether the process is capable of producing within specification limits. Overall, process capability analysis helps in understanding the level of variation in the process and identify areas for improvement to achieve desired levels of quality. And finally on the list, we have what is the concept of Design for Six Sigma or DFSS. Now, Design for Six Sigma or DFSS is a methodology used to develop new products, services, or processes within a focus of meeting customer requirements and achieving high levels of quality and performance. It is a proactive approach to product or process development that emphasizes meeting customer needs and achieving high levels of quality from the outset. It utilizes various tools and techniques such as QFD, quality function deployment, robust design, and risk analysis to ensure the customer requirements are effectively translated into product or process specifications. DFSS aims to design products or processes that are inherently defect-free and capable of meeting customer requirements and expectations, thereby reducing the need for subsequent process improvement efforts. So these are some of the main or top questions that might be asked in your next Six Sigma interview questions. Now, apart from these, you might be asked some generic questions as well. So let us discuss them, what they are. Now, you might be asked this question, which is how can you ensure the sustainability of Six Sigma improvements? Now, ensuring sustainability of Six Sigma improvements requires ongoing monitoring, standardization of improved processes, effective training, engagement of stakeholders, and a continuous culture of improvement. Well, now to sustain Six Sigma improvements, it is essential to establish controls and monitoring systems to track process performance over time. This allows organizations to detect any deviations or issues and take corrective actions promptly. Engaging stakeholders at all levels of organization and creating a culture of continuous improvement encourages ongoing participation and ownership of the process. Regular reviews and audits can easily help identify opportunities for further improvements and ensure that the gains achieved through Six Sigma are maintained in the long run. Moving ahead, the next question will be, what are the benefits of implementing Six Sigma in an organization? Now, the interviewer wants to know whether you have a perfect clarity or whether you understand Six Sigma and how you are implementing in a real life for an organization or for their company. So you can say like this. Now, the benefits of implementing Six Sigma in organizations are numerous. It helps in improving the quality of products or services by reducing defects and variability. Now, this in turn leads to increased customer satisfaction and loyalty. By analyzing and optimizing processes, Six Sigma helps in enhancing process efficiency, reducing cycle times, and increasing productivity. Now, improved process performance results in cost savings, waste reduction, and higher profitability. And additionally, Six Sigma fosters a culture of continuous improvement, teamwork, and data-driven decision making, which can drive innovation, employment engagement, and overall organization success. So the next question is, how would you prioritize improvement opportunities in a Six Sigma project? Well, the interviewer wants to know that now that you have a clear understanding of what Six Sigma is and how you are implementing into the project, well, he wants to further know how can you further optimize improvement opportunities in a Six Sigma project. So you can answer him in this way. Now, when prioritizing improvement opportunities in a Six Sigma project, it is important to consider multiple factors. Now, the impact on customers should be a primary consideration as it aligns with the organization's focus on meeting customer needs and expectations. Evaluating the potential cost savings or financial benefits associated with the improvement opportunity is also very crucial. Assessing the process risk or the likelihood of it and the impact of failures can help prioritize areas that pose the highest risk to the business. And finally, consider the feasibility of implementing the improvements, including resource availability, timeline, complexity, in order to ensure that selected opportunities can be successfully executed. So these were some of the main generic Six Sigma interview questions that might be asked apart from the technical questions. So with that, we've come to the end of today's session on top Six Sigma interview questions.
Now that's a wrap on a full course. If you have any doubts or questions, you can ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn.
Staying ahead in your career requires continuous learning and upskilling. Whether you're a student aiming to learn today's top skills or a working professional looking to advance your career, we've got you covered. Explore our impressive catalog of certification programs in cutting-edge domains, including data science, cloud computing, cybersecurity, AI, machine learning, or digital marketing. Designed in collaboration with leading universities and top corporations, and delivered by industry experts, choose any of our programs and set yourself on the path to career success. Click the link in the description to know more.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.